Hey guys, welcome to this full stack development video. This full course video will cover various technologies used in application development. The video will go in depth for each tool and framework in the roadmap to become a successful full stack developer. But before we begin, if you haven't subscribed to our channel already, make sure to hit the subscribe button and the bell icon to never miss an update. So here's what we'll be covering in this session. First, we'll look at a simple introduction to what exactly full stack development is. Then, we'll learn the most popularly used version control system, that is Git, which helps you manage your project files. Next, we'll look at a tutorial on the commonly used front-end framework, that is Angular. Moving on, we'll understand back-end development and learn about Node.js. Talking about database management systems, we'll look at tutorials on MongoDB and MySQL. Now after this, we'll look at an Angular tutorial on how to build an admin dashboard. Moving further ahead, we'll have a section covering Maven and Jenkins. Finally, coming to testing tools, we'll learn the working of Selenium. And lastly, we'll conclude the session by understanding the popularly used continuous integration and continuous development tool, Docker. I hope you're excited for this video, so let's jump right in. So now what exactly is front end? Every time you open a website, it has several UI components. And once you click on a particular icon, say sign in this case, you get navigated to the sign in or the login page, right? So what happens is that all of these items facilitate navigation and utility. These are collectively called as the front end. So the front end is the visible part of the website or the web application which is responsible for user experience. The user directly interacts with the front end portion of the website or the web application. So now let's have a look at some of the front-end languages. So I'm sure you've heard of HTML, CSS and JavaScript. So these are collectively called the front-end languages. When it comes to HTML, it defines the structure of websites and formats the web pages. It also defines text documentation. So let's look at a simple example. So here I've made use of the h1 tag, which is the heading tag in HTML, and I've displayed the message hello welcome. So correspondingly, my website displays the same message. So HTML is responsible or defines what is being shown on the website. Next up is CSS. Now CSS is a style sheet that allows you to alter and style different web components, be it size, font, spacing, etc. It makes the content on the website look more decorative, correct? So now, if you have a look at the code here, I've added some styling. I've changed the font style to italic. I've made the text bold and I've changed the color to red. And again, correspondingly, all the changes are seen on the website. Moving on, we have JavaScript. Now, JavaScript is a very powerful client-side scripting language and it is mainly used for enhancing the interaction of a user with the web page. So again, if you have a look at the code here, I've created a form wherein the user can enter their name. And I've also displayed the message, please enter your name. As a result, an input box is made available where the user can type in their name. Now this is facilitated by JavaScript. So as I mentioned earlier, it is used to make web pages interactive and bring the web applications to life. So next, let's have a look at some front-end frameworks and libraries. Now most of these are JavaScript frameworks and libraries. First, we have React, then there's Angular, there's Vue, there's jQuery, and then there's Bootstrap. Now, all of these help develop the front end of the application. However, when it comes to React, Angular, and Vue, it's not necessary that you must know everything to create a website. One of them will be sufficient. However, the usage of React is on the rise, and most of the developers prefer using React. jQuery and Bootstrap are also powerful frameworks that can be used to create interactive web pages. Now that you know what front-end development is, you must be wondering how the data is being fetched and how this data is being presented in front of you on your screen, correct? Now this is all facilitated by the back-end of the application. So let's understand what back-end development is. Now back-end basically refers to the server-side development of the application. It is responsible for managing all the database with the help of queries and APIs. So every time the user makes a request, it queries the database and retrieves the data from the database and presents it to the user. And lastly, it ensures data consistency. So now let's have a look at some backend languages and frameworks. Firstly, we have Node. Node and Express.js are packages provided by JavaScript. Then there's Python, which is a very popularly used language. Python frameworks like Django and Flask are popularly used to create the backend of applications. Then there's Java. Java provides Spring and Java Server faces, which are also used for backend development. Then there's C#, which provides frameworks like ASP.NET Core and ASP.NET MVC. And other popularly used backend languages are PHP, there's Perl, and Ruby. Database is the collection of interrelated data which helps in efficient retrieval, insertion, and deletion of data from database and organizes the data in the form of tables, views, schemas, reports. Now, some of the commonly used database management systems are MySQL, there's PostgreSQL, there's Microsoft SQL Server, there's Oracle Database, and then there's MongoDB. So here are the topics that we're going to be discussing. So first we'll see what full stack development is, who is a full stack developer, then we'll move on to the responsibilities, and then we'll dive into the detailed roadmap, and then I'll also let you know about the salaries of full stack developers, and finally how you can get certifications. Alright, now, what exactly is full stack development? Now consider a web application. Let's say Instagram. So every time you refresh the page, new images are loaded. So this is what the user experiences, right? New images are loaded onto his feed. But what exactly happens behind the scenes is that the backend fetches new images from the Instagram servers, and these images are then loaded onto your Instagram feed, right? The app is so easy to use and leaves the users extremely satisfied. In case of any application, there's always the front end, the back end, and the database. So the process of building all of these aspects for an application is called full stack development. So I hope you understood what exactly full stack development is. So moving on, let's see who a full stack developer is. Now basically a full stack developer works with both front end and the back end of an application. He has to be familiar with languages like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and also one or more backend frameworks like Node.js and Python. Now, these developers have got all the web development skills to build websites and applications from start to finish. Now that we've understood what exactly a full stack developer does, let's look at some of his responsibilities. Now, the first responsibility is developing the front end. So as discussed, they must be able to develop the user interface for the users with the help of HTML and CSS. Next up is design the backend. Now this is also the most crucial part of app development. They should be able to design robust backend architecture to ensure the smooth functioning of fetching and updation. Next up is to design database and servers. Now databases and servers must be resilient to any outages and must maintain consistency. Next up is cross-platform compatibility. Now depending on the platforms, there could be some discrepancy and alteration in the functioning of an application, right? It's crucial to make sure that the applications behave accordingly on all these platforms. Next up is developing APIs. Depending on the planned architecture, the developer must be able to develop APIs. The application must also be responsive and interactive and keep the user completely engaged. And lastly, it should meet all the technical and consumer requirements. So these were the few responsibilities of a full stack developer. Moving on, let me explain to you a simple roadmap of how to go about to become a full stack developer. So this roadmap basically shows you the prerequisites and skills one should have to become a successful full stack developer. Alright, so let's go ahead and begin with tools and software. Now the first and the most rudimentary requirement is a text editor. Now the most widely used editor is VS Code. It is free, open source and can be used to code in different platforms like Windows, macOS and Linux. Next up is a web browser. So you can either use Firefox or Chrome, but Chrome is highly preferred. Now also you could need a few editor extensions, and VS Code has a few of them. Some of them could be Live SAS Compiler and Live Server. Moving on, you need to have a good hold on HTML and CSS. So HTML is a markup language that is used to define the content that appear on your web page, right? The developer can incorporate images, text, and videos depending on the requirements. And moving on to CSS, it is basically a style sheet which is used to decorate your entire application. It is used to define the appearance of the content, say in terms of shape, color, size, spacing, etc. Next up is JavaScript. Now this is the most widely used front-end language and enhances the interaction with the web page. Now you might want to brush up your knowledge on simple concepts like arrays, functions, objects, and loops. You can also learn ES6 features like callbacks, promises, async await, DOM manipulation and event, fetch API, and JSON. All of these are required when you're making use of different JavaScript frameworks and libraries. So I'd recommend you brush up your knowledge on all of these topics. React, Angular, Vue, and jQuery are some of the JavaScript libraries and frameworks that one can use. Now, all of these topics that we discussed earlier, be it ES6 features or basic concepts, they come in very handy when you're using these frameworks. Among React, Vue, and Angular, over the last couple of years, React has gained immense popularity, followed by which Vue is also being widely used. Now, Angular has seen a downward curve over the past few years. So depending on your requirements, you can choose one of these frameworks. Next up is version control. Now, Git and GitHub are the most widely used version control systems. Now, Git basically helps you manage project files. Git basically keeps track of the entire history of things that the user is working on, right? So it makes sure that it allows the user to backtrack and see what he's worked on until then. Moving on to GitHub, it is basically a web-based service for version control using Git. Now the user can also look into other people's code, identify issues or errors, and also even propose changes. Now this comes in extremely helpful when you're working in a team. Let's move ahead and look at some of the backend environment. Now the most popularly used environment is Node.js. Now this is basically an open source cross-platform runtime environment that allows developers to create server-side tools and applications in JavaScript. Now Node is typically used to create real-time applications with two-way connections, wherein both the client and the servers can communicate and exchange data without any hassle. Now I'd really recommend you have a basic knowledge on command line as well. That is, now knowledge on basic command line like npm, that is Node Package Manager, is also essential. So this was a simple overview on Node.js. Moving on to other backend languages, there's Python and the most commonly used framework, that is Django. Now Python is the easiest programming language out there, and I'm sure everybody will agree with me with this. So it also offers many libraries and frameworks for different technologies. So when it comes to backend in full stack development, Django is a clear winner. Now it is a high-level Python framework that enables rapid development of websites. It is also free and open source and has a huge active community of users. So I'd really suggest you get your hands on Django and work on it extensively. Moving on, let me give you a brief overview on the trends in 2020. First up is blockchain. Now, blockchain is an emerging technology and has seen tremendous growth in the last few years. Now, it has also entered into domains like healthcare and finance. Next up is AI and chatbots. AI is booming, and there is no doubt in that. So languages like Python and JavaScript frameworks like TensorFlow are widely used. Mobile app development. This is one of the top trends you should look out for in 2020. Now there are mobile applications for practically anything these days. So frameworks like React Native and Flutter can be deployed to develop these applications. Next up is progressive web applications. Now these are like a hybrid of mobile and web apps. They are faster to load and provide some amazing features like push notifications. Another important feature is their ability to work offline. Lastly, we have IoT. With the increasing number of devices getting connected to the internet every second, development of IoT applications is also on a rise. So these were a few trends that you should look out for in 2020. Moving ahead, let's look at the salary of full stack developers. Now, according to PayScale, the average salary of a full stack developer in India is around 5,90,000 rupees per annum. The average salary of a full stack developer in the US is around 75,000 US dollars per annum. Alright, so moving on to the fun part. Let's go ahead and look at a simple quiz. Now here is the quiz question. Which of the following is not a JavaScript framework or a library? Option A, React. Option B, Angular. Option C, Pandas. Or option D, Vue. So let us know your answer in the chat section. One lucky winner will get a voucher. So I'll keep this on the screen for a while. Mind you, which of the following is not a JavaScript framework or a library? So comment your answer immediately. Alright. So moving ahead, let me tell you how Simplilearn can help you. Now there are several online certification courses, but if you're looking for something that is concise and well structured, then head out to the Simplilearn website. And here you can see a few options. You have the Full Stack Java Developer Masters Program. You have the Full Stack Developer .NET Masters Program. And you also have Full Stack Web Developer Mean Stack Masters Program. You can also go through the overview, and depending on your requirement, you can choose the appropriate course.
Today, I'm going to cover a few essential Git commands and walk you through a demonstration for most of it. I begin by installing a Git bash on the Git client and configuring it for its first time usage. Once I'm done with configuring the Git client, I'm going to spin up few repositories locally and work on these repositories using Git commands. Once I'm happy with my local changes, I'm going to commit few of them and then push these changes to a Git server of my choice. For today's demonstration, I plan to use github.com, which is a cloud-hosted free service, and it provides free account registrations for anyone. Eventually, I will cover a few topics regarding Git branching and merging, because these two, in my opinion, are the killer features of the Git distributed version control tool. Git is one of the most popular distributed version control tools of recent times, and like any other distributed version control tool, it allows us to perform various version control tasks without really needing a network connection. Before I jump into my demonstration, let me spend some time explaining to you the Git client-server working model. What does it take for a couple of users to collaborate and start working with Git? The bare minimal thing that any user would need in order to start working with Git is something called as Git bash or the Git client. This comes as an installer for all popular operating systems like Windows, all flavors of Windows, Linux, macOS, and other operating systems. So once you install Git bash, you get a command line utility using which you can fire up your Git commands and ensure that you can bring up repositories. You can work with these repositories by adding files to it, committing changes to it, and all those Git commands would work perfectly well. So you can bring up a small repository and you can work with your repository using this Git bash. But what does it take for you to share this repository with another user who has also got Git bash installed on his system? This is where you would need something called as a Git server. So for user one or one user to share his repository with another user, he would need to collaborate using something called as a Git server. So in the present market, there are a bunch of Git servers which are popularly available. Some of them are free, some of them come with a cost because they are licensed. A bunch of these servers that I can think of are GitHub, which is one of the most popular Git servers that is around in the market for a long time now. It comes with two variants. One is the cloud hosted one, which is the github.com, and then the other one is an enterprise server, which comes as a black box that can be installed into your data centers. So typically organizations who don't want their source code to be put up on the cloud would go for this GitHub enterprise servers, wherein they buy these servers and these servers are hosted on their data centers. Other popular variant of the Git server is Bitbucket. This is from the famous Atlassian products, and it integrates very well with all other Atlassian products like Jira. In recent times, there's one other variant of the Git server called GitLab, which is getting very popular these days because GitLab not just provides a Git server, it also provides something called as a runner. This is a part of the continuous integration strategy where as soon as you have a source code check-in that is going in, you have this runner that kicks up and builds your particular project. So all these are bundled together in a GitLab. And GitLab also provides you with a community edition, which is almost free of cost. Having said that, there are a bunch of these tools available. For my demonstration, what I'm going to do is I've already registered myself on the github.com by providing my username and my password. And I'm going to use a free account. So whatever repositories that I'm going to put up on this server is all public by default. So I've already registered myself by using my username or my email ID and my password. So this set of authentication is also referred to as HTTPS authentication. So in order for me to share my repository with say user2, the first thing that I got to do is have an access to a Git server where both user1 and user2 are set up. So once I have that, I can push my repository onto this server and provide right kind of access so that user 2 or the other developer who wishes to collaborate with me on this repository can use his credentials as long as he's registered properly on the Git server. He can use his credentials and pull down this repository and work with this repository. So this is the HTTPS way of authenticating and sharing repositories. Another popular way of sharing repositories or working with each other is called as SSH authentication. As many of you would know, SSH means nothing but creation of a private and a public key. A bunch of keys, public and private, are created on the client machine. While I create keys, I will be asked for a passphrase. I need to type in a passphrase and remember my passphrase. And then I take this public key and kind of post it onto my account within my Git server, so that whenever I'm going to connect next time using my command prompt or any of the tools, it's going to challenge me for my passphrase. As long as I remember my passphrase correctly, I can authenticate myself and get into the server. So both HTTPS and SSH are popular ways of communicating with the Git server. Having said this, let me just get started by installing the Git bash on my local system and then fire up some of these Git commands and build up some repositories, make some changes in my repository, commit these changes, and later use my GitHub credential to connect to my GitHub server and push my repositories out there. Let me now go ahead and find my Git bash for my Windows so that I can go ahead and install it. So I just type in Git client for Windows, open up a browser and type in for this. The first one that I find is a GUI tool. I don't need this GUI client, I need this one. So this is the Git client or the Git bash that I was referring to. It's about 40 megs, and let me just download this. Pause this video for some time so that the download happens and come back to you once I have the download. The download seems to be complete. When I'm recording this video, the version that I have, the latest version that is there is 2.19.0, and this is a 64-bit version for Windows. So I've got that downloaded. Let me go ahead and find it and install this exe. All right, I go ahead choosing all the default options. I want it to be installed in C: program files under the Git folder. Everything looks good for me. I'm not going to make any changes here. Git bash from Windows. Yes, I may want to use Git from Windows command prompt. That sounds good for me. OpenSSH, that's fine. Looks good. Looks good. No, I don't want any of these new features. So what I'm doing is installing the Git bash or the Git client so that I can start using my Git commands. And the version that I'm using is 2.19.0, which As I record this video, this happens to be the latest version. All right, so looks good. I don't want to see the release notes. I'll say launch git bash. So what I get is this window. So this is the git command prompt. So let me check if everything is looking good. Say git version, it sounds good. Say git help. All right, a lot of git help commands. Everything looks good. So I ended up installing the git bash. I can go ahead with all other commands. Now that I have git bash installed on my system, let me open up a git bash prompt and start using it. But before I do anything, I just need to configure it for the first time, stating what would be the username and the email ID with which I want the git bash to be configured with. The command to do that is git config -- global, which means that this setting that I'm going to set would be a global setting. User.name, and the name of the user would need to be specified within a double quote. In my case, I am using a Simplilearn account, which is the official account, and this is the particular username of this account. The other setting is nothing but git config -- global. This is also a global setting, and this would be the email ID. The email ID need not contain a double quote. So in my case, this is the email ID that I would be setting up Git to work with. All right, let me check if the configurations were set correctly or not. All right, if you see this, the username and the email ID has been picked up the way I wanted it to be picked up. Looks good so far. All right, so what do we do next? By default, whenever you open up the Git prompt, you're placed into your home directory. Let me create a folder here, which would be a repository folder from where I'm going to create all my multiple Git repositories. So I will create a folder called, let's say, git_demo. All right, there's already a folder called git demo. So let me just delete that in the first place and let me create this git demo again. All right, let me navigate to this particular folder. So this is the folder. Let me open up that folder using a command prompt. This is my git demo. So this would be a folder. So I would use this folder as a base folder for creating all other repositories as a part of this demo. So let me create my first repository. A repository is nothing but a folder. So let me create my first folder called first repo. And let me get into this repo. All right, as of now, this is just an empty folder. If at all I navigate to this, you would see that this folder is empty. There's nothing much in this folder at all at this moment. Okay, so let me create a repository out of this. How do I create a repository of this? It's pretty simple. I just run a git init command. When I say git init, it means it's going to initialize a repository. As of now, the folder contained nothing in it. It was an empty repository. So it initializes an empty repository in this particular folder. If at all I look at my content, you would see that there's a hidden folder. This would be a hidden folder since I've configured my Explorer to view all hidden folders. I see it, otherwise you wouldn't see it. So a folder by name .git is created within this first repo. And this was created because we ran the command git init. If I get into this folder, I see a bunch of directories and other configurations. If you see, there's something called as a hooks directory, a couple of configuration files that are here in this directory. All these relate to one or the other type of a client hook that can be enabled. And there's info, there's objects, there's references, a bunch of stuff that is there. So what is this folder? This is a magical Git folder, and this is created whenever a repository is initialized. So by default, if at all you get into any Git folder or any Git repository, you would see this .git folder. A word of caution, do not get into this folder and try to modify anything, because if you fiddle around with this and corrupt this particular folder, your whole repository will go for a toss. So let me come out of this and let me show you another thing. Now, if you notice here, when I was in the folder, the repository did not have anything after this. Now, when I say git init, there is something called as a master that shows up. So typically what happens is whenever a Git repository is created for the first time, it creates a default branch. The name of the branch is called master. And that is why you would see master within braces. This doesn't mean anything else other than we have a repository out in this particular folder, and by default there is a branch called master, and we are currently on that branch. If at all I create multiple branches in this folder, whenever I navigate to different branches, the branch name within these brackets would change. All right, so far so good. So we created a folder, we made it a Git repository by initializing that with a Git init, and then I've not put anything yet in the repository. So let me try to do that. Let me create a few files within this particular repository. So I use a touch command. Touch is a Linux command. It kind of creates this particular folder. If at all you're not comfortable with the file creation by this way, you can always use a file explorer and create some files in this. So I create a file called touchmaster.txt. I'll open up in the notepad. Okay, so this is my first file. That's what I'm going to write inside this. I save this and I come out of this. All right, now let me do a git status command. So what does this tell you? There's no commit set, you're on the master branch, there is an untracked file, and this shows up in red. It also gives you all the commands that is supposed to be run. So if at all you want to add this file, you would say git add and the name of the file, and then you're going to commit it. So what happened is that when the repository was initialized, it was an empty repository. Now that a git notices that there is a new file in this repository called master.txt. If at all you want us to let git know that you want to track this file, we need to add this to the repository. So the command to add that is called git add. I can specify either the name of the file, or I can give a wild character saying git add dot. Now if I run the git status command again, it says there's no commits yet. Added a file, and the file which was earlier in red now shows up in green, and it says it's a new file, master.txt. All right, it also gives you something called git remove command if at all you want to unstage or undo your changes. So what has happened is the file which was earlier untracked is been added into the git index, or it is ready for staging, or it's in a staged state. Now I can go ahead and commit this file if at all that's what I want to do. So let me do that. I'll do a git commit -m, and I give a message that I want. I would say this is my first git commit. All right, I run the git status command again, and see it says on the branch master nothing to commit. It's all nice and clean. So typically what happened was I created an empty directory, made it into a git folder by doing a git init. I put a file into it. I made some changes to the file. I added that file into the repository and I committed to the repository. If at all I run the git log command, it says this was the commit ID or the commit number or the commit hashtag, and this is the author. If you notice, this is the email ID and the username that we set earlier. And this was done on this date, and this is the commit message that is there. All of it looks so good. Let me do one more commit into this repository. So I will touch master1.txt. I'll put in another file. I'll open up this particular file, write something into this. All right, I save this change. Let me also open up the older file, make some more change into this. All right, so what I did, I modified the older file that existed. I also added a new file to my repository. Now, if I run the git status command, it says modified this file, which is showing in red, and it says you have one more file, which was an untracked file. All right, now let me add both these files because these are the changes that I want to incorporate. I would say git add dot. I run the git status command again, and it says now this is a modified file, this is a new file. Looks good to me. Let me go ahead and commit this. So git commit with a message that says this is my second commit. All right, if I do a git log now, it shows both the commits. The first commit is the one that shows up at the bottom, and the topmost one is the latest commit that is there. So far so good. If at all you notice, I'm doing all these git commands without really connecting it to any git server. I don't need any network connection for doing any of these things. I can keep on doing more and more git commands and run git commands the way I want to without really having any connections to the git server. Now that I have my changes the way I wanted, and I've checked in all the code changes into my local repository, I may want to share my repository with somebody else and work in a collaborative way. So the way to do that is, as I mentioned earlier, to host this repository or to push this repository onto a Git server. I already have a GitHub account wherein I've registered myself using my username and password. So I log into my GitHub account using my username and credentials, and let me go ahead and create a new repository. My repository is already there on the local system, so what I essentially need is just a placeholder for my repository so that I can link them together and push the content from my local repository to the server. If you notice, the name of my repository is this first repo. So let me copy this. I would create a folder structure or a repository structure on the server with the same name so that when I pushed my repository from my local box, it will go ahead and get created in the server. So the repository name should be the same as what I created on my local box. Description, I would say this is my first GitHub repository on the server. This is just an optional description that will show up. And if you notice, I can't have any private repositories. So whatever repositories that I'm going to create here would be a public repository. So I choose public, and I don't want to initialize this with a README file or anything of that because I already have a repository with some content with some code checked in. All that I need is a placeholder for my repository on the server. So with this option, with just the name and with an optional description and the repository being public, I go ahead and click on the create repository button. So if you notice, it gives me a bunch of commands that I would need to run in order to create a repository and push it onto the server. And also, important point, it shows me two URLs. One is the HTTPS URL and the other one is the SSH URL. As of now, we do not have any SSH keys that is set up. So let me use this HTTPS URL to connect my local repository with the repository on the server. So I've done all these things. I already have the repository set up. All that I need is a placeholder for me to connect my local repository with the server URL. So this would be the command that I need to copy, which essentially links or adds an origin with the URL of the Git server. I just copy this command and run it here. Git remote add. The name of the remote is called origin, and it points to an HTTPS URL, which is nothing but the placeholder that I've created on the server. All right, so let me check if it's added correctly. Okay, the URL looks good. I'm all set. I've got 2 commits in my repository. I'm done with all the changes. So let me try to push my repository onto the server. The command for doing it for the first time is git push -u. This is for linking the upstream origin master. So git push -u upstream linking origin master, link the master branch of my local repository with the master branch on the server repository. And where is it going to push? It is going to push by default to an origin, and the origin points to this URL. All right, let me try doing this. So it essentially opens up an URL asking me the credentials with which I need to log into my GitHub server. So let me just copy and paste the username and the password with which I have registered. I would say login. Okay, success. So I'm able to create a repository on the server and the content seems to be pushed, and it created a new branch called master. It has linked the master branch from the local repository with the master branch on the server. So let me go back to my server and refresh this page and see if all my commits have come in. Master1.txt. If at all I see the commits, there seem to be 2 commits. This is my first commit. This is my second commit. And if at all you notice, each of this commit comes with a hash key or a hash ID, which contains the details of my commits. In this commit, the files were added. This was the line that was added. If you look at the second commit, I added these lines. I made this, one line chain that was there. I also added this new file which was not existing. These are the two commits that existed. And if you see the timestamp of the commit, this is the commit which was committed 15 minutes ago. So what does this mean is that the commit is the timestamp when we actually committed the code in the client. The pushing is just after we have committed the change, we have pushed it. So there's no timestamp of the push that happened. This completes the first part of the tutorial wherein I created a repository on the client and then I pushed it to the server after creating a repository skeleton on the server. Now let me demonstrate to you the SSH configuration that is required for creating a pair of SSH keys and ensuring that I connect to the GitHub server using the SSH mechanism. So for doing that, I need to first create a pair of private and public key. The command to do that is ssh keygen -t. I will use the RSA mechanism for creating my keys, capital C, and I need to specify the email ID using which I'm going to connect to, or I need to create the keys for. All right, so generating a private and public key pair, it says, let me know what folder should I create the keys in. So by default, the keys are created in the user home directory under a .ssh folder. So this is pretty good for me. So let me go ahead and say that, that's fine. Enter a passphrase. So let me enter some passphrase. Keep in mind that I would need to remember my passphrase because when I'm going to authenticate myself using SSH mechanism, it will challenge me for this particular passphrase. I need to enter the right passphrase so that I get authenticated. So the key is generated and by default it is created in this particular folder. So let me go over to that particular folder. And this is the folder where the keys is generated. You would see a public key and a private key that is created. Let me open up the public key with a notepad and then copy the contents of the whole file. And now I would need to stick it in on the server so that I can get myself authenticated using SSH keys. So I've logged in to GitHub using my credentials and go to my settings. And you would see an SSH and GPG keys. Let me click on that. As of now, there are no SSH key or GPG keys. So I will click on new SSH key and let me paste my public key that I've copied and I would say add SSH key. It prompts me for my password just to make sure that I've got the right kind of authentication to be adding a new key. So this one looks good. That means the keys were added successfully. Let me check if my SSH keys are working well. So I do SSH -T. I would say git at github.com. This is just to double check if my SSH keys are authenticated correctly. Are you sure you want a connection? Yes. You want to continue? Yes. All right. Now a check for my passphrase. Let me enter my passphrase. I hope I remember it correctly. All right. Pretty good. I've been successfully authenticated. So that means now my SSH keys are good. And just by using my passphrase, I can connect to my GitHub server using SSH. All right. So for the second use case, what I would do is create a repository on the server with some content in it and then clone that repository. Cloning is nothing but making a copy of that repository, linking the origin so that I create an exact replica of the repository which is there on the server on my local drive. So let me first create a repository on the server. I will create a new repository. Let me give a name for my repository and let me kind of initialize that with a README file. I would call this my second repo. Give some description. This is my second repo that is created straight on the Git server, on the GitHub server to be precise. It's a public repository. This time I'm going to choose this option. The reason being that I don't want to create just a skeleton as of now. I want to create a repository with some README file in it. A random README file with no content in it, but then I want a repository to be created on the server. Alright, I say create a repository. So a random README file with some content in it gets created, and I can see there are two URLs to this repository, HTTPS and SSH. So this time, let me copy the SSH URL so that I will use this URL to clone this repository on the server, rather from the server to my local box. Alright, so let me navigate to my root folder, the folder that I created for making all my repositories, Git repositories. If you see, my first repository is already here. So let me clone my repository, the second repo that I created on the server. The command to do that is git clone the URL of the repository that I want to clone. Oops, looks like I didn't copy the URL correctly. Let me copy that again. Copy this URL. All right. So if you notice, there is no HTTPS to it. I'm just cloning the URL, that is SSH URL of the repository. It asks for my passphrase again. Okay. So I just had first repository earlier. Now I have something called a second repo. This is an exact replica of whatever was the repository content that was created on the server. So if I get into the repository, there is just a simple README file that is there. Let me try to add a new file out here. I would say notepad, second.txt, some text file I'm going to put in here. Yes, definitely you will not find that file there. This is my second file that I will push onto the server. I'm going to put in some content out there. I'm going to save this. And if I do git status, it says this is a new untracked file. Do you want to add this file onto the repository? Do you want to track this file? Yes, I definitely want to track this file. Let me also commit my change to the file with a message. This is my first commit for the second repo. I give in some particular message. And this time around, since I cloned my repository from a server, the origin is already set for me. I don't really need to add the origin and all that stuff, because what happened in the first case was that I was creating a repository from my local box and then pushing it on the server, which is why I had to set up the upstream branches and stuff like that. In this case, I have cloned an existing repository from the server. So when I clone, I get the replica along with all references to my repository. So I don't need to do anything more other than push the content. I would just say git push. To be on the safer side, I would say origin and master. Ask me for the passphrase. Okay, it pushed the content onto the server. Let me see if the contents have come in here. Okay, wonderful. I had only one commit. Now I see my second commit. So what was added as a part of the second commit? It says a new file was added. All this line that never existed got added. This is the second file, the content exactly what I pushed onto the server. Now this completes the tutorial wherein I created a repository on the server, cloned it, made some changes to the repository, and pushed it to the server using SSH. A quick recap of all the git commands that we ran till now. Git init is used to initialize a repository. So if at all you're creating a local repository, you can get into any of the folder which is not a git repository and run this command. Whenever you run this command, a magical folder by name .git gets created in the folder, and from that time onwards, Git will start tracking any changes that happen to that particular folder. It also creates a new repository and a branch. By default, the branch that is created is called the master branch. Git add dot is a wildcard character for adding any number of new files into your Git repository. If you have a bunch of files, 1 file, 2 file, 10 files, a folder containing multiple files in it, all of them could be added into the repository using this command. So once you add any number of files into the repository, you can keep on adding more and more files into the repository. Once you're done with that, you want to commit the changes that has happened in the repository, you use the git commit command. Git commit -m with a meaningful message. This will commit all the work items that you've done in terms of the files that got changed, the files that got added, all this with one particular message. Get status will give you the status of all the files and folders, any file that got added, any file that got created, any file that was deleted, all the status of the files will be obtained using the get status command. Get log will show you all the commit history with the latest history or the latest commit showing up on top. Get add remote origin. This command is used whenever you want to link any local repository to a server. And this is when you want to really push a repository from the local to the server for the first time. Get push -u origin and master. This is the command that you would use whenever you want to push contents from the local repository to the server. Git clone and the URL of the server. This is the command that you would run whenever you have an existing repository on the server and you want to make a fresh clone or a fresh copy of that particular repository onto your local box. More than often, many developers or Git users find themselves in situations where they would want to go back in history and modify or change some of the files that they recently committed or checked into the repository. Now, from a perspective of Git, this is a very simple activity. However, from a perspective of version control tool, you will have to be really cautious about the change that you're going to do. In case the changes are pretty local, none of the developers or none of the other users who are collaborating with you would be affected by this change. You're good to go ahead and make this change. However, if your repository has been pushed to the server and you're trying to modify something from history, this would have a very bad or adverse effect on all the other users who will be using it. You need to be really cautious while running these commands. In case your repository contents are local, you've not pushed your changes to your repository, and if at all you made some changes to the repository, maybe to fix a defect or to include a new feature and you missed few things, you can go ahead and modify this with some of these commands. Let's say I have this simple repository called undo repo, and if at all I look at the logs of these, I have the commit histories which are like this. I have about 5 commits that is there in my repository, and in C1 I've added a file, in C2 I've added another file, in C3 I've also added some file, in C4 I've made some changes to M1 and M3, and in C5 I've added another file called M4. Now this is my commit history. Now let's say I made these 2 commits, but possibly I want to club them together along with some other changes because whatever changes I did not really fix things the way I expected it to fix. So there is a git command called git reset. This would allow me to go back in history, to go back to any of the snapshot, get rid of all this commit history or the commit messages, but retain the changes that were made as a part of these commits. So if at all I need to go back in history and go back to this particular commit, and however I just want to get rid of these commits that are there in terms of the commit messages, but I want the changes that were there as a part of these commits to still exist. I would do command called git reset -soft. Now this would go back or unwind my changes back to this particular snapshot, getting rid of all the commit messages that were there as a part of these 2 commits. But a soft would ensure that the file changes that were done as a part of these 2 commits would still exist or full remain. So the command for that is git reset -soft, which is the snapshot that I want to get back to. If this is the commit that I want to get back to, I just copy this and I paste this. All right, it doesn't give me any message, but if at all I do a git log pretty one line, what it says is C1, C2, now the head, which is nothing but the current pointer, which was earlier pointing to C5, it's gone back to C3. Now what happened to the changes that were there as a part of C4 and C5? If at all you do a git status, if you see the changes that were a part of C4 was some changes to M1 and M2, and C5, a new file got M4 got added. If at all I do a git status, you would see those changes still exist. However, from the git history or the git commit history, C3 is the topmost commit that exists as of now. C4 and C5 have been gotten rid of, but the changes that were there still exist. All right, now I can make some more changes that I want if as a part of my commit and possibly go ahead and commit this whole thing as a new commit altogether. Maybe I'll open up a notepad and possibly create a new file called m6.txt and say one new file that was missed out. I make this change. I go to a git status. All these files are still there. I would say git add dot. I would say git commit -m c4 rewriting history, and I do a git log pretty. There you go. So C1, C2, C3 still existed, and whatever was a part of C4 and C5, the older ones, I've gotten rid of this. Along with those old changes, I also added a new file. I made some changes and I was able to commit it. Now, if you look at my Git history, it's all nice and clean. However, do this activity only when you don't push your Git repository to the server. One other most powerful and useful command while undoing or resetting the history is something called as revert. This is a safe way of undoing some things. Remember what I talked about when exactly you can do a reset? It's only when your changes are local and is not being pushed to the repository. Take this scenario wherein, let's say I have a Git server and I have the changes which are C1, C2, C3, and possibly C4. All right. So this is a bunch of commits that has happened. This was the oldest commit and this is the newest commit. And if at all developer 1 is the one who's responsible for pushing these contents in the first place. So he has got C1 to C4 on his history. I'm going to jump all these C2 and C3 and get into C4, and he's pushed all these contents out here. And there are a bunch of people from the server who has pulled this repository, and all of them are at the same level. Now imagine a use case where developer 1 then figures out that by mistake he put in the C3, which was the wrong thing to do, and possibly he could have done a better job of fixing this in a different way. So he wants to get rid of the C3 or C4 or any one of these commits. If he's going to do that and push it to the server, first of all, the Git server would not allow him to go back in history. But assuming that he forcibly pushed something, what would happen to all these people who are looking to work ahead from C4? All of them would be affected in an adverse way. So in short, never go back in history. If at all you need to undo something, go ahead and put in a new commit to undo something. Let's take this example. Maybe if at all a developer 1 wants to get rid of C3, better way to do that is by adding a new commit which is ahead, say let's say C5. And what does this commit do? This commit possibly gets rid of C3. Instead of going back in history, it actually is taking your Git history ahead. But as a part of this commit, you're undoing some part of the work that was done as a part of C3. In short, you're removing a commit, but to remove a commit, you're adding a new commit. And this is why you're doing it, because there are a bunch of other people who are you're using this repository collaboratively and who are planning to get ahead in terms of history. They cannot afford to go back in history and modify something in history. All right, the command to do this is called the git revert command. So let me take up this repository, which has got a bunch of commits in it. And if at all I do a git log, pretty one line, I have these bunch of commits. In C1, I've added a file. In C2, I've added another file. In C3, I've added one more file. And in C4, I made some changes. And this is the latest commit and this is the oldest commit. So if at all I see the contents of the Git folder, it contains M1, M2, M3, and M4. And let's say looking at the previous use case that I mentioned, I may want to get rid of this particular commit. I want to get rid of the C3, which is nothing but I've added a file called m3.txt, but I added it by mistake. I need a better way of fixing it. Possibly I'll look at it later on, but for now, I don't want this particular commit and the changes that were made as a part of that commit to exist. So the better way to do that is using the git revert command. So git revert and the commit ID, whatever I want to revert. So if I want to revert this I copy this particular commit ID, and bear in mind that considering a reset, revert works on one commit at a time. So I can do one commit revert at a time. I can club a bunch of them together and do one commit, but otherwise the revert always works on one commit at a time. So git revert, paste this. Essentially what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to undo this particular commit. While I'm undoing this commit, what does git do? It safely adds a new commit, and a part of this new commit, it undoes whatever changes that were done as a part of this commit. So if I say git revert this, all right, I forgot to mention the message, which is why this window is showing up, but that message is good for me. I say write and quit. All right, and if I do a git log, all right, if you see this, C1 still is there in history, and our history is going ahead from C5. I see another commit, but what was there as a part of this commit actually is getting rid of this commit C3. So if at all I see my files here, there's only M1, M2 and M4. M3 was added as a part of C3. Now I've gotten rid of M3 by getting rid of the revert command for C3. So this is a better way of undoing things. Now that we have acquainted ourselves with few of those basic Git commands, let me get into a very interesting topic regarding Git, which is about branching. The topic is interesting because Git deals with branches in a completely different way compared to any other version control tool. In most of the version control tools, whenever you create a new branch, a complete copy or a subset of the whole repository is created, which in my opinion is very cost inefficient because it's a very expensive operation, both in terms of time and the disk space. However, in Git, you just create a very lightweight movable pointer whenever you create a branch. There is no folder or no copy of the repository that is created. In short, the branches are very inexpensive in Git. So go ahead and create any number of branches that you need. However, once you create your branches, do all the work relating to that branch in that specific branch. And once you've completed your task, go ahead and merge your branches back into your base branch and then delete the branch. Let me go ahead and create a repository with some branches in this and give you a demonstration of that. So let me go back to my base directory, which is git demo, and then I'm going to create a new folder here. I'll create a folder called org details. All right, this is my folder here. All right, I navigate into this folder and let me create a repository here. I initialize a repository and .git folder is created without any files in it. So let me create a few files in it. Say notepad name.txt. Organization name. I create a name.txt within this. Maybe I'll create one more file in this. Notepad employees.txt. Simplilearn has over 3K employees. I just put in some content in this. Save this content. All right. So if at all I do a git status, I just see two files in it. So let me go ahead and add these two files and let me commit my changes. So git commit -am or -m. First commit. So if I do a git log, I see only one commit and there are two files and you can see those two files that is here. All right. So at this stage, let me go ahead and create a new branch. And the command for creating a new branch is git branch name of the branch. So let me name my branch as Bangalore branch, BLR branch. And this created a branch. But I don't see any changes in the folder structure or in the file that exists here. I've just created this branch. So if at all I do a git branch, I see these two branches, and whatever star means I'm currently in this master branch. So let me go ahead and get into the BLR branch. At this moment, the number of files that exist in this repository is same. There's absolutely no change in any of the branches. Both master and BLR branch point to the same snapshot. So let me get into the other branch, and the command to do that is git checkout BLR branch. Now I actually switched into Bangalore branch. If you see the content of the files, there's exactly two files the way it was earlier, because I've created a branch from my base branch, which is the master branch, and when I created a branch, there were two files existing here. If you see the content of these files, they would all be the same. Alright, so let me create a file that is specific to Bangalore branch. So I would just say notepad. Maybe I want to put down the address of this organization specific to Bangalore in this address.txt. So I say notepad address.txt. I'll say Simplilearn Bangalore office. Say located in some address. I would say Bangalore. That is the content of this file. And I'm creating all this new file in this BLR branch. So I would say git add dot, and I would say git commit -m Bangalore branch commit. Alright, if you see this, now I have an address.txt which is there only in the Bangalore branch that I'm presently on. Now let me switch back to my master branch. The command to do that is git checkout master branch. If you remember, when I forked out or when I created a new branch from the master branch, I didn't have this address.txt in it. So let me go back to git checkout master branch and keep noticing this particular. What happened to the address.txt? It kind of disappeared. Now, how did that happen? It's all because of this magical git folder. So what happened is, now git knows that when you are in the master branch, the file that was there in the Bangalore branch, which was called the address.txt, didn't exist. So git is playing around with the file system snapshot. So if I come back, let's say I come back to git checkout Bangalore branch. If you see this, the address.txt file appears. So this particular file is only present in the branch, and git is playing around with the file system snapshot by moving the pointers across and ensuring that whenever I'm switching to Bangalore branch, I see this address.txt. When I go back to my master branch, I don't see this Bangalore branch contents, which is the address.txt. Alright, now that I created this branch, maybe I may need to push this onto the server. So let me go ahead and create a particular repository structure on the server, similar to whatever we did in our previous exercise. So the name of the folder needs to be exactly this one. So let me copy this and let me create a repository very quickly. I'll go here and say new repository. All right, this is the name of the repository, git branch demo. This is what I'm going to put in as a description. I would say public. I don't want any readme files in it because I already have a repository. I would just say create a repository. All right, let me use the SSH URL. Yeah, this is the SSH URL. This is good for me. So let me copy this URL. Let me add it here. I'm linking my local repository with the server, and let me come back to my master branch. Let me first push my master branch. So I would say git push -u origin master. It asks for my passphrase. All right, I pushed my master branch. It looks good. It says new branch master is created. So if I go back to my server and I do a refresh, if you see, it says only one branch, and it says what is the name of the branch, master. If you see the contents, there is employees.txt and name.txt. Now let's try to push the other branch that is there. The command to do that is a little different compared to the way we created it on the client, because on the client we created the branch with a git branch command. Now this branch doesn't exist on the server and I need to push this new branch onto the server. So the command would be git push -u origin and the name of the branch that I want to specifically push. Alright, now it created a branch out here. Let me do a refresh of this. Alright, it says 2 branches. If I get into this Bangalore branch, I would see the address.txt. If at all I go back into master branch, I would not see this address.txt. Wonderful. Now let me do one thing. Let me try to get the changes from the branch that I created back into the master branch. That is what I would mean by merging. I would want the changes that is there as a part of the Bangalore branch to come back into my master branch. So if I go to git checkout, Bangalore branch, I see this address.txt. This is there only as a part of Bangalore branch. Now, assuming that I'm done with the changes from the Bangalore branch, I want to get those changes back into my master. So let me come back to my master branch. And the way to merge in the changes is git merge. So what is that you want to merge? I want to merge the Bangalore branch changes. And where will it merge? It will merge it into the current branch that I'm on. Presently, I'm in the master branch. So this command would merge the changes from the Bangalore branch into your master branch. So with this, if you'll keep looking here, the content that was there that was added as a part of Bangalore branch, which was nothing but the address.txt, this file should appear as soon as we do a merge. Alright, so it happened quickly and you would see this address.txt that is here. So if you see, let's check the contents in terms of the git log. Alright, so there was only one branch that we had earlier, which had only one commit. Right now, we are at this Bangalore branch commit, which was there as a part of the Bangalore branch commit. So with this change, let me push this change onto the server as well. Git push origin master. Okay, those changes were pushed to the server. And now, if at all I do a refresh out here, okay, I'm in 2 branches. The branches is master. Even if I'm in master branch, I should see this address.txt that is there. Even if I'm in the Bangalore branch, the content is all same because we have merged these 2 branches. Now that I've merged this branch, I don't need this branch anymore. So I would go ahead and delete this locally as well as push it onto the server so that it gets deleted from the server as well. So delete branch locally. The command is git branch -d and the name of the branch. Only thing you need to ensure is that you should not be currently on that branch which you're trying to delete. So I would say git branch, and I'm presently in the master branch, so I can go ahead and delete the other branch. So git branch -d Bangalore branch. Alright, this got rid of our Bangalore branch locally. If at all I do a git branch -v, it shows there's only one branch as of now. However, this branch would still exist on the server because server doesn't know anything about the changes that we have done. We need to specifically push our changes onto the server. Okay, there are 2 branches still here. So let me go ahead and push these changes so that the branch gets deleted from the server as well. The command to do that is git push origin -delete and the name of the branch. All right. So this went ahead and deleted the branch from the server. Let's check that. Okay. If you see now, there's only one branch. These are the basic steps that you would need to know before you work with any of the branches within Git. And as I said before, The branches are very inexpensive in Git. Go ahead and create any number of branches that you want, but just ensure that once you create your branch, finish off your task, and once you finish off your task, go ahead and delete the branch. And before you delete the branch, please ensure that you merge in the branches so that you get in or take in the work that was done as a part of that particular branch. To summarize, the Git branching commands are as follows. To create a new branch, you issue a command git branch, the name of the branch, and this would automatically spin off or create a new branch from the existing branch from where you issue this command. If you are on the master branch and if you execute this command git branch new underscore branch, it creates a new underscore branch from the master branch. Once you create a new branch, in order to get into this branch, you would type in git check out the name of the branch. This would automatically switch the file system snapshot between different branches. Now the branches that are created are by default created on the local repository. In case you want to push any specific branch onto the server, you would have to issue a command git push -u origin and the name of the branch. So this will ensure that the contents of the new branch are pushed onto the server. At any time, if you want to list out all existing branches on your local repositories, the command would be git branch -av. Assuming that you did all your work in a new branch and you're happy with the changes, you would want to bring back those changes into the master branch. The command to merge the contents of any new branch into a master branch would be git merge and the name of the branch. This would automatically merge the branch contents that you specified into the branch on which you currently reside. If at all you're on the master branch and if you issue a command git merge new underscore branch, this would merge the contents of the new branch onto the master branch. So once you merge the contents of any branch, you would possibly want to go ahead and delete this branch. So the command to delete those branch locally is git branch -D and the name of the branch. This again would delete the branch locally. In order to make this change on the server, which is in order to remove this branch from the server, the command to do that is git push origin -delete and the name of the branch. This would also delete the branch that you created on the server.
In this session, we're going to cover the topic of what is Angular. I'm sure all of you use mobile and web applications, be it from social media to healthcare, e-commerce, and net banking. These apps are used by billions of people across the globe. Now, the main reason we use these apps is that they offer seamless user experience and interface. But how are they developed to provide such reliability? One of the frameworks that is widely used to build such robust apps is Angular. So let's dive into the session now. So here is a list of topics that we're going to be covering. First up, we'll see why Angular was introduced. Then what is Angular? Features of Angular, Angular architecture, advantages and limitations of Angular, the learning curve of Angular, and finally we'll look at some of the companies that deploy Angular. So without further delay, let's begin. Why Angular? Now, JavaScript is the most commonly used client-side scripting language. It is written into HTML documents, enabling interactions with web pages in many unique ways. So, as a relatively easy to learn language with almost pervasive support, it is exceptionally well suited to develop modern applications. But the question arises, is JavaScript ideal for developing single-page applications that require modularity, testability, and other features? Perhaps not. However, we have a variety of frameworks and libraries designed to help us with such things. With respect to front-end development, Angular and JavaScript together bring in structure and consistency to your web applications and also provide scalability and maintainability. Angular is specifically developed for single-page applications. So now the question arises, what exactly is Angular? Angular is an open-source JavaScript framework written completely in TypeScript. Now, it was primarily aimed to develop single-page applications and is maintained by Google. Angular as a framework provides a few advantages while also providing a standard structure for developers. It is designed for web, desktop, and mobile platforms. Now, if you have a doubt here as to what exactly single-page applications are, let me help you with that. Now, these single-page applications are basically applications that get loaded just once. So the main page gets loaded onto your browser. So any further interactions does not lead to loading of subsequent pages. Anything that has to be done further is just an addition to the already loaded page. So these single page applications are primarily developed using Angular. Moving ahead, let's look at the features of Angular. We have 4 features that we're going to be discussing. We have the document object model, TypeScript, data binding, and testing. Now let's look at them one by one. Now the document object model treats an XML or an HTML document as a tree structure. Now here every node in the tree structure defines an object representing a part of your document. Angular uses the regular DOM. Now let's suppose you've made 10 updates on a single HTML page. So every time you make a change, the corresponding DOM or the tree structure needs to be updated. Now Angular updates the entire tree structure of HTML tags. Moving on to our next feature, we have TypeScript. Now TypeScript defines a set of types to JavaScript, which helps you write JavaScript that is easier to understand. Now all the TypeScript code compiles down to basic JavaScript that can run smoothly on any platform. Now TypeScript is not mandatory for developing an Angular application, but it is highly recommended. The main reason it's highly recommended is that it offers better syntactic structure while making the code base easier to understand and maintain. Now TypeScript can be installed as an npm package. Now to do that, you just have to run the command npm install -g TypeScript on your command prompt. Next up is data binding. Now data binding is a process that allows you to manipulate web page elements using the web browser. Now it mainly employs dynamic HTML and does not require complex scripting or programming. It is used in web pages that include interactive components like calculators, tutorials, games, etc. Now incremental display of a web page makes data binding extremely convenient when pages contain a large amount of data. When it comes to Angular, it uses two-way data binding. So any changes made in the UI element is reflected in the corresponding model state. And conversely, any changes made in the model state are reflected onto the UI state. Now, this allows the framework to connect the DOM to the model data via the controller. The last feature we're discussing is testing. Angular uses Jasmine to run its various tests. The Jasmine framework allows various functionalities to write different kinds of test cases. Karma is a task runner for the tests that use a configuration file to set the startup, reporters, and testing framework. So with that, we've covered the features of Angular. So let's go ahead and understand the architecture of Angular. Now, Angular is a full-fledged MVC framework. It provides a strong opinion on how the application should be structured and offers bidirectional data flow and updates the real DOM. MVC, short for Model View Controller, is an architectural pattern that separates the application layer into model, view, and controller. Now, model here relates to all the data-related logic. View, on the other hand, is used for UI logic of the application. And controller is the brain of the setup. Now, it is an interface between the model and view. Moving on, let's look at the advantages of Angular. First up, we have custom components. Angular allows you to build your own components that can pack functionality along with rendering logic into reusable pieces. Data binding. As discussed, Angular allows you to effortlessly move your data from your JavaScript code to the view and react to user events without having to write any code yourself. Dependency injection. Angular allows you to write modular services and have them injected wherever they are needed. This greatly improves the testability and reusability of the same. Don't worry if you can't wrap your head around these topics. We're going to discuss them further in the coming videos. Next advantage is testing. Angular has been built from the ground up with testability in mind. You can literally test every part of your application. Comprehensive. Angular is a full-fledged framework and provides out-of-the-box solutions for server communication, routing, and more. Lastly, we have excellent browser compatibility. Angular is cross-platform and browser compatible. An Angular application can typically run on all browsers, be it Chrome, Firefox, Safari, and platforms like Windows, macOS, and Linux. Now, many versions of Angular have been released ever since its inception. All of these versions have added to the efficient working of the framework. Now, here are the different versions released. First up was Angular 1. It was built on JavaScript and completely based on controllers. Next release was Angular 2. Now, this incorporated the component-based approach, wherein the entire UI was divided into several components and lastly integrated to give the final logic. Next was Angular 4. It included router updation. Angular CLI or Command Line Interface 1.0 was introduced, however not deployed. In this release, the Angular CLI was optimized and commands like ng-update and ng-add were added. In the Angular 7 release, prompts were introduced which provided tips in CLI about the functions being used. In Angular 8, IV renderer and Bazel were introduced. And finally, the most recent release was Angular 9. Now this came with the better framework and Angular material. Now this completely switched to the IV renderer as a default compiler. Now that we've learned about the pros of using Angular, let's look at some of the limitations of Angular. First up is a steep learning curve. Now since Angular is a complete full-fledged framework, it becomes difficult for learners to begin with. You need to be acquainted with simple topics and then move on to more advanced topics to become proficient in this language. Next up is limited SEO options. Now, Angular offers limited SEO options and poor accessibility to search engine crawlers. It's verbose and complex. Now, a common issue faced by the Angular community is the verbosity of the framework. It also poses to be complex compared to other front-end tools. And lastly, migration. Now, one of the drawbacks of Angular is poor migration. Now, it becomes difficult to port legacy code to Angular-style architecture. Also, with each new release, it is painful to upgrade and a lot of them are not backward compatible. Next up, let's look at the Angular learning curve. Now, if you wish to learn Angular, you need to be acquainted with basic topics in Angular. Some of them are directives, modules, decorators, components, services, dependency injection, pipes, and templates. Now, once you've mastered your basics, you will want to go and understand more advanced topics such as change detection, zones, AOT compilation, and RX.js. However, the learning curve of Angular is clear-cut. In the beginning, it could be a little intimidating, but once you start using the tool, it becomes way more easier to comprehend and understand what is going on. And lastly, let's look at some of the companies that use Angular today. Many top-tier companies like Nike, Forbes, Google, HBO, Sony, Upwork, among others, readily deploy Angular. So moving on, let's look at the prerequisites for Angular. First up, we have Node.js. Angular uses Node.js as its base for a large part of its build environment. So as a result, to get started with Angular, you will need to have Node.js installed on your environment. So head to their official website and download the latest release for your corresponding operating system. Next up is the Angular CLI. Now this command line interface is a tool that makes it easier to bootstrap and develop your Angular applications. Now to install the latest version, run the command npm install-g at angular/CLI. You gotta run this command on your command prompt. And finally, to confirm installation, check for its version. Now the next thing that you will need is an IDE or a text editor to type your code. Now there are several IDEs that you can choose from. But in this series, we've used VS Code throughout. So it is available on all platforms. So go ahead and download it if you haven't already. Now moving on to the final part is the demo. Now that you have a basic understanding of Angular and its prerequisites, I think you're ready to create your first Angular application. So let's head to our VS Code and begin. Here, I've created a folder called Angular on my desktop and opened it on my Visual Studio Code. So to create your app, you need to open the terminal. Just go here and select New Terminal. And now type in the command ng new and provide the name for your app. So I'm just going to say hello world. So now this is going to create, just say yes. So basically what happens is that when you run the command, it will automatically generate a skeleton application under the folder that is hello world in our case. And it includes a bunch of files and installs all the necessary dependencies for the Angular application. So this could take a while. So once you've created your application, to run it, first change the directory. So let's say cd hello world. And now use the command ng serve. Now once it's compiled, you need to go to your browser and type in localhost 4200. And once you do that, you can see your UI. You can see that the application has been loaded onto your browser and it says hello world app is running. So this is how you create your application. So let's go back to our VS Code. Now as you can see here, there are many files and folders that are created, right? So let's look at a few of them. Of course, we can't explain everything, but I'll brush through a few of them. So the first main component is basically the root component. Now the root component here is the index.html. So here, if you open the file and see, it's a very small crisp code, right? But the most important thing in the file is this app root element. So what this does is it's basically the marker for loading your application code. So this is extremely important. So the next important file is the main.ts. Now this is the part of the bootstrapping piece. Alright, so the index.html file is responsible for deciding which files are to be loaded, correct? The main.ts file, on the other hand, identifies which Angular module is to be loaded when the application starts. So this is just a brief explanation as to what they're doing. Next, we have the app folder. Now here, we have the app.module.ts file. Now this application module file can be thought of as the core configuration of your application. So here's where the source code starts from. And moving on, we have the app.component.ts. So these are all TypeScript files, hence the extension TS. Now this file basically is the root component of your application. And then we have the HTML file for the same, which defines the appearance of what you can see on your browser. So let me just change the message that is being displayed. So I'll say, hey, welcome to this Angular tutorial. So let's save this. And when we go back to our browser, we can see the message, hey, welcome to this Angular tutorial being displayed. So like this, we can make a simple change and then it gets rendered onto your browser. So this was just a brief explanation of what happens in the background of your application. First, we'll get acquainted to what exactly Angular components are. Then I'll help you create an Angular component by showing a quick demo. And lastly, we'll learn about component decorator metadata. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to our channel if you love watching new and interesting technology videos. Also, hit the bell icon to never miss an update. So what exactly are Angular components? Now, I'm sure everybody uses web applications. And one of the most widely used applications is Gmail, correct? Now, to help you understand what components are, consider them as Lego blocks. Now, they basically are combined together to form the final application. So in this case, here we have the logo component, then you have a sign-in component, an image component, and then a create account component. Now, all of these components generally don't affect the working of each other. But however, when embedded, they define the UI of your application. So I hope you understood what components are. So to go ahead, let's discuss some of its common features. Now, firstly, they are the building blocks of an application. Generally, you have a root component, which is basically the app component, and then it branches out into other components, creating a hierarchy. And these components are a subset of directives. Now don't worry about what directives are because we'll cover them later on in the series. But to give you an idea, there are three types of directives. You have the structural directives, the attribute directives, and the component directives. Only one component can be instantiated per element in a template. Now components are typically custom HTML elements, and each of these elements can instantiate only one component. Now don't worry, you'll understand this better when I show you the demo. Nextly, a TypeScript class is used to create a component. Now this class is then decorated with the @component decorator. Now the decorator accepts a metadata object that gives information about the component. Now a component must belong to the ng module in order for it to be usable by another component or application. And finally, components control their runtime behavior by implementing lifecycle hooks. So this was just a brief introduction to what Angular components are. Now you will only be able to understand the working of components when I show it to you practically. So let's head over to our Visual Studio Code. Now here, back in my VS Code, I've created a folder called Angular Demo, within which I've created an Angular application called Demo Components. Once executed, the browser looks something like this. So if you haven't watched our previous video on getting started with Angular, that is Angular Hello World, I highly suggest you go through that video first. It helps you create your first Angular application. So now let's go ahead and create our first component. Now the command used to create our component is ng-gc and your component name. Once executed, it creates 4 different files. Now let's just see how this works on our VS Code. Now what you can do is head to your terminal and type in the command ng-gc and provide a name for your component. For example, I'm going to just call my component text component. Alright. So what it does is that it creates 4 different files. You can see you have 4 different files that have been created, and finally it updates the file that is app.module.ts, indicating that this new component has been created. So here in your source folder, within which there's an app folder, and again here you can see that your 4 different files have been created. First is the HTML file, wherein you can define all the code that you want for your component. Next you have the CSS file for your styling. Then you have the .ts file, which includes the component decorator. And finally you have spec.ts, which is basically a unit test file. Alright, and then in your app.module.ts, you can observe that the component that you've created, that is text component, has been imported. That is what the message conveys here. Alright, now let's go back to our app.component.html. Now this basically has all the code for your application, so let me just get rid of it. And I'm just gonna display a basic heading saying hello, welcome. Alright, so let me save it. And if you go ahead and look at your browser, hello, welcome message is displayed. Now let's go back to our component.html file, and here let me provide a message. Let me say h3, and let me display a message saying welcome to this tutorial on Angular components. Alright, now in your text component.ts file, which is your TypeScript file, the selector mentioned here is app-text component. Now go ahead and copy this, and in your final component.html, go ahead and create your custom HTML tag with the selector that you just copied. Now this indicates that the component that you just created, that is the text component, is being incorporated in the final render. So what happens is that whatever is defined in the component.html file is also being rendered in your final output. So when I save this, let's go ahead and check our browser. You can see that the message welcome to this tutorial on Angular components is displayed. So this was a simple creation of a component. Now for this, let's give it some styling. So here, go to your .css file and provide some styling. Say for example here, I just say text align, and let me say center. And also in my app.component.cs, I'm going to give the same thing. I'll say h1 text align is center. Alright, so let me save this, and there we go. Now we can also create multiple components and define the tags in the app component. Now the components are executed sequentially. So now let's create another component just to give you a brief insight into it. Let's say ngGC image component. Now here I'm going to be adding the Simplilearn logo. So I'll show you how that works. Now you can see that a new component has been created with 4 files again. So in my assets folder here, I've added the logo. So what I can do is back in my HTML file, I can go ahead and create an image tag. So first, let me just display another message here just to avoid any confusion. And let me say this is the image component. And then let me say image source equals, so the source is basically assets / logo.png and class equals center. Alright, so you can also head to your CSS file and provide any sort of styling that you need. So let me just say text align to be center, and then let's create a styling for the image, and here I mentioned the code for the image. So let's save this, and from the .cs file let's copy the selector and create a custom HTML tag in our final component.html file. So there we go. Let's save this and check the output, and there we go. First, the hello welcome message is displayed. Next, you have the message displayed from the first component, and then you have the second component. So this is how you can create your own components, and don't forget to incorporate these selectors into your final HTML file. So moving on to our next topic, component decorator metadata. Now, as mentioned earlier, the @component decorator accepts a metadata object that provides information about the component. Correct? Here is a list of properties of the metadata object. First up is the selector. Now, basically, the selector is a CSS selector that identifies this particular component in a template. Now, this corresponds to the HTML tag that is included in the parent component. You can create your own HTML tag. However, the same has to be included in the parent component. So to help you understand that better, let's head back to our VS Code and say, for example, in our text component here, the selector says text component, correct? For the time being, let's change it to say n component. All right. Now, when you save it and look at the browser, the message is not displayed. So what we can do is you can copy this selector and then include this here. And now you can see that the same component has been rendered onto your output. All right. So the selector plays a crucial role in that. Next up, we have the template. Now, a template is an inline defined template for the view. Now, the template can be used to provide some particular markup. The markup could typically include some headings or paragraphs that are displayed on the UI. Next up, we have template URL. Now, it is the URL for the external file containing the template for the view. So here you can see, this is basically the external file that contains the template for the view. Next up, you have styles. Now, these are also inline defined styles that can be applied to the components view. So any code that you provide in the .css file can also be included here. Next, you have the style URLs. Now, this is a list of URLs to your style sheets that are applied on your components view. Next up, you have providers. Now, this is again an array where certain services can be registered for your component. Lastly, we have animations. As the name suggests, These are animations that can be listed for your components. First, we'll understand what exactly dependency injection is. Then we'll understand the demerit or the drawback of not using dependency injection. Then we'll understand dependency injection as a design pattern. And finally, I'll help you understand the entire concept with the help of a demo. So let's begin. What exactly is dependency injection? So let's consider this. I'm sure you're aware that Angular uses the concept of components. The entire UI of the application is divided into several components. Now, what if all of these components perform similar tasks, be it accessing the database, rendering images, etc.? Now, instead of writing the same piece of code for every component, you could write the code once and then perhaps inject the same code into every component. Now, this is supported by dependency injection. Now, to give you a better example, consider two classes A and B. Now, let's assume that A uses the objects of class B, and normally in object-oriented programming, an instance of class B is created so that A can access its objects. But using dependency injection, we move the creation and binding of dependent objects outside of the class that depend on them. So dependency injection or DI keeps the code more flexible, testable, and mutable. Also, classes can inherit external logic without having to create on its own. And lastly, DI benefits directives, pipes, and components. Next up, let's have a look at the drawback of not using dependency injection. Now let's consider class postal details that is dependent on the number and the address class. In the postal details class, the constructor creates copies of the number and address. So when you instantiate a new postal details class, the constructor instantiates a unique number and address. Now, although this looks simple, there's a problem with this code. Let's assume that the number and address class constructors now accept parameters. When we change the numbers class, the postal details class gets broken. Now to overcome this, what we need to do is we need to pass parameter to the number constructor. So this applies to address as well. The first drawback of using this traditional method is that the code is not very flexible. Anytime the dependencies change, the postal details class needs to be changed as well. And the second drawback is that the code is not suitable for testing. Once you instantiate the new postal details class, you get the same number and address. Even if you change the number and address classes every time, what if these classes are in turn dependent on other classes? Then it's going to be a chain reaction. So to overcome this, we make use of dependency injection. Now let's look at DI as a pattern. Dependency injection, as you all know, is a coding pattern where a class receives its dependencies from an external source rather than creating them on its own. So here in the above example, we have moved the definition of dependencies from inside the constructor to the constructor's parameters. So the postal details class doesn't create the dependencies anymore. It just consumes them. So the postal dependencies class doesn't create the dependencies anymore. So with that, we overcome the drawbacks of not using DI. So now that you know what exactly dependency injection is and how vital it is, let's look at a simple demonstration to understand the concept better. Now, services, classes, modules, components, all of these are benefactors of dependency injection. So in the demo, I'm going to be showing how dependency injection can be used with the help of services and injecting these services into classes. So the main thought behind this is normally components are used to ensure just a good user experience. These components do not generally execute tasks. So to execute these tasks, we make use of services. So a component can delegate tasks like fetching data from the server, any network related issues, etc. to a particular service. And these services can be made available to components. With the same thought, what I'm going to be doing is I'll be creating a service that performs the task of displaying an employee list. Later, we're going to inject this service into the class using dependency injection. So let's head to our Visual Studio Code for the demonstration. Alright, so as discussed, I'll have to first create a component that displays a button for the employee, and then I have to create a service class and inject it into my component. Now this service holds the employee details such as name, employee ID, email ID, etc. So first let's go ahead and create a component. So here let me just type ngGC, and the name of the component I'm providing is minfo.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Alright, so as you can see here in my app folder, I have the component with 4 different files. Alright, so the next thing we have to do is we have to create a service. So to create that, we make use of the command ngGS. You can either give S or service, and the service name I'm providing is records. So let me just say records here. Alright, here you can see 2 files are created. There is a spec.ts file and the .ts file. Alright, so now the service contains all the employee data that needs to be displayed. Right, so let's go ahead and write the data. So first we're going to make use of 3 arrays. I'm going to be displaying employee records for 3 employees. So I'll have to create 3 arrays and provide certain information. So let's go ahead and do that. Alright, so the array I'm creating is called info1 for the first employee. And I'm going to be passing information like name, employee ID and the email ID. So the array is of type string, and within which, let me just mention the details. I'm giving random information. I'm just saying Adam Taylor and some random employee ID, and let's say at@abc.net. Alright, so I'm going to be creating 3 records, so I'll just copy the same thing and paste for the rest too. Let's just change here, provide a different name here. And same for the last one. And let me change the name of the array as well. Alright, so with the agenda to retrieve this data in our component, we make use of the method for the same, right? So this method returns the employee data. So let's go ahead and create this method. I'm going to call it getInfo, and then just say string, and then this will just return this .info1. Alright, I'm going to be calling it getInfo1 for better understanding. Same for the rest too as well. I'm just going to return different arrays here. Alright, and lastly info3. Alright. Now in order to retrieve this information in our component, we need 3 more arrays, right? 3 more arrays that will receive this data. Let's go back to our component.ts file here and then type in the following code. So I've created 3 arrays again. Info received 1, 2 and 3. Now what we need to do is we have to accept the information that is being sent from the service, correct? Now as I mentioned, services are implemented with the help of dependency injection. So what we need to do is we'll have to first import the service into the component.ts file. The key reason behind doing this is that when Angular creates this component, an instance of this service class is also made to perform the necessary tasks. Correct? So let's go ahead and just import it here. So I'll say import records services, service from and let's say records.service. Alright, and what we have to do next is that we must also declare this instance that is being created in the providers array of the component. Alright, so let's just say providers and then say records service. Alright, now we've created the instance of this class, right? However, to access this instance, an object is also created. So this object will in turn access the methods and variables of the service class. So for that, we have to create another object. So let's do that here in our constructor method. Let's say constructor private, and the object I'm creating is called our service. You can give a name of your choice, and then I'm going to just say records service. Alright, now this object will help me retrieve data from the service. So let's go ahead and use this in order to get the employee details. Alright, so I've created 3 different methods here: get info from service class 2, 1 and 3. And these methods will retrieve the data and add it to our array here, that is info received. Alright, and lastly, we'll have to create an unordered list in our HTML file here. We haven't added anything, so let me get rid of this. So now I have to create 3 different buttons for 3 different employees, and when the user clicks on the button, the data is retrieved from the service and then displayed on the UI, right? So as you can see, I've created buttons for 3 different employees, and then I've made use of a bootstrap class called list group info, and then I've interpolated info which displays the contents of the info variable. Alright, now in order to call the methods in the .ts file, we have to bind them with the button. So since it is bound with the click event, every time you click on the button, the information is displayed. So now the last thing we have to do is we'll have to create a custom HTML tag for the component and then add it to the main component. So let's just do that. Let me copy this here. And then in my app component.html, let me get rid of this. And then let me just create this. I've just created the custom HTML tag for my component. And now just to beautify the code, I'll write a heading. And let's say employee details. And then I'll also add the Simplilearn logo, say image source. I've added the image here, so let me just say logo.png. I've also added some styling to it. Alright. So now let me just save this and have a look at the browser. So here we go. We have the logo here and then employee details heading. And then we have 3 different buttons created, that is employee 1, 2 and 3. And when I click on it, the information of the employee is displayed, the name, the ID and their email address. So yeah, so this is how you can make use of dependency injection and inject a service class into a component. So dependency injection plays a crucial role in Angular. We'll understand what Angular forms are. Then we'll look at the different types of form building supported by Angular. Next up, we'll get acquainted with features like form control and group control. And we'll learn all of this with the help of a simple demo. So without further ado, let's begin. So what exactly are Angular forms? Now I'm sure every application that you use comes with certain amount of form filling, correct? Be it your login credentials or your sign up forms or any sort of registration forms, etc. So forms are an integral part of a web application. You need forms to update your profile or to enter sensitive information, or also to perform any sort of data related tasks. So now let's look at the different types of form building supported by Angular. First up, Angular supports two types of form building. First, you have the template-driven approach, and second, you have the reactive approach. Now let's look at them one by one. So talking about template-driven approach, in this method, the conventional form tag is used to create forms. So Angular automatically interprets and creates a form object with the help of the directives. Now controls can be added to the form using the ng model tag. Now multiple controls can be grouped using the ng control group module. So it basically uses several module classes to provide controls. Now if you don't get this, don't worry, you'll understand better when I'm showing you the demo. Next up is JSON values. So form value can be generated using the form.value object. Form data is exported as JSON values when the submit method is called. Lastly, basic HTML validations can be used to validate the form fields. In the case of custom validations, directives can be used. So arguably, this method is the simplest way to create an Angular form. So moving on to reactive approach. Now this approach is the programming paradigm revolving around data flows and propagation of change. Now with reactive forms, the component directly manages the data flows between the form controls and the data models. Now reactive forms are code-driven unlike template-driven approach. Reactive forms eliminate the anti-pattern of updating the data model via two-way data binding. So it does not use two-way data binding. And typically a reactive form control creation is synchronous and can be unit tested with synchronous programming techniques. So now let's go ahead and look at form control and form group. So consider a typical form consisting of fields like name, age, and location. Now a form control is basically a class that enables validation of these fields. For each input field, an instance of this class is created. Now these instances help check the values of the field and see if they're either touched, untouched, dirty, pristine, valid, invalid, and so on. So this allows you to check every field for the value. It makes it easier to understand which field's value is invalid or which field has not been entered, etc. Now moving on to form group. So a form group class represents a group of controls. A form can have multiple group controls. The form group returns true if all the controls are valid and provides validation errors if there are any. So I hope this was clear. So moving ahead, let's look at the demo to explain all of these features. I'm sure it will become extremely clear once you look at the demo. So for that, let's head to our VS Code. So back in my VS Code, I've created a component called form component, and I've also included the Simplilearn logo just to beautify the appearance. So once you execute the code, this is what you're going to see on your browser. So you just have the logo at the moment. The first thing we need to do is we'll have to import the forms module. Alright. So, but before we begin, let me tell you what the use case is. So we're going to be creating a user registration form, which is going to include 4 fields. That is the first name, last name, email ID, and a password. Alright. So now let me show you how to import the forms module. So in your main app.module.ts file, you'll have to import forms module from Angular Forms. Alright. And then in your imports, you'll have to just call it here. Alright, so this is just a simple step. And now once you're done with that, let's go ahead and start our form creation. So here in my component.html, let's enclose the entire form within a div tag. So here, let me say div class is a container within which let me just have one heading It says user registration. Alright, and now let's go ahead and create our form. So first, let me just say form. Now I'm going to create a div class for every field. So say div class equals form group. I'll explain it to you a little later. Now first let's create a label. So label tag for, basically it's the first name. So let me just say first name. And the tag will basically have first name again. Alright, and let me just break the line. Next we have the field. So let's say input. Type is text. Name is first name. And we have a class which is the form control class. Alright. So this we have to do for all the other fields. So let me just copy this and paste it like 4 times. I'll also add the tag pre for spacing. Let's do that here. And finally, we'll have the button. So let's just add that here with a type submit. And let's just say submit on the button. So now let's go ahead and change these values here. So here let me just change it to last name. Here as well. And here as well. And in this case it is going to be email. So let me just change it here. And finally we have password. So let's add that here. Alright, so let's save this and just have a look at our browser. So there we go. We have our user registration form ready, but I would like to align it to the center. So let me just do that. So here in my CSS file, I'm just going to align all the div tags to the center and the label tag to the left. So let me save this and look at the browser now. And there we go. We have our registration form with a logo. So this is how you create a simple form. Now we'll have to add a directive called ngModel. Now this directive, when added into the input tag, will provide form controls to every input field. Alright, so here let's just go ahead and say ngModel. That is it. So let me just copy this and paste it for every other field. Alright, let me save this. And back in my browser, let me inspect. And here you can see different types of classes like ng-untouched, ng-pristine, ng-valid are added. Right? So this indicates that Angular has recognized the form tag and it has added these classes to the form as well as all the fields. So this is achieved when you add the ngModel directive in your input tag. Now, back in my VS Code. Now every form has an output property attached to it called ngSubmit. Alright, so this property can be bound within a method called the submit method. So once submitted, this method is called, right? So once we click on the submit button, this method has to be called. So to include that, we'll have to just say form ng submit equals submit. Alright, so now we have to define the submit method in our component.ts file. So here, let me just go to our component.ts file and let me just get rid of unnecessary code here. And let's define a function called submit. And then here, let me just console log form submitted. Alright, so let me just get rid of this as well. It's unnecessary here. Let's save this. So what it means is that every time you click on the submit button, this method is called. Alright, so let's just have a look at the browser. So first let's go to our console. And when I click on submit, it says form submitted. Alright, so the next crucial step is to generate JavaScript representation. Now we'll have to make use of another directive called ngForm that is assigned to a template variable. Okay, so this JavaScript representation helps with validating all the fields. So I'll help you understand that better. So back in our HTML file, let's just create a variable first. Let's call it login. Alright, and say ngForm. Okay, now the ngForm object includes the JavaScript representation. So now while you're calling the submit method, you're going to pass login as a parameter. So let's just say login here. And in my TS file, again, let's just say login. And along with it, I want login to be displayed. So I say login again. So now let's save this. And if you have a look at the browser, let's click on submit. And now here you can see the JavaScript representation. So within form, I can check for email or say first name. And here for this field first name, you can see different properties attached. You can see invalid. Is it invalid or is it untouched, which is true, or are there any errors? So this basically gives you all information about the particular field. So we can make use of this feature to validate the information. So we're going to learn about that in our next segment. Moving on to form validation, one way to ensure that incorrect fields are not submitted is by disabling the submit button. Correct? Now apart from this, you can also specify certain properties in your input tag for the corresponding input field. Now, let's say that the fields can't be empty and the form only accepts names with a minimum length of 2 and the maximum length of 7. Alright, so here in my input tag, I just mention required, meaning this field cannot be empty, and min length to 2 and max length to say 7. Alright, so to check this, let's go to our browser, and here let me submit the form without filling the first name, and evidently there has to be an error. So when I submit it and I look here within forms and here controls, and my first name, you can see that an error is shown. Here it says required equals true. That means there is one error. Now you can make use of these form control objects. You can leverage form control objects to ensure field validation and display a message whenever an error occurs. Right? So to do that, you need to access these objects like errors or invalid or touched. All of these properties or objects need to be accessed. For that, we'll have to create a template variable. And then this variable is assigned to this object. So back in our VS Code, let's create a variable. Let me call it name, and let's say ng model. Alright, here the variable name receives the control object. So here back in my browser, when I submit again without the first name, you can see that the invalid property is set to true, correct? So this helps us use this property to alert the user with the help of a simple if logic. So back in my VS Code, let me create another div tag within which I mention ng if, within which I'm going to use a simple if logic. So let's say ng if name, which is our template variable, name dot touched and name dot invalid is true, right? Then I'm going to alert. So I'm going to make use of an alert here. Let's say alert danger. Alright. So in my CSS file, I'll have to mention the simple styling for alert. So here, let me just say, so we're going to have the background color red for danger. Alright. And here I'm going to display the message invalid in bold. So now let's go back to our browser and check it. So let me proceed without entering the last name. It says invalid here. So this was a simple demonstration to show you form validation. Of course, you can modify the code depending on your requirement. Say suppose the length of the first name is too short, then you can alert the user with a different message. Or suppose they have missed out on filling a form field, then you can again alert the user. So you can basically make use of the nested if condition, right? Now just to help you understand that better, let me just show it to you. Now back in my HTML file, instead of invalid, let me have another tag, a paragraph tag, within which I make use of ng if again. Now ng if name dot errors dot required is true, then I display the message first name required. Alright, and if the length of the first name is not 2, now if the length of the first name is less than 2, then I'm going to display another message. So let me just say name dot errors dot min length. If this is true, then I'm going to say sorry short first name. Alright, so let's save this and have a look at the browser. When I proceed without providing the name, it says first name required. But when I type in one character, it says sorry short first name. But if I type in another character, it accepts. So I hope this made you understand how form validation works. So this was just a simple demonstration again. Now I highly recommend you explore these properties and play around with these objects. Trust me, it's really fun. So I hope this tutorial helped you out. I'm sure you all know that an Angular app is divided into several components. For example, you have the logo component, you have the sign-in component, an image component, and say a create account component. Now these components are standalone and each of them represents a part of the user interface. Now imagine if all of these components performed common tasks, for example, accessing the database or rendering images on the view, tasks like those. Now instead of having to write the code for every component, you can just make use of Angular services. Now the service can be written once and then injected into all of these components. Now a service could be a function, it could be a variable, or a feature that an application needs. So the main use of a service is to write code once and avoid rewriting of it. Now the same code can be injected into several components that make use of this particular service. But what are Angular services? So normally components are used to ensure a good user experience. Now that is the extent of it. Components make sure that whatever is being rendered onto the screen is right and pristine. But in order to execute tasks, we make use of services, and this approach is ideal. So a component can basically delegate tasks like fetching data from the server, validating user input, or logging directly to the console to a particular service. And these tasks can be made available to any component in the app. So now let's talk about a few features of Angular services. Now typically an Angular service is simply a TypeScript class with an @injectable decorator. This decorator tells Angular that the class is a service and can be injected into components that need that service. Now they can be used to share the same piece of code. They can also inject other services as dependencies. Now these services hold valuable business logic and can also be used to interact with the backend. Now for example, if you want to make AJAX calls, you can have methods to those calls in a service and then use it as a dependency in files. And as mentioned earlier, it can be used to share data among several components. In Angular, services are singleton, meaning that only a single instance of a service gets created and the same instance is used by each and every building block in the application. And finally, a service can be registered as a part of a module, or it can be registered as a part of the component. Now to register it as a part of the component, you'll have to specify it in the provider's array of the module. I'm sure you'll understand the concept of services better if we look at a simple demo. So in the next section, we're going to look at a demo, but before that, let me tell you the use case. So basically in the demo, what we'll do is we'll create an employee details list. Say for example, you will have employee information like name, employee ID, and their email ID. We'll create a database of say 3 employees. And on the browser, when you click on the employee button, it displays the information about that particular employee. And at the end, we can also add information to the employee's details. So without delay, let's head to our VS Code and start learning Angular services hands-on. So here, first I've created a folder called demo_Angular, within which I've created a file called Hello World. So this was previously used for a tutorial, so the name is just Hello World, so don't get confused. However, when you look at the browser, I've written an initial code here, which is Angular services, and I have the Simplilearn logo. So back in my browser, this is what the UI looks like. So to understand the concept of Angular services, first let's go ahead and create a component. So here I'm going to say ng gc einfo. I'm creating a component for employee information. So as you can see, inside my app file, we have the einfo component, which has these 4 files. So if you're wondering what exactly components are and how this is working, then I highly suggest you watch our components video first. So now let's go ahead and create a service. So I'm just typing in the command ng g service. Here G stands for generate, and we're generating a service, and the name of the service that I'm providing is data. So now it creates a service which is going to be a .ts file. So you can observe that .service is appended. This indicates that it is a service. Alright. As mentioned earlier, we have to display the employee details. Correct? So for that, in my component.ts file, I'm going to create an array that displays the employee information. In our case, I'm creating 3 different employee records. So for that, I'll have 3 different arrays. So let me just call the arrays info received 1, indicating this is the information of first employee, and this is going to be of type string, and I'll just initialize it to null for now. Alright, and I'm going to create 2 other arrays, and let me just change the name of the arrays. Alright, so now to retrieve the information, I'll have to create a method. Again, I'm creating 3 methods for the 3 different employee records. So I'm going to call the array get info from service 1, indicating it's again for employee 1, and I'm just going to leave it as it is for now. I'll tell you how the information is being received. And I'm going to do the same for the other 2 employee records. So let me just copy paste, and here I'm just going to change the name of the methods. Alright, so this is the initial code for retrieving information. However, we'll have to create the employee record in our service. So back here in my data.ts file, what I'm going to do is I'll create 3 different records for the employees. So let me say info1, which is going to be of type string. Alright, and let me just give random names. Say for example, I say John Matthew. Alright, and employee ID say E354, and let me just give a random email ID and say jm@abc.net. Alright, so I'm going to do the same for the other 2 records. So let me just create another one and call it info2, and the name I'm providing is say Rob Wilson with a different employee ID, say 673, and I'm just going to make it rw@abc.net, and another record for employee number 3, and I'm just going to say Rose Adams with some employee ID and an email ID. Alright, so now we've created the employee records. So what I have to do is I have to create a method that returns these employee records. Correct? So for that, I'm just going to create another method called getInfo1, which is of type string, and it just returns this .info1. Alright, similarly for the rest of the 2 records, I'm just going to retrieve them. Let's say info2 and getInfo2, and again I'm just going to make it getInfo3, and this is going to return info3. Alright, so I'm sure you've got an idea as to what I'm doing here. So basically this information is going to be retrieved in our employee component. Correct? So for that, I'll have to make use of dependency injection. So here I'll have to import the service that I've created. So let's go ahead and say import. The service was data service. Alright. From /data.service. Alright. Now the main reason we're doing this is to tell Angular that when the component is created, the service instance is also created, and this instance is being used to perform particular tasks. And for that, we'll also have to include this in our providers array. So here, let me just say providers, and let's say data service. Now, to access this instance of service that is created, we make use of a property. So this property basically allows us to access all the methods that are defined in the service class. Alright, so here in my constructor method, I'm just going to say private, and you can give any name for your property, and here I'm just giving the name dService. Alright, and which is of type data service. Alright. So now with the help of this property, I can retrieve information from the service class. So here I'm just going to say this dot info received equals this dot dService dot get info1. Alright. So what it basically does is that it calls the getInfo1 method in our service, which returns the information of the first employee. And this information is being stored in the array that is info received 1. So similarly for the next two methods, I'm just going to use the same piece of code. Let me just change it here. And same for the third one. Alright. So now that we have the logic behind what is being displayed, let's go ahead and create the UI for it. Here in my HTML file, I'm going to create an unordered list. And now I'm going to make use of the ng for directive to basically loop over the record and display everything. So for that I have to make use of a particular variable. So I'll just say let info of info received. So you can check here in our TS file, the array is info received, correct? So I'm going to make use of the same array here. And since it's displaying the first employee record, I'm just going to say info received 1. Alright, and let me just create a class, a bootstrap class of list group item, of list group info. And we're just going to have to interpolate info. Alright, that is basically going to display what the information holds, what the info variable holds. Alright, and here as well, let me create a bootstrap class called list group. Alright, I hope this was clear to you. So basically here, the information is being retrieved with the help of this method, right? That is get info from service 1. So in order to call this method, we'll have to bind it with a button. Alright, so that's what we're going to do. Let's just copy this, and here I'm going to create a button. Alright, and the type is button with name button again. Alright, so I'm going to bind it with the click event. So what happens is that when I click on it, this particular method gets called. Alright, I'm just pasting the method here. And finally, let's just provide the name employee1 for the button. Alright. So similarly, we'll have to do the same for the other two records as well. Let me just make this look better. Alright. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to paste the same twice. And here I'm going to just change the names. I'll say 2 here. And this is again for employee 2. And I'm going to change this as well. It's going to be it's going to be info received 2. This is going to be info received 3. And finally employee 3. Alright. And lastly, we'll have to include the selector, that is app-e-info, in our main component.html. So here, let me just create a custom tag. Alright, and save this. So now let's go back to our browser and see what it looks like. So here you can see that 3 different buttons have been created for employee 1, 2 and 3. And when you click on it, it retrieves the information, that is the name, the employee ID and their email IDs. So we've successfully created an Angular service and injected it into our component to retrieve information. Alright, so now the last part of the use case that we discussed was to add another detail, that is the employee detail, in the record. Alright, so for that we'll have to take input from the user, and in our case we're taking the location. Now we're also adding the same location for all 3 employees. So this is what services do. They can be used to update, modify, alter anything that happens in the backend. So you can tweak the code a little bit and you can change the entire view of your application. You can add information, you can delete, you can retrieve, you can alter, etc. Alright, so for that, what we're going to do is, back in the HTML file, we'll create a form that basically takes the input. So I'm just going to say form, alright, within which I'm going to be defining a div class, within which I'm going to be defining a div tag, inside of which I'll have the input tag of type text, and the name I'm going to be providing it will be location. Alright, and we'll have a value, and I'll just leave it blank, and finally I'll have ng model. So if you're confused as to what I'm doing here, then I suggest you watch the Angular Forms video. It basically teaches you how to work around with Angular Forms. Alright, and now after this we're gonna have a button. So let me say button alright, and I'm going to just say add info. Okay. Alright. So now when I'm creating the form, I'll also have to create a template variable to access all the values within my form. So if I have to access the location, then I'll need a variable to access it. So here, let me just go ahead and create a template variable. Let me call it FRM, and I'm going to make use of the ng form directive. So this tells Angular that this variable can be used to access all the values within the form. And since I'm using form here, I'll have to import it in my module file. So here I just go ahead and say import forms module from Angular Forms, and here in my imports I'll just say forms module. Okay, so I've imported the forms module. So now back in my HTML file, what I'm going to do is that I'll have to make use of this template variable to update my information, correct? So I'll have to create another method that will update information into the records. So here in my component.ts file, I'll have to create another method, and I'm going to call this method update info method. All right. And this basically takes in the template variable, that is form. And let me just specify any. Okay, and what this is going to do is that it updates the record, correct? So I'm going to say this dot dservice dot add info. Now you must be wondering what add info is. I'll just let you know in a minute. And the value that I'm going to be passing will be the value that you've provided as an input, which is nothing but form dot value dot location. All right. So now what happens is that I'll have to again specify what add info is, and this method is going to be defined in the service file, correct? So here I'm going to create another method that's add info, and I'm going to pass info as a parameter. And what this method does is that it just pushes the information or the data into the arrays. So since I'm going to be pushing the same information into all of these arrays, that is info1, info2 and info3, I'm just going to say this dot info1 dot push of info. All right, and the same for the other two arrays as well. Let me just change these. All right. So what exactly I'm doing is that I have a method called add info, which gets information from the component. All right, and it basically pushes this information into the array. And also I'll have to return it. So I'll say return this dot info1. All right, and I'll save it. And here we have another method called update info, which basically calls the add info method in our service and passes the value to it. And in my HTML file, also note that the button type here is submit and not button. So what happens is that now the value that we've received as an input has to be passed on to the method, that is update info. So here I'll say ng submit, and I'm going to call the method update info, and I'm going to pass frm as the argument. And now let's save this and execute. So all right, here you can see that we have an input field and a button saying add info. So now I can just go ahead and say type USA, and when I say add info, and when I check on my employee 1 details, USA has been added to the list, and same goes with employee 2 and employee 3. So I hope this simple demo on Angular services helped you understand the concept better. I highly recommend you play around and explore other possibilities. Let's understand what exactly is Bootstrap. Bootstrap is a powerful toolkit, basically a collection of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript tools for creating and building responsive web applications and pages. It is a free and open source project based on GitHub and originally created by Twitter. Now, to put it more easily, Bootstrap is a giant collection of handy, reusable bits of code written in HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. It's also a front-end development framework that enables developers and beginners to design quick and responsive websites. Now, there are several advantages to using Bootstrap. To name a few, Bootstrap comes with a responsive grid. You don't have to spend time working on your layouts. Bootstrap comes with its own code for automatically resizing images based on the current screen size. It also comes with different components that you can use for your web page. These components could be navigation bars, drop-downs, progress bars, thumbnails, etc. It also offers excellent documentation and is customizable. So Bootstrap comes in extremely handy to create responsive user interface. So now, before using Bootstrap, it needs to be embedded into your application. So let's see how to embed Bootstrap into Angular. Now there are two ways to do it. First up is by using the Bootstrap CDN or the Content Delivery Network. Now this enables users to load CSS, JavaScript, and images remotely from its servers. The other method is to use Bootstrap NPM. Bootstrap, jQuery, and other packages and frameworks can be installed via the command prompt. In the tutorial that I'm going to be showing you, I've embedded Bootstrap using NPM. Alright, so I'm sure you'll only understand the concept better when you look at a demo. So let's go ahead and create an application with the help of Angular Bootstrap. So in this tutorial, what I'm going to be showing is the creation of a blog post. So let me show you what we're going to be doing. So here I've created a simple blog for Simplilearn and I've added the Simplilearn logo. I've also written a few lines about Simplilearn and what they offer. I've also mentioned their tagline, and when you scroll down, you can see that I've mentioned the different courses they're offering. And when you click on the More Info button, it navigates to the official page that gives you the overview for that particular course. So this is for Lean Six Sigma, the same for full stack web development as well. And the same for the last one, that is cybersecurity. And finally, I've added a simple video here to just make it more beautiful. So I've added a simple video. And lastly, I've also linked our YouTube channel. So when you click on the YouTube icon, it will navigate to the YouTube channel, to our YouTube channel here. Alright, so this is what we're going to be creating using Angular Bootstrap. So I'm hoping you're all ready for it. So without further delay, let's jump in. So first, let's find the template that we want to use for our blog. So for that, I'm going to just go ahead and say Bootstrap blog template. And I'm just going to click on the first link that I get. And here you can choose the template that you like. So I'm just going to look for more templates here. And the one that we are going to choose is, this one. So which is small businesses. So you can go ahead and click on that. You can then click on live preview. And once you do that, you can just say view frame source. So here you can see that the HTML code is available. It has the head section and then the body section. So the head section consists of a lot of meta tags and then you have the title, and then you also have the CSS file references. And then if you look at the body tag, you have different code for different parts of the UI. There's code for navigation bar, and then you have page content code, heading, row, call to action, and all of that. And lastly, you have the footer. So what we're going to be doing is that we'll take all of the code, and then we'll have to create components for each of it, and then we'll include all the components in our main HTML file. So that is the best practice that Angular uses. So we're going to make use of components. And you can also see that when you scroll down, you can see that it has certain dependencies. So here it has the Bootstrap dependency, and then you have jQuery. So we'll have to download them. So we'll have to install them. And as mentioned earlier, we're going to be installing them with the help of npm. So for that, we'll have to head back to our VS Code. Here, back in my VS Code, I've created a folder called Angular Demo. And then I've also created a file called Demo Components. And here, I'm just going to say cd demo components, within which I'll say npm install jQuery. So this could take a while. And once you've installed jQuery, go ahead and type npm install bootstrap. Alright, so we've successfully installed jQuery and Bootstrap. So now we need to add the references to these JavaScript files. To do that, go to your angular.json file. And here we'll have to add them in our build section. So here you can see we have styles and scripts. So in our scripts array, we define the relative path to these JavaScript files. So these files are generally stored in your node modules. So go ahead and here you can look for Bootstrap. Here you go. And then in your dist file, and then click on JS. And then you can see you have bootstrap.min.js. Well, I'm sorry, we need bootstrap.bundle.min.js. So here you can just right click and say copy relative path. And back in my JSON file, in my scripts, I'm gonna just paste it here. And make sure to make it a path by providing // Alright, and then the next thing we need is the jQuery.min.js file. So for that, again, in our node modules, you'll have to look for jQuery. So here there's jQuery, and then click on dist, and then we have jQuery.min.js. So again, let me just copy the path and paste it here. Follow the same procedure for this as well. Alright, so we've embedded both our files in our angular.json file. So now in our code here, in the beginning, they've also included the CSS file. So we'll have to embed that as well. So here back in Bootstrap, let me just add the CSS file as well. That's bootstrap.min.css. I'm just going to copy the relative path and just provide it here. Let me just change these to /. Okay, so we have our custom style sheet. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this and just paste it in our, and then you can just paste it here. All right. So I think we've added all the dependencies and the custom style sheet and everything. So now let me just close all of these files. What we can do now is that we can go ahead and take the code from the source here. So I'm just going to copy the body tag. Alright, so I'm going to copy this till the footer, and then I'm just going to paste it in my component.html file. So as mentioned earlier, I will create components and then place the code for specific parts of the UI in these components. So let me just see if I've got everything here. Okay. So I'll be creating 4 components. The first one will be for the navigation bar. The second will be for the introduction. And then the third one will be to display the courses that we're providing. And then lastly, we'll have the footer component, right? So first, let's create these components. I've also created a components folder here in my app folder. So I just have to type in the command nggc. First, we'll create the component for the top navigation bar. So I'm just saying nggc. So I'm just going to say components /navbar. Alright, so the component has been created. So what I'm going to do is I'll just copy this and paste it here. Alright, and the next component I'm going to be creating is for the introduction, right? So I'll say nggc components /intro. All right, so I will have to take this code here. I'm also going to be including the call to action part, so I'll just copy paste this one in my intro.html file. So let me do that, and then I'm going to have the main course content component. So for that, I'll say nggc components /courses, and we're going to copy the next part of the code, all right, until till the footer. Let me just add it here. And finally, we're going to create the component for the footer. So I'll say nggc components /footer. And the last part of the code, I'm just going to add it there. All right. So now we'll have to create the custom HTML tags for these components and then place it in our HTML file, right? So first one that we created was the navigation bar. So here, head over to the TS file, just copy the selector, and then here, and then in our app.component, let me just create the tags. Similarly for intro, just going to copy the selector, and then for courses, so we have app-courses, that as well. And then lastly, we have the footer component. So let me just copy that. paste it here. Alright, so we've included all the components. So let's just run this application and see if everything is displayed intact. So here, let me just say ng serve. So when you execute the command, you can see that the template is being displayed. So you have the navigation bar, you have the intro component, and then we have the courses component, and finally we have the footer component. Right? Okay, so now that we have the template ready, we can go ahead and customize it according to our needs. So now I'm going to be making a few changes to the code. We're going to add the Simplilearn logo. We're going to change the tagline here. We're going to display something else over here. Alright, so let's go back to our VS Code to customize and display the final output. So here, the first thing that I'm going to be doing is changing the message here. I'm going to display Simplilearn. For that, in our navbar component, let's go to the HTML code. And here, instead of start bootstrap, let me just type in Simplilearn. Alright, so when you save it and when you look at the browser, you can see that Simplilearn is displayed. And the next thing that I want to do is I want to add the image, right? A Simplilearn logo. So what I've done here is I've already added the logo .png file in my assets folder. So I'll just go ahead and provide the path to this. So that's going to be in our intro file. So here, image source is going to be assets / logo.png. So let me save this. So there we go. The logo is displayed. So the next thing is we'll have to change this part of the UI. So the information that I want to display is this. I'm going to be displaying world's #1 online bootcamp and other information. So what I'm going to do is back in my VS Code, I'm just going to delete this. And instead of that, I'm just going to copy this. That's world's #1 online bootcamp. And then within the paragraph tag, I'll display something else. So let me get rid of this. Let me just copy the information that I want to display, paste it here, and let me just give a line break. Let me save this and see if it's displayed. So yeah, we can see that the information is being displayed. Next up here, instead of displaying call to action message, I'm going to display a explore programs message. So let's go back to our VS Code. Let me just say explore programs here. And then lastly, instead of this message here, I want to display the message get certified, get ahead with our programs. So back in our VS Code, I'm just going to get rid of this. And paste this instead. So when you have a look at the browser, let me refresh this. You can see it displays the message get certified, get ahead, and all of that. Well, now what I'm going to do is I'm really not happy with the font size and everything. So I'm just go ahead and add certain styling. You can customize this and provide your own font size and all of that. So here I'm just going to mention style and then say font size, and I'm going to make it XX large. Alright, so let's see. Yeah, alright, so the font size has increased, so I think I'm happy with this. Alright, so the next thing we have to do is add information here for our courses. So back in our VS Code, we'll have to go to the courses component. So here I'm going to just type in the code for the different courses. So I already have it here. So the first thing is this message that I want to display. Let me just copy that. And for our first tag, I'm just going to say postgraduate program in Lean Six Sigma. And the next information I'm going to be providing is the duration. So here, let me just get rid of this. Paste that here. Let me just break the line to beautify the code. And here for our reference link, I already have the link here. So I'm just going to paste that. So once you click on the more info button, it will automatically navigate to this page. Alright, so let me save this. Next up, I'm going to do the same for the other two courses as well. So it says postgraduate program in full stack development. And then we're going to mention the duration and the cohort. So let me paste that. I'll also provide a line break. And then link, I have it here. So I'm just going to paste that. And finally, for the third card, I have the third link here. Let me get rid of this extra code and paste this instead. And then let's also provide the link for the same. Alright, so let me save this and have a look at the browser. So you can see that the information has been added. You can see it displays postgraduate program in Lean Six Sigma, full stack development and cybersecurity. So once I click on more info, it leads you to that page that shows the overview. Alright. So now the next thing on the agenda was to display a short video and then the link to our YouTube channel. So let's go ahead and add that in our courses component. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get the code to add a video from Google, and then I'm going to provide the source, which is going to be the video that I would want to display. So I've received the code. I'm just going to paste it here. So you can get the code on Google. So go ahead and just paste that. Also for the source, I have a video in my assets folder, which I have provided here. So when I save it and look at the browser, here we go. You can see the video here. Alright. And once clicked, it starts playing. Alright. And lastly, we'll have to provide the logo for YouTube and then the link to navigate to the YouTube page. So let's go ahead and do that. So here again, I've pasted the code for the YouTube logo. So here you can see that I've added the image that is youtube.png in my assets folder, and I've provided the source. And accordingly, I've also added the styling. I've provided a white background and I've also aligned the text to the center of the page. Alright, and I've also displayed the message saying check out our YouTube channel for technical videos and tutorials. And then I provided the link to our channel on YouTube. So let me just save this and head back to the browser. And here you can see that we have the YouTube logo and we have the message displayed. So once you click on the logo, it navigates to the Simplilearn channel on YouTube. Alright, so if you want, you can also change the message here for the footer. So here in footer.html, I can just remove this and paste this. I say Simplilearn Solutions and all rights reserved. When I save it and look at the browser, it must get updated. So yeah, there we go. So with the help of Bootstrap, we have successfully created a website which is basically a blog, and we've also added the reference links and images and logos to customize it according to our requirements. So yeah, this is it. This is how you make use of Bootstrap and embed it into your Angular for more responsive and better user interface. Let's have a look at the basics of routing. Now I'm sure that you've observed that the URL changes every time you click on a particular link or on an icon on the user interface, correct? Now this basically indicates that you are navigating throughout the application. Now to achieve this navigation, we use a mechanism called routing. Routing is essentially used to navigate through a website or a web application. But how is it achieved in Angular? Especially in Angular, routing plays a major role. It is used to create single-page applications. Now these applications are loaded just once and new content is added dynamically. Applications like Google, Facebook, Twitter, and Gmail are a few examples of single-page applications. The best part of using single-page applications is that it provides an excellent user experience and you don't even have to wait for new pages to load, which by extension makes single-page applications extremely fast. But how is this new content loaded? Enter routing. Now routing is the mechanism that, as discussed earlier, that is used to navigate through the application and load new content. Routing helps Angular configure the route and the component that needs to be displayed. Now I'm sure you're going to understand the concept of routing better when you work on it hands-on. So in the demo, we're going to be navigating to the login and the home pages of a web application with the help of routing. So let's head to our Visual Studio Code. So basically, the objective of our application is to navigate to home and the login pages. So when I click on the login icon here, it loads the login page. And here you can see the extension /login. And similarly, with home, once you click on it, some new information gets added and the URL changes with a /home appended. Alright, so this is the main objective of our application. So to create it, let's head back to our VS Code. Alright, so here I've created a folder called demo_angular and I've created a file called demo routing. Now the first thing you want to do is open the index.html file and make sure that the base tag is added. Now although this is generally added when your app is created, if it is not, then add a base tag with href attribute which is set to a /. Alright, now this is generally done to tell Angular to construct the URL while navigating with a /. Alright, and the next thing you want to do is open your app.module.ts file and check if the app routing module has been imported. If not, go ahead and import it and then also mention it in your imports array. With that, the initial setup is done. Now to create the nav bar, the code that I'm going to be using is already explained in the previous video, that is Angular Bootstrap. I highly suggest you go through that video before watching this. So the code is already available. I'm just going to create a component and write the code for it and paste the code in it. So let's do that. Let me say ngGC navbar. Alright, so this component is now created. Now here in my HTML file, I'll just get rid of this and paste the code for the navbar. So here we go. I've pasted the code for the navigation bar. And back in my app.component.html file, I'll just remove all the unwanted code here and just specify the custom HTML tag for my nav bar. So let me just create one here. Alright, let me save this. Let me just run the application and see if it's displaying correctly. Alright, so when I open the browser, the navigation bar has been created along with these different options, that's home, about, services and login. Alright, and we also have the Simplilearn icon here. Alright, now the next step is to generate the components to display the login page content and the home page content. Now again, I have used Bootstrap to define the user interface for these files. You can easily find the code online. Just search for Bootstrap login templates, and depending on your requirements, you can choose the appropriate one. So first, let's create the components for my two files, that is for the home component and the login component. So let's go ahead and do that. NGGC, I'm just going to call it login for my login component. Alright, and then I'm going to say NGGC home for the home component. Alright, so I'm just going to copy the code for the login component. So back in my login.html file, I'll just paste the code here. Okay. Also note that I've added the Simplilearn logo in my assets folder and then just provided the source for it here in my login component. Alright. So next up is the home component. And if you've seen the previous video, that is Angular Bootstrap, you might have seen that we created three different components, that is intro, courses and footer, which included the content for the intro message, for the courses and the footer message, correct? So here we're going to just paste the code for all of these three and then just display it when the home button is clicked. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'll just paste it here. So this basically has all the content. One thing I want to tell you is that in the previous video, we made sure that the code was written in three different components. However, for this, I've just added all the code in the same component. Now, I agree that this is not the best practice. So if you want, you can go ahead and create three different components and separate the code into these three components and just add the custom HTML tags in your home component. I'm just hoping you're following me right now. And also here in my assets folder, I've added a video and the YouTube logo that needs to be displayed when the home icon is clicked. Alright, so now that we've created the home and the login components, the next step is to configure the routes for the application. Right? So here you can see that we have a file called app-routing-module.ts file. So here we have the routes and the router module that is imported, and we also have a constant called routes, which is strongly typed to routes from the router package. Alright, now this array is used to define all the possible routes in the application. Now each route is basically an object with a path. So here in my routes array, I'm just going to go ahead and create the paths. That is, we have two different routes, right? One is for login and one is for home. So I'm just going to create a path object. So let's say path. Sorry, within curly braces, I say path. And then the path that I'm going to give is login. This is basically what will appear on the URL. Alright. And the component that needs to be navigated to is nothing but the login component. So let me just say login component. As you can see, the login component has been automatically imported. Now same with the home path. So let me just say path home, and the component that needs to be rendered is the home component. Alright. Now the next step is to link these routes to a button in the nav bar, that is the home and the login button, right? So we're going to make use of the nav tag and an anchor tag for this. You can see that we have a nav tag and an anchor tag which encloses the login and the home components. Alright. Now we're going to make use of two directives from the router package called router link and router link active. Now these are specified within the anchor tag. The router link basically holds the path to the page, and the latter, that is the router link active, specifies one or more CSS classes that will be applied when the router link is active. Alright, so to do that, let me just add router link. Alright, in our case it is home here, and we're going to have another directive called router link active, and we're just going to say active here. Alright, same for the login icon here. Let me just copy this, and instead of home, the path we created for this was login. Alright, so this is how you can bind the route to your specific button on your UI. Now, despite of all this, how are we specifying where these components are to be displayed? Right? The answer to this is using the router outlet directive. Now again, this directive is available in the router package. So we have to add that in our app component.html file. So here, just go ahead and type router outlet. Alright, so with that, we've created a simple navigation bar which has different options, that is home, about, services and link. And once the user clicks on the home icon, it displays the content that is in the home component.html file. And once the user clicks on the login component, it displays the content in the login.html file. Alright, it's as simple as that. So now let's go to the browser and see if it executes correctly. So alright, we have the navigation bar, and once I click on the home icon here, alright, yes, we see that all the content has been loaded. You can see we have the intro section, we have the courses section and the footer section as discussed. And the most important part is that here in our URL, you can see that /home has been appended. This shows that a route has been created that navigates to the home component. So we've successfully created a route here. And for login component, when I click on this icon, you can see that the path changes here and the login component gets displayed. Alright, so this is how routing is achieved in Angular.
Hello, this is Matthew with Simplilearn. So let's cover what we're going to go through today. So we're going to go through what Node.js is, what the architecture for Node.js is, how you can use Node Package Manager, which is one of the tools that comes with Node.js. It's actually a very important tool. What are the different types of Node.js modules there are? The HTTP module that is defaulted with Node.js, the file system, the events, the Express framework, and working with databases and industry trends. So quite a lot to cover, but we'll get through it quite quickly, I think. So what is Node.js? So Node.js is an open source cross-platform JavaScript runtime, and it allows you to build web applications inside and outside of a client's browser. It is absolutely fantastic for creating web applications. It's a really great way to speed up your delivery. It's also great for developing solutions that are asynchronous and event-driven. And what you'll find is that with Node.js, one of the other things that you'll find is that it's just absolutely loaded with tools that really allow you to accelerate the way that you deliver your solutions. So a little bit of history. Node.js was originally developed by Ryan Dahl back in 2009. The latest version, as of this discussion right now, is version 13.3.0. One of the most popular open source solutions out there, just a ton of people contributing to it. So let's kind of deep dive into the architecture. So Node.js uses a architecture what's known as a single-threaded event loop. And this allows it to handle multiple concurrent clients very easily. So if we visualize that, what happens is that you have your requests coming in and you have your event queue and then a threaded pool, which does your computation, database, and file system analysis. And then we have our event loop that just spirals through very quickly and actually helps you manage the transactions. It's a very efficient way of running the communications throughout the system. Node Package Manager is a key tool that comes with Node.js. It has really two functions. One is it allows you to access online repositories such as Express or MongoDB, or it allows you to, and you can go out and you can actually search those for packages online. Go to search.nodejs.org. There's something like 50,000 different packages that you can use. It also comes with a command line utility that you can actually come in and actually manage your packages. You'll find that with all of the solutions, I think there's about a dozen Node.js videos that we've created, and all of them you'll see that we use npm in every single one of those demos. So it's really key that you have npm. It does install by default when you install Node.js, so you'll have it. A good way to be able to validate which version of Node.js you have is to open up your terminal window and then type in npm version, and that will actually bring back the version number of your npm module. Then once you have npm, you can actually then go in and install a module name right from npm. So installing a module is really easy. You just type in npm install and the module name. The example here is Express, and that installs Express JS. Really fast way of being able to install code. And what's great about it is that as you're writing out your scripts, you actually can put in the script how to have the defaulted install modules so that whoever takes that package will have exactly the same environment that you're working. So let's deep dive into modules, because they're a key component of working with Node.js. And so modules are really just like, they're kind of like JavaScript libraries, so extensions to Node.js. It's just to be able to have a module inside of your application, you have to use the require function, and then you can then specify, like for instance, if it's a default module such as HTTP, then you can just put in HTTP. But if you need to be able to require a module that's outside of the defaults, then you could actually have the install from npm, which we did in the previous slide, actually install what the module is, such as Express. So there are a bunch of core modules. HTTP for a default web server is installed. You also have URL for URL parsing, query string, which allows you to work with methods. But you have here a list of the different types of modules that you can use. So let's deep dive into one of the modules, which is the HTTP module. And the reason why I want to deep dive into it is because you're going to use HTTP quite a bit just to get up and running with different solutions. So as I said, HTTP is a core module. It's really designed for being able to transfer data over the internet as you would with any other HTTP service. It does use the require method so that when you run it, it'll actually have, you can actually require the HTTP module to be instantiated when you're building out your solutions. And the web server then will come up and running. So for instance, in this instance, we could say, we can do a very simple script. We go through first line here as var HTTP equals require, and then it's requiring the HTTP server to be instantiated. And then after that, in line 2, we actually then create a function, and that function is going to have two key elements. The res write posts a hello world comment to the screen. Then we have a end to the response, and then the final line actually will then post out to which port to look for on the local host. So here we have an example of the response. So the local host is going to port 8080, and there we have the text for hello world. Again, really easy. We created a default script and forced the script to post out onto a default port, and we did that all in half a dozen or so lines of code. So let's jump into Node.js file system. So with Node.js file system, it allows you to actually work with the file system on a computer. Again, it uses the require method to be able to be used in a solution. So if you want to have the file system up and used inside of your code, you do have to use the require command for that. So let's jump into Node.js events. And so every action on a computer is an event, such as opening up a file, connecting to the internet, really anything that you do with the click of a mouse is an event. And Node.js has a built-in module that helps you manage and listen for those kind of actions to happen. And so here we have an example of a basic event model inside of Node.js. We have in the top line, we explicitly call out the events so that we know that we're looking for something to actually happen inside of our script. We create the object for the event emitter, allows us to listen for that. And then we create a function that listens for the handle that gets created. We're looking for what type of event to actually be created. So it's on click event, and that's the trigger. So whenever you go ahead and click on the terminal window, you just click popping out in your terminal. So let's look at Node.js Express Framework. So Node.js comes with a HTTP server, but if you want to really take it to the next level and you want to build out a more sophisticated application, you want to use the web framework that comes with Node.js for building out both web and mobile applications. And so here we're going to require Express, which actually installs Express.js. Express.js is a very popular open source project by itself, but it's bundled into, it can be bundled into your Node project by using npm. And so we step through, the first line actually goes out and calls out Express to be installed. And then we put together our function that does our requests and responses that get managed from Node.js. And that allows us to have our objects go back and forth and be passed within a web server environment. In this instance, we're actually listening to port 8081 on our default host, and we're actually using server.address to listen for our host and our port on our server. And we're able to then dynamically create a console message. So if we look at the example here, now we've actually got a console message that's popped up onto the screen that is which is dynamic to our own individual environment. So if we were actually to move and be posting and pushing out our solution to a different named server, then that named server would appear on our console. And here we have our message as it appears printed from the web server onto our browser page. Now, you may wonder, why would you use Express.js? It seems to be very similar to the default HTTP server that's bundled in Node.js. The reason why is that you can build just more sophisticated applications with Node.js than you can with just your traditional, the default HTTP service. So let's jump into Node.js with databases. Node.js, as you can imagine, can be used with a lot of different databases. A default is MySQL, but you can also use MongoDB. There are connectors for both that make it very easy. So for instance, with MySQL, you can actually just use the MySQL connector and it will install MySQL, and you can be up and running and connected to MySQL in really minutes. You don't have to wait for a long time to to set up a server environment and get it running for what you need. The same is true for MongoDB. MongoDB, the difference between that and MySQL and MongoDB is a NoSQL environment. We actually have a MongoDB video where it shows Node.js and MongoDB working together with each other. I'd highly recommend for you to check that out if you want to see how that works. And as you can imagine, putting in MongoDB is also very, very easy. You just put in the variable to require MongoDB, and in the terminal window, you would just do npm install MongoDB. You actually install the full MongoDB environment on your local machine so you can actually do your development testing. And you then have to use the MongoDB Compass tool to be able to access and view your solution as you're building it locally. So let's go through a demo of putting together a very simple weather application using an API that allows you to see how you can actually control Node.js with your own scripts. Let's go and create a Node.js weather app called Weatherly. So what you can see is we just put in a address and it came back with the degrees Celsius in Bangalore. And you can put in, New York and select weather, and we're actually pulling against an API here that allows us to get the actual temperature. And so here we have, it's 22 degrees in New York City right now. So let's go ahead and show how you're going to build this out. So the first thing we want to do is we're going to use Node.js. That's what we're building all of our solutions on. Node.js, which is nodejs.org, is the website. And you have options for downloads. We're going to go with the latest download. You also have download options where you can download for other operating systems. By default, when you actually go to the website, it'll detect which OS you're running and give you the appropriate download, but you can go and choose out other versions if you wanted to. And you'll also notice that the latest version of Node also includes Node Package Manager, or NPM. And we'll need that for some of our solutions that we're building later on to validate whether or not you have Node included. So you can actually just go in and type node -- version in terminal window, and actually will come back with the version number if it's installed. That's the caveat. If you don't have it installed, then it won't come back with anything, and you'll know that you have the wrong version. Same thing for npm. Go to npm -- version, and if it's installed, boom, you can get a version that's that you can validate is yours. And we're up and running with the latest versions of Node here. You can also want to have a text editor. Now, my personal preference is VS Code or Visual Studio Code. You go to code.visualstudio.com, and it's an open source software from Microsoft. It's really good. It's and it will run on all leading OSs. And it allows you just to run and install a really nice text editing tool, and it's really like Notepad on steroids, but it's just really, really good. And then you also are going to be using the Open Weather Map for an API. And so if you do Open Weather Map in Google search, it'll actually show a link for their weather API, and you'll be able to connect that. Here, we're actually just going to go and show what the Open Weather Map website looks like. But across the top, you can see that we have different options, and API is one of those options. We're going to be using that quite a bit in our application. So there's different APIs you can get, such as the current weather, the forecast, and daily forecast for 16 days. And if you click on any one of these, such as the current weather forecast, it'll actually show you what the API will look like. Now, one of the things that you'll need for your API is you need the city name plus your API key. And I'll show you how to get that in a moment. But these are the different types of calls that you can make. All right, let's go back to our terminal window. So we're going to open up VS Code, and we want to go ahead and open up a folder. We're going to create a new folder where we're going to be building our project. It's going to be on the desktop, and we're going to create a new folder here, and we're going to call this folder weather-app. We're going to select that folder and open it, and this will be now the folder that we'll be building our solution in. And then we can get rid of the welcome screen. We don't need that anymore. So let's go ahead and open up terminal window. And this is one of the things you can do is you can actually run terminal window inside of VS Code. Really nice. So let's go ahead and format this folder so that it's actually a Node package manager formatted folder. So npm init, and by default we're running on our folder. And so it's now going to go ahead and create the package JSON file. We're going to name we can give it a name. We can call it Weatherly, but then we can just go with the defaults for the rest of the application. So just kind of keep hitting return. And then what you'll see on in the folder is we now have a package.json file, and we've put in the name there, but then we have the rest of the metadata. Index.js is going to be the key file that we're going to build our application from. So let's go ahead and create a file called index.js, and we're going to open that up. Yep. And that makes sure that matches up. You got to make sure everything matches up for these files. Just otherwise, if you get it wrong, then your file isn't going to load anything. So there's plenty of core constructions, and so we're going to make sure that Express is required. Express is a HTTP server that is really nice to use as part of the MERN framework, MongoDB, Express, React, and Node.js. We're also going to put in an element called body parser, which gets used with Express. And then we're going to put in a request, and we require a request to be installed. And then we're going to make sure that we have these installed in our terminal window. So we're going to do npm install --save express and body-parser and request. This will install everything into our folder. And it's going to go ahead and download the latest versions. And this is one of the benefits of using npm, is that as you are packaging together your application, it will pull out and ensure that the developers all have the latest and greatest. All right, so now we see that our dependencies have been installed. We have everything supporting our requirements. And so let's go ahead and we'll start defining our app. And so our app is going to be an Express app. And we're going to have an API key that we want to reference. And this is going to be from the weather app that we'll be using. And these are just some constants for our application. And app.useExpress static. And we can make it public. All right, so let's create a new folder, and we're going to call that folder public. And inside of public, we're going to create a subfolder. We're going to call this one CSS. This is going to be our styling. And we're going to create another folder called images. This allows us to use body parser to pull in URL encoded elements. So app set view engine, and we're going to use EGS, and EGS is a extended template design for JS that we can use, or embedded JavaScript. And we're going to listen on port 3000. And so we're going to run our server. It's going to be a localhost server, and it's going to run on port 3000. In our console log, we're going to put instructions to tell us that the Weatherly app is listening on port 3000. All right, so we're going to go and we're going to initialize Node.js. We're going to type in node index.js, and this will initialize the app. There we go. You can see that the app is now running on port 3000. So if we come over to our localhost and, oh, an error, can I get, oh, that's probably because we have two apps running on the same port. So we have to just cancel the other one. And so let's go app.get and put in our function. Render index.js. Oh, that's right. We'll make sure we're rendering the correct part of our solution. Okay, so let's create a new folder under views. We'll call this one index.egs, and that stands for embedded JavaScript, which is a template model that we can use for rendering our code. Right, so we're just going into our EGS file and putting in our defaults. So I'm going to link to our style guide and CSS. And here's our link, CSS style.css. And we have this in the downloads. You can go ahead and download this. We're going to have a default CSS file that you can use. All right, so under CSS, we'll type in CSS. So we actually have something we can reference. And so let's put in link. And we're going to go ahead and link to some fonts. If you haven't used any of the Google fonts before, they're a great online repository where you can install really, I think they have hundreds of fonts now. And we're going to use Open Sans. Okay. All right. So let's start putting together our content on our page. So we'll put our container. And a form element. So we want to be able to have a post element so we can actually submit what country or what city we're looking to get the weather for, and then we'll have a response. So it's just going to be a text field followed by a button. So put city as the name of the text field. And then the placeholder will be enter city. So that will be actually in the text field. So we refresh. Oh, still getting an error. Let's go back to look at our code. We need to rerun. Let's rerun. So node index.js. And we're still getting an error. So we couldn't find the module EJS, so we need to make sure that we're pulling this into our code correctly. So this npm, oh, that's right, we need to install EJS. So let's install that. There we go. Installed. Let's rerun index.js. There we go. Ba-bum. Very simple page. You can see that we have enter a city. Now that we can go back. All right, so let's go in. And I'm going to put input type. ID submit. And this is going to be a submit. And we're going to be looking to get the weather. And that's going to be the text on the button. And we already have some class files already defined in our CSS document. You'll see it in a moment. It's going to be ghost.button. And the class here is going to be ghost dash input. Okay, let's rerun that, index.js. Now you see that we have a button there. We don't have any styling yet. We need to bring that over. So let's go over to our CSS file, and it's blank. But we already have everything already written in a package. And so again, you'll find the complete program here can be downloaded in the details for this video. And you can see that we have all the CSS styling correctly saved. So make sure we save that file. Let's add in the comment styles are. Let's close out that comment. And so you can go to https codepen.io, and it's /official_naveen/pen/rjkni, and that will give you all of these files. All right, let's rerun everything. So note index.js. All right, so we're starting to get some styling. We have our text field and our button. Now let's go back to VS Code. We're going to add some more CSS file formatting. You'll see we actually have to pull in a weather JPEG. We'll put that into the images folder here. So we'll just drop that in. Boom, there we go. There's our nice fluffy cloud. Save that file. You'll see that everything is pulling in correctly for our index.egs file. Let's go back down to terminal window, rerun the index.js node, and now we get a much more pleasant design. So you can actually see the text is in white for the get weather button. And we have that in our base container, which is the first thing that you see on the screen. Okay. All right, so let's go back to index.egs. All right, so what we want to be able to do is put the weather on our screen here. So we're going to update the field set now. So go to styles. And we're going to place in a default style for field set. And of course, we have to go in and rerun the index.js file. You'll just see a little bit more padding around the actual application. And here we go. And we've got an error. That's all right. Means that we can fix this. Come in to our solution and our index.js file. And we're going to add in a new feature here that allows us to post We're going to post and refresh the page when we post. And we will put in the city, and we'll pull that from our input text, which is labeled city. The URL. So I'll just be pulling, this is the structure we need to capture. That's our API call. So here's our URL. Type in the full path. And we have to make some changes here, obviously. So we want to dynamically post in the city name. So let's change that here. We put in $, which is the escape key to allow us to put in our own commands. And so we're going to put in city, and this will allow us to pull it from the input text field for city. And now we need to put in our API key. So let's just reduce that, and we're going to put in the $, and we'll put an API key, which is again pulling from the API key at the top here. So obviously we'll have to put our API in there, but it does allow us, does prevent us from having to rewrite that over and over again, which is good. And then console log body city. Okay, so let's sign in, and oh, we're already signed in, so that's good. So that's my account. But you can sign in with your own. We need to get an API key, so select APIs, and create a key name. So in this one, we're going to call it Weatherly. That's the name of our app. And here we go. Here's our API key that's been created. So we just want to copy that. So I'll put into Notepad. You will have to generate your own API key, though. If you reuse the one I'm using here, it simply won't work for you because it's tied to the app that I've created. So just go ahead and just render your own API key. Right, so let's go and grab your API. And we go back over to our app. We'll just paste in the API here. And we need character returns, so get rid of that. Okay, so now we should be able to dynamically pull from our API. So we'll rerun the code. And let's go over to our Weatherly app. All right, so let's enter a city. Let's type in Bangalore. And here we are in our log. It's pulling in Bangalore. So we know that that's been captured correctly, which is good. Now we're going to write in the commands to complete our application. Okay, so we're going to respond. Okay, we'll render into the index file. And if there's an error, please try again. If not, let's pass the JSON packet. into the body of the script. So as you can see, it's a fairly basic application. Allows us to pull and push API content pretty easily. If there's any error messages, we'll make sure that we tell the user to try again. Save our code. And we'll put the weather response. And this will be city. Oh, with the weather text. And in this weather city. So these are all values we're pulling from the JSON file from the API that we're pulling back. Okay, good. Good, looking good. Make sure everything matches up correctly. We'll send a message to our console log. Looking good. Let's rerun the app. Node index.js. Okay, everything's running correctly. Let's rerun the app. Good. We'll type in Bangalore, hit get weather. And now we have all the information in our terminal window. So by pulling back body, actually pulls back the full JSON packet that we get from the API request. And you can see that we have just different matchups here. So like for instance, you see clouds is a description. We have temperature, and we can then start manipulating all of that content. And so we want to make sure that the value comes back in metric. So we just added in a new value there. So we ran the script. Let's go in and rewrite the application. Type in Bangalore. Because previously, if you don't, then everything comes back in Kelvin. So now we have the temperature has come back in metric, so 28 degrees, not 305 degrees Kelvin, which is great. Because now we can actually start using this content. As you can see, there's a lot of content here, so we can actually really use it to modify our presentation. So let's type in New York to see some additional information and go back to VS Code. And now you see that for New York, we have New York, and just the weather for that. Right, let's go back to our EGS file. And now we can actually start doing pulling in some of the data that we received back from the API call. Alrighty, so let's put in for our weather response. We'll just put in a paragraph here. Okay. So if error So this is the EGS template doing the work. So here's our template. Pulling back the weather information. And it's going to reference the formatting that we have developed already. Okay, let's rerun. Okay, we run the application. Type in Bangalore. And there we are. We have, and we can do, oh, that was just an error message. So you can see that we got our error message correct. So then we're able to pull in the correct messaging for our weather. So we wanted to change the structure, we can certainly do that. And so if we type in New York, it's going to default to New York City. It's 23 degrees with clear in New York. And that's our demo. So finally, let's look at some of the industry trends and why you'd want to learn Node.js. So there are some number of really key things. One of them is that JavaScript simply is just an extremely popular and highly in demand scripting language. Having Node.js is in the top 10 most in-demand jobs worldwide. So there's lots of opportunities. We've seen things such as, Node.js, the number of downloads has increased by 40% over the last year. Is just tremendous, the number of people looking to install Node.js, not so much because they're just trying to download and install it, it's because they're actually using it, which is fantastic. More importantly, some of the biggest companies out there are using Node.js, so you can actually get work with them. And we're seeing that just the core value of JavaScript continues to increase. So on the right-hand side of the screen, you see that JavaScript is now the number one programming, scripting, and markup language out there, outside of HTML and CSS. And so just tremendous popularity. And what we're finding is that Node.js developers continue to get more and more salary options. You can see here that in India, the average salary option is around 613,000 rupees, which is just phenomenal. And then in the United States, a mature Node.js developer can be easily looking for a salary of 104 or more thousand a year.
In this session, we will learn about the database and the need for a database. Then we will transition to SQL and see some basic SQL queries. After knowing what a SQL query is, we will see the features and applications of SQL query. And then we will have a hand on some of the basic SQL queries. So hey everyone, I'm Abhisar Ahuja from Simplilearn and welcome to this video on SQL Basics for Beginners. But before we begin, if you love watching tech videos, subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update. Let's start with database. A database is a vast collection of data that is stored and retrieved electronically from a system. In today's world, data has become the new oil, which has mandated companies and businesses to rely on an excellent database to store their vast amounts of data. Every millisecond, the tech giants are accumulating vast amounts of data that need to be stored. The database comes with features to update and effortlessly manipulate data, and not only that, these database provider companies ensure the data to be safe and secure. They also provide tools to extract useful information to help the companies make meaningful decisions. After knowing about the database, let's see how SQL communicates with the database to get desired results. SQL stands for relational databases. Now let us see how we write a basic query. There's a customer table with columns, customer ID, customer name, age, gender, date of purchase, address, item, and price. And we need to extract the customer ID and customer name from this table. So we will write a query, select customer ID, customer name from customers, semicolon. When we will execute the query in MySQL Workbench, we will get the desired result. that is the output table, with customer ID and customer name. This is how we write a query to extract the information from the database. We'll see some more queries as the session proceeds. Now we'll see what the features of SQL are. SQL lets you access any information stored in a relational database. With SQL queries, data is extracted from the database in a very efficient way. The structured query language is compatible with all database systems from Oracle, IBM to Microsoft, and it doesn't require much coding to manage databases. Now we will see applications of SQL. SQL is used to create a database, define its structure, implement it, and lets you perform many functions. SQL is also used for maintaining an already existing database. SQL is a powerful language for entering data, modifying data, and extracting data in a database. SQL is extensively used as a client-server language to connect the front end with the back end, thus supporting the client-server architecture. SQL, when deployed as data control language (DCL), helps protect your database from unauthorized access. After knowing SQL with its features and applications, let's go through some basic queries in SQL. That is DDL, Data Definition Language, DML, Data Manipulation Language, DCL, Data Control Language, TCL, Transaction Control Language. DDL or Data Definition Language consists of the SQL commands that can be used to define the database schema. Let's see DDL commands. Create command is used to create the database or its objects like table, index, function, views, store procedure, and triggers. Drop is used to delete objects from the database. Truncate is used to remove all records from a table. Alter is used to alter the structure of the database. DML or Data Manipulation Language consists of the SQL commands that deals with the manipulation of data present in the database. Insert into command is used to insert data into a table. Update is used to update existing data within a table. Delete is used to delete records from a database table. Select. This command helps you to select the attribute based on the condition described by the where clause. TCL or Transaction Control Language. These commands deals with the transaction within the database. Commit commands commit a transaction. Rollback command rollbacks a transaction in case of any error occurs. Save point. It sets a save point within a transaction. Set transaction. It specifies characteristics for the transaction. DCL or Data Control Language. It consists of the commands such as grant and revoke, which mainly deals with the rights, permissions, and other controls of the database system. Grant command gives user access privileges to database. Revoke. It withdraws user's access privileges given by using the grant command. Now we will have hands on some basic queries in MySQL Workbench. Now we will see some basic queries executing in MySQL Workbench. So we'll start, and first query we will run will be use SYS, that is the database. This command is used to select the database in which we want to create or manipulate any data. Now we'll see another command that would create a table. Now we will add attributes to the customer table. That would be the columns. First would be the customer ID, and we will act at it as a primary key. The next attribute we would add would be customer name, customer underscore name, and its data type would be varchar. Next attribute we would add would be age with int data type. Next attribute would be gender with character data type. Next we will add as date of purchase. With date data type. Now we'll add another attribute that would be address with data type varchar. Next we would add the attribute item, that would be the item purchased with data type varchar. Next would be the price. Okay, for price we will make it as float. And let's shift this to next line, and now we'll execute this command. Yeah, you can see that the table is created. Now we have to insert values into it. For that, we'll write a command insert into customers values, and I have all the records written in the notepad, so I will copy these and paste it here. These are 20 records, like all the attributes, they are in the order, so we have written all the records in the order only. Like customer ID, that would be 101, customer name, that would be Joseph, age, that would be 22, gender, male, date of purchase, this is the date of purchase, address, Pune, item, that is vegetable purchased, price, that is 80. So now we will run this command, and all these records, they would be inserted into the table. And these are 20 commands, 20 records. You can see insert into customer values. The command has been executed and they have been inserted into the table. Now we'll see the table. For that we'll write the command select star from customers. Here you can see the table in the output grid. Okay, I will make sure you will see the whole table with all the 20 records. Yeah, you can see all the 20 records, they have been inserted. Now you see another command, and for that we would just get the output as customer ID and customer name in the output grid. For that we'll write the command select customer ID, comma, customer name from customers, semicolon, and we'll run this command and we will get both the columns customer ID and customer name in our output grid. Now we'll see another command, that would be drop. The drop command just removes the component from the database. So we'll write drop table and table name, that would be customers, and semicolon, and we will execute this command. Now the table has been removed from the database. To verify whether the table has been removed from the database or not, we will run a command select star from customers, semicolon, and execute this command. and what we will get is select star from customers, error code, table says customers doesn't exist. The table has been removed from the database, so the drop command worked here. Now we don't have any table, that is the customer table has been dropped from the database, so we have to create that table again. So we'll go at the top. Okay, yeah, and we'll create the table again, and we'll insert all the records again into the table. Both the commands have run. Now we'll run this command to see whether the table has been created and the records have been inserted into the table or not. Both commands have worked. Now we'll see another command, that would be truncate. The truncate command just vanishes all the records from the table. Truncate table, table name, semicolon, and just run this command. The command has been executed. Now we'll see. Yeah, you can see that all the records from the table has been vanished. So the truncate command worked here. Now to carry other operations, we have to insert all the records again into the table. We'll do that. We'll again go upwards and run this command. Insert into customers values and all the records, and we'll execute this command, and that command has been executed and all the records are again in the table. We'll run this command and check it. Yeah, you can see all the records are inserted into the table. Now we'll see another command, that would be alter. Alter command is used to update any record into the table. We'll see alter table, table name, that is customers. And now what we should do, okay, we'll drop the column age from the table. So we'll write command drop column age semicolon. Now we'll run this command. The command has been executed, and now we'll check whether the age column has been dropped or not. Select star from customers semicolon, and we will execute this command. Yeah, you can see the age column has been dropped off the table, so the alter command has been executed successfully. Okay, so now we'll see another thing, like if you want to comment something during the execution, you can do that. Just write two minus signs and the text. This would be the comment, and you can also use slash star and the text inside it, and star and slash. So this is also the comment section. You can write comment with this syntax or with this syntax. They both work. Now we'll see another command, that would be update. This is also used to manipulate data in the table, to update any record into the table. So we'll write update table name, that would be customers. And what we should update, okay, we will update a record. We will change the customer name and address, and we have the primary key as customer ID, so we will use that. So update customers, set customer name equal to James, comma, and address equal to Boston, where customer ID equal to 101. Okay, you can see here in the table 101 customer ID, the customer name is Joseph and the address is Pune. We have updated command and we will execute it. Let's see, okay, we have an error here. Yeah, no, it's correct. We will execute this command. Yeah, the command has been executed successfully, and now we'll check the table with the command select star from customers semicolon. You can see the row has been updated. The customer name is James here and the address is Boston. So the command has been executed successfully. Now we'll see another command that would be delete. So delete command is used to delete any particular record or any particular row. So we'll write the command delete from customers where customer ID equal to 10. Yeah, you can see the record has been deleted. Now we'll see distinct command that is used to return different values. So we will write command select distinct and the column name for which we want different values to be in the output grid. We would select address from customers and we will execute this command. Yeah, these are the address or these are the cities in the address which are different and which are unique, and we have get that through the distinct command. Now we will see minimum command. Minimum command is used to get the records or get the data that is minimum of all the data. So for that we will write the syntax select minimum like min, in bracket we will write the attribute name or the column name for which we want the data to be minimum as less price. This would be the attribute name from customers so we will execute this command, and what we would see is that 60 would be the less price. Like the customer table, they have the column price, and in that we have all the prices, and from that the minimum price is 60 and we have get it at less price. Similarly, we have the maximum command. To get the maximum amount from the column, we will use the maximum command. Select max, in bracket we will write the attribute name as max price from customers, and we will execute this command, and what we get is 3400. It's the maximum price from the price column. Now we'll see another command that would be count. Count command, it returns the number of rows according to the query. So we'll run the query and see like how it works. We'll write select count and the attribute name, that would be customer ID from customers semicolon, and when we'll run this command we will get 19 as a result. That is, it counted the number of customer IDs, that is 19 in the table. Now we'll see another command that would be average. So it just gets the average of the numbers, and how we do it, we'll write the query select AVG and the attribute name for which we want the average from table name semicolon, and we'll execute this command and we'll get the average of the price from the customers table. Now if you want to add up all the prices from the customer table, you can use the command sum. So how we will execute that command? Select sum, in bracket we will write the attribute name, that would be price, from customers semicolon, and we'll run this command and we'll get the sum of the prices from the customer table. Now we'll see where command. Where command is used to filter records. Let's see it through syntax. So we will write select star from customers where address we will where address equal to Pune semicolon, and then we will run this command, and this is the table where we will get the records with address as Pune. So this is the functioning of where command. Now we'll see group by command, that is used to just group the number of rows that have the same values. We will see it through the syntax. Like we will write select count, attribute name, that would be customer ID, comma, address from table name, and group by accordingly with address. Here the comma will not come. This is the command. Select count customer ID, comma, address from customers, group by address. When we will execute this command, we will get this table. That would be, these are the different addresses and these are the number of times, number of persons who live in this address with the count with respect to customer IDs. Now we'll see having close with the help of an example only. Select count, attribute name, that will be customer ID, comma, address from table name, that will be customers, group by address, having count customer ID greater than 3 semicolon, and then we will execute this command, and you can see the output we have got through this command, that is group by command, was this. And when we have added having close, having count customer ID greater than 3, we just got the customer ID count with 4. Now we'll see another command, that is order by. Select star from table name, that is customers, and we will order this output by address semicolon. We have got the output with respect to the address. The address has been assigned alphabetically here.
In this particular project, we'll be having a basic Angular setup ready. So you know it very well. To develop an Angular application, we have used a similar technique called downloading the Angular CLI version, and we have used ng-new, and the name of the project is project, and this particular project does nothing, have only one single component name called app, as you can see it right now here. Under the src you have got app folder, app component.html, and here you see app component.ts. so that is one of the very basic component Angular can hold in. So this HTML contains a very simple message called welcome, and component.ts contains nothing special, it is just holding one title. And app.module.ts, if you see, it contains nothing special, whatever it comes as a predefined preloaded, it contains only those particular type of modules. And in my app.module.ts, if you talk about call package.json, inside my package.json we have some additional dependency added, which I will tell you like what dependencies a part of Angular which comes as a preloaded are by default available. Now you can see here animation, compiler, core, forms, localize, these are all by default are there. A part of that we have also taken this bootstrap as an additional dependency. So we talk about called ng bootstrap, okay, which is the additional dependency we have taken. Bootstrap, jQuery, popper.js, rxjs, which anyways comes by default. And here these dependencies will be playing additional role during your development time. Okay, rest everything gonna be remain same as it is, but yes, these additional dependency like in jQuery, popper, and your save, tslib, and you talk about like in bootstrap, okay, jQuery, these libraries are additional to those, the one which comes as a by default. Okay, so once you have those additional dependencies added into your project, do not forget that in your angular.json you need to have additional declarations to be get added. Okay, as you can see now under the scripts part, okay, under the styles part, you see under the styles we have kept our bootstrap.min.css, and under the scripts we have kept all those necessary dependencies with regards to our JS called demo, chart, pie demo, you talk about bootstrap, you talk about jQuery. So these are the additional dependencies we have kept under the scripts part, which is there under your angular.json. Okay, and under the styles we have got bootstrap, through which we can directly include these bootstrap related stuff directly into my project. So that would be the first thing which you'll start with. Okay, so if I want to start my application, I will certainly say npm space start. Let me say npm space start. So it is launching my application. Okay, please use sudo. Now it is launching, and under the port number 4200 my application will be starting up now. It is saying port, maybe this application is ready somewhere, so let me check if it is available. Okay, so application is already running. So inside my 4200 if I try to run, I can see this by default message welcome appears. So that's the only thing with regards to your project. So nothing fancy, it is just a basic stuff. Your application have some basic set of dependencies added, and along with this you have some new dependencies, and you say npm space start, and under the localhost 4200 your project will get ready. Okay, so in my previous example you remember like we have created and done with our basic setup, and now it's time for us to go back and create some new component into my project. Now what is the first component I'm looking forward for? That is known as navbar, for creating a navigation. So inside this, first of all, I want to open a new one. Okay, so I want to say ng space g space c space navbar. So let the new component get ready. Okay, so we have got navbar component ready with me. So this is what my navbar is, and inside this navbar I want to add some additional dependencies inside my HTML. Okay, so here I may have a lot of tags associated with me, but here I want to start with my body tag. Okay, so this is what I want to start with my body tag. Okay, and here onwards we want to start all my development. So within my body tag I will be writing a lot of other tags too, but first of all let me try to have some additional dependencies to be get added here. So I want to add the div, and here I would like to have some additional dependencies to be get added. As you can see right now, it is for jQuery, it is for your Bootstrap, it is a scripts. Okay, this is for charts, this is for chart areas, data tables. So these dependencies are very much required in order to start your basic development. Okay, and I want to continue developing this example by adding some new logic one by one. Okay, now what logic I want to add it now? So I will be using Bootstrap as a basic code. Okay, so first of all I want to use the body with some body class equal to, I want to give this name called sb hyphen nav hyphen fixed. That is actually the Bootstrap class which we are associating with your, and here after that we'll be starting with my div tag. So after body, here see this is the sb hyphen nav hyphen fixed which we have used. Now I'll be using some nav tag now, and inside my nav tag I want to say class equal to sb hyphen top nav space navbar space navbar hyphen expand. Okay, space navbar hyphen, we want to use a dark theme, so I'll be using navbar hyphen dark and space bg hyphen dark. So this is the first thing we are using it now. Now inside my nav, okay, we want to use few more important details, like I'm saying like anchor. Okay, so with this anchor I want to say a, before href we want to say class equal to navbar hyphen brand, okay, space navbar, or else we can say href. We can use this, just add this single quotation and just say href equal to index dot html to go back, and after this we'll be also using this img tag also. So we just use this img src equal to, we'll be using some logo, okay, which will be there under the assets. Okay, under the assets I'll be having logo dot png. Okay, and we would like to also say some controlling this, some width and height. So we just use width equal to what, 80%. Okay, and we want to use height equal to 120%. So width 80%, height 120%. Alt is maybe something optionally want to give it. I just want to leave it now. We do not want to give alt as an alternative, and we also want to give style. So I say style equal to, now I say padding hyphen top colon, here I say 10 pixels. Okay, that's it. So that's where exactly the main logic is. Let me try to bring this back. Okay, and here the anchor tag is closed. After this I'll be using my button tag now. With this button we want to add some class equal to btn space btn hyphen link followed by btn hyphen sm, because I want to have a small size button, and I want to say order hyphen 1 space order hyphen lg hyphen 0. Okay, followed by id equal to sidebar toggle. What I'm saying, sidebar toggle, and after that some more new properties like an href. I do not want to go anywhere, so I'm just saying href equal to what? Hash in the single quotes, like this. Okay, and that's it. So within this button I would like to offer some I class. So here I say I class equal to okay, fa hyphen bars. Okay, this is a special class available, and that's it, which is there. Now here the I class is getting closed, and here the button is getting closed now. Okay, so this is the first part of my code now. Okay, now we talk about called navigation or navbar search. So here I'm starting with my navbar search. Okay, so inside my navbar search we would like to offer some more new number of fields, so called form. Okay, so I start with my form. Now with this form I may not say action for a time being, so I'm just removing this action from this. Instead we are saying form class equal to d hyphen none space md hyphen inline, okay, hyphen block hyphen block. Okay, so md hyphen inline hyphen block. After that you have to say just form hyphen, and here you say inline because I want to go ahead with the inline form, and also ml hyphen auto space mr hyphen 0 space mr hyphen md hyphen 3 my hyphen 2 space my hyphen md hyphen 0. So this is what all about our form, but within this form is not yet closed. It is just a first portion of the form class. Along with this we'll be also offering the div class. So we just use div. Here I say class equal to input hyphen group, and now inside this input hyphen group I want to use input class, input type equal to text, and here I say class input class equal to form hyphen control, We would like to add few more classes here. First it is form control, type equal to what type? It is a type text, and now we say placeholder equal to search for. Okay, so it's a property for me where I want to use it, and a part of that search for we're giving it. So since it is giving, so we do not need to give double quotes. Search for is single quotes is okay now. And now area hyphen level equal to search. 1 second, let me try to make it. Okay, search here, and followed by a few more properties. So the first property I'm trying to use it. A part of this area search, we say area hyphen okay described by, and here we give the value called basic hyphen add on to. Okay, so this is how we are trying to add it now. After this, what next? After this, we would like to use another div tag now, div, and here we say class equal to. Inside this class, we may offer few more details. Okay, like I can say input group, input hyphen group hyphen append. Okay, that is a div class, and inside this div class I would like to use also another button. Here we say class equal to btn space btn hyphen primary. Okay, type equal to what? It is a button. So that's it. And after that, within this button I would like to use I class equal to fas space fa hyphen search. Okay, that's it. So this is how we are making it first, and now we'll be going ahead with the next level. Okay, so let's get started with the next point now. So we have finished our div and div form. Now let me try to organize it properly. Okay, now the div and this part is getting close, and now we would like to talk about our navbar part. Okay, so here I'm starting with the nav part. So here exclamatory, and here I give the name called navbar. Just to tell you, like, this would be the navbar related stuff. Here I'll start with my UL tag now. So inside my UL I say UL space class equal to navbar. Okay, so we have a call navbar hyphen nav, okay, space ml hyphen auto space ml hyphen md hyphen 0. So that is for my UL. So within this UL I'll be having some li class also. So we have got li. Within this li I'm saying class equal to. Now what are the details I want? I say nav hyphen item, okay, nav hyphen item space drop down. Okay, so nav hyphen item space what? A drop down now. Now within this li tag, okay, I want to use a lot of other tags too. So first tag I'm using, this is called anchor tag. Okay, so in this anchor tag we want to say a and followed by class equal to, well, I'm saying nav hyphen link followed by drop down hyphen toggle. Okay, after that space id equal to user drop down. Okay, id equal to what? User drop down href equal to, we just make it as just a hash because I'm not taking anywhere. After this hash we say role equal to button. So role will be a button type, and the job doesn't get over here. We also have some option called data hyphen toggle. Okay, data hyphen toggle equal to drop down equal to drop down space. We also want to use some area has pop-up. Okay, you can see there's a property called area has pop-up, so I just say true. Yes, exactly, it does have. And we also want to say area hyphen expanded. You see now area hyphen expanded. We're also saying false. A part of that, we also want to use some image within this. So image, so in this image we want to say src will be under Okay, assets. Under the assets, it will be under id dot png. There's already, sorry, jpg. There's already one value available inside this id png. alt we don't want it as of now. If you want, you can add it, otherwise I'm just leaving it blank. I'm just using this option called style equal to, now border hyphen border hyphen radius. Okay, this hyphen border radius, how much you want to give? I'm saying 50%. That is the CSS style. Okay, and followed by width. How much width you are giving it? I'm saying 50 pixels. 50 pixels. Okay, that's the whole idea for this. Now the anchor tag is getting closed. Okay, so here the anchor tag is closed. After the anchor tag is closed, we would like to give another div class now for the drop down. So we say this div class will have some of the set of properties which is available. I say div class equal to drop down, okay, hyphen menu, and followed by hyphen menu hyphen right. Okay, and followed by we want to use area hyphen, you can see this option called label by, okay, equal to, give the option name called user drop down. I'm just giving the value user drop down. Value has been given. Now within this div tag itself, we'll be adding some new more values. What those values will be? I'm saying anchor tag class equal to, now there is an anchor tag class equal to drop down hyphen item, okay, space href equal to hash. Href equal to what? Hash. We are giving the value called what? Settings. Okay, now I just copy this line, okay, and let's have only two for a time being. So drop down hyphen item href settings, and we're going to give one more option that's called activity log. Activity log, that's the value for activity log. Okay, anchor tag is getting closed now. Here after that we use another div tag here, that's called nested div tag. Okay, so in this div tag we want to use class equal to drop down hyphen item drop down hyphen item, and I would say better drop down hyphen divider, drop down hyphen divider as a value, and in the same div tag, this div tag is getting closed here, and we're using one more a, and class equal to drop down hyphen item drop down item href equal to, give the value, the one which you want to give it. I'm saying hash. Okay, href equal to what? Hash. Let me close this. Yeah, href equal to hash, and we just use router link equal to, as you know it very well, in typical navigation we always use the router link rather than normal href, and here we are giving the name called what? Login. Okay, and here we can use router link active equal to active. Okay, and here we give the name called logout. Log out. Okay, so that's the value which we're giving it now. Anchor tag is closed, and here the div tag is closed, li, ul, and nav. So let me organize it. This one, this one, this one, and nav tag. Let me format this. Okay, so that's what my file is. Okay, so let's continue to this. So we have created the value till nav, and we want to start with this div tag now. Now with this div tag, we would like to have few more classes added now. We say div id equal to, we can just give the name called layout site info. Layout site nav. So this is the first value we are taking it now with this layout site nav. A part of this we would like to use another div tag now, and inside this div we would like to offer the id equal to layout site nav, whatever name we have used it, underscore nav. That is a second div tag we have it now. Now within this we want to use the nav. Okay, with this nav we want to say class equal to sb hyphen side nav hyphen menu. So that value we are passing it to this. Okay, that is for sb hyphen side nav view, or along with this, rather than menu, I can have another option with me to make it even more better. sb hyphen side nav space accordion. Sorry, accordion. Okay, so accordion is going to give you the kind of flipping type of movement one after another. sb hyphen side nav hyphen dark, and space id equal to side nav accordion. So this value we are using it now with this nav. So within this nav we would like to bring another div class now by saying div, and inside this div we will say class equal to I would say sb hyphen side nav hyphen menu. Okay, now within this div tag we want to use another div tag now. So you might be thinking so many div tags. That is why we want to make it more organized. We say div class equal to nav. Okay, now within this div tag we would like to use another div class equal to, here we want to say sb hyphen side nav hyphen menu hyphen heading, side nav hyphen menu hyphen heading. Okay, and in this we are just giving the value called code. This is the value of this. Okay, so this is what for the first div tag. Now within this div tag, when this div tag is closed, we want to use the anchor tag now. A class equal to nav hyphen link. Okay, nav hyphen link followed by href equal to, give the name called index.html. So this is your href. One second. href equal to index.html. Now Now within this anchor tag, we want to use the div tag now. Okay, and in this div, we would like to say class equal to sb hyphen nav hyphen link hyphen icon. So div class equal to sb hyphen nav hyphen link hyphen icon. So this is a class of my div tag right now. Okay, now this particular class, inside this we want to use the I class. I'm saying I class equal to fas space fa hyphen tachometer hyphen alt. Okay, and we are closing this. So I tag is getting closed, the div tag is getting closed. Okay, and within this I'm giving the value called what? Dashboard. Okay, so a class equal to giving this call nav link and href equal to index dot html, and here we have the div tag which is getting closed now, and here the anchor tag is closed. And after the anchor tag is closed, we can use few more div tags inside this. Okay, let's see about which of the div tags are now left with. Here we will start another div tag. Now inside this div we say class equal to sb hyphen side nav. Okay, sb hyphen side nav hyphen menu hyphen heading hyphen heading. And now we want to use one tool name called interface. So here we have a called div tag now. After this we would like to use another anchor tag. Okay, and now with this anchor tag we want to say class equal to. Now as we know it very well, we have given this called menu heading, so we get nav link collapse. So we say nav hyphen link space collapse. Okay, so that is a class which we are using it now with my anchor tag. Okay, collapsed. After that we are saying href equal to hash okay, href equal to what? Hash and data hyphen toggle equal to collapse. So that is the value we are giving it to my data toggle now. After that we are giving some more values here. One value we are giving is called data target. Yeah, data target equal to, here we are giving this id by saying collapse layout. Collapse layouts. Okay, that is a data target, and we just want to say area hyphen expanded equal to false, and one more property I want to give it is called area hyphen controls okay, equal to collapse layout. Collapse layouts. One second, let me try to add it here and edit it here. Collapse layouts. Okay, so anchor tag is there. So within my anchor tag where it is getting closed, I just want to give one more div tag inside this. Yeah, so here we have got div. So within this div tag we want to give some additional property to this div. So we know it very well what type of details we are talking about. So we say div class equal to sp hyphen navlink sp hyphen navlink, okay, hyphen icon. There is another class we're using it now, and sb hyphen nav hyphen link, that's the first property we have taken. Let me close this, and okay, so sb hyphen nav hyphen link, and a part of this you can just use hyphen icon hyphen icon. Okay, within this I can use I class. So here I'm using I class equal to, so which class we want to use it? I'm saying fas space fa hyphen angle, okay, hyphen down. So this is your I class which we are defining it right now. Okay, closing this. So I tag is getting closed along with the div tag now. Okay, and anchor tag is anyways getting closed. Okay, anchor tag is anyways getting closed here. So inside this we would like to give, with the div tag is getting closed, we want to give home, any value which you want to give. So we're giving what? Home here, and this is where is getting closed right now. Okay, so after the div tag is getting closed, we are using this, and so later on we can go back and try to implement more ideas. Okay, so we have finished till one point of areas. Now we would like to go back and start working with the row level now. So now here with my application we want to use another div tag now. So within this div tag we want to use some classes. So we say div space class equal to row. Okay, after this I use one more div tag, and in this div tag we want to use one more property here called class equal to call hyphen excel hyphen 6. So 6 columns layout we are trying to add it now. Here we are trying to say div, and with this div we say class equal to, now see the properties now, div class equal to, we are using card space mb hyphen 4, card space mb hyphen 4, we are using this property. Now after that we would like to use another div tag with using div class equal to header. I would rather say card hyphen header, I will say card hyphen header to this div class, and inside this we want to say I class equal to some addition declaration. I'm saying fas space fa hyphen chart hyphen area space mr hyphen 1. So closing this, so I tag is getting closed. Here we're going to give the value name called weekly analysis, weekly analysis. Okay, so with this div tag it is getting closed. I want to bring another div tag inside this. Now with this div tag we want to write another class here that is known as called class equal to card hyphen body. So we want to give class equal to card hyphen class equal to card hyphen body. Okay, and this class equal to card hyphen body, we want to bring another thing inside this that is called img equal to, now here from the assets we want to use area chart. area chart dot png. So that location we want to use it now, followed by width equal to 100%. Okay, and height equal to 280. Okay, and here the div tag is getting closed. Okay, so we're talking about this div tag, and there's another div tag is getting closed below this. The third div tag is also getting closed now. Okay, so we total have 3 div tags is getting closed, and we would like to use another div tag now. We want to say div class equal to, once again, call hyphen access excel hyphen 6. So 6 columns layout we are talking about, and after that we say div class equal to card space mb hyphen 4. Okay, div class equal to card space mb hyphen 4, and again we use another div tag. Okay, and inside this div we say class equal to header. Div class equal to what? Header. Rather I would say card hyphen header. Card hyphen header now. Now within this div tag we want to use another I class. Yeah. So within this card hyphen header, we want to use the another chart. So as we've already seen, we have used this assets hyphen chart area dot chart png. In a similar way, we would like to use the same technique now for the monthly report also. Okay, so we have a call sl6 card mb4. Okay, we are using what? Card header. So in this, the way we have used weekly analysis, I just copy this the same. Okay, and I pasted it here. Okay, and here what I try to offer, not weekly analysis, I would rather offer monthly report. Okay, monthly report, and after that div tag is close, card body, and now we talk about called bar chart dot png. Bar chart dot png width equal to 100%. Div tag is getting closed. Yeah, so this is how we're trying to use it now. So just like that, we can keep on using some another properties too. Now here we want to use one more div. Okay, in this div tag we feel class equal to, now let's provide another property here. So we say div class equal to card, okay, space mb hyphen 4, and other details too. We were on this position called card hyphen mb hyphen 4, and follow to this we want to use another div tag by saying div class equal to card hyphen header. Div class equal to card hyphen header. So that is another div class we are using it now. So inside this div class we want to use another I class equal to, here I am using once again FAS space FA hyphen table space MR hyphen 1. Okay, that's the position we are using it right now. Okay, and after this I tag, here we define this option name called employee data. Employee data. So here the div tag is getting closed. Okay, so now what 3 properties we have taken it now: weekly, monthly report, employee data. Now we would like to create a table now. So what table we are looking forward for? Let's start. We are saying div class equal to card hyphen body. Okay, Now within this div class equal to card hyphen body, we are using another div tag here now. Okay, and inside this div tag we'll say class equal to table hyphen responsive. So we want to use table hyphen responsive. Fine. Now after this we want to create a table. Okay, within this table, okay, we would like to create table head in multiple things, but let me add some classes here. I'm saying table class equal to, we want to use table space table hyphen bordered and after that we use id equal to, just give the name called data table. After this data table we say width equal to 100%, and also we want to use cell spacing so cell spacing we are giving equal to 0. That is for my table, and now inside this table I can have table head. Okay, under the table head I will be using tr. So tr under which will be having th, which is called table heading. So we're giving the first property so here I give name. Like this, I just copy this and take few more property. Name, position. Here we give call office, then age, then we give start date, and one more, and that is one is called salary. So these are a part of table heading. tr is closed, t head is closed. Now we would like to use t body. Now inside a t body we want to use tr, which is your table row. Under this we want to use what? td, that is called what? A table data. So here we can give the name. So the first value we are giving is called tiger. Next one, let me copy and paste it. So that is the first value. Second is known called position. So we are saying system architect. Okay, system architect. That is what my table data. Next, we're looking forward for office. We're giving the office name called Edinburgh. Next, it is asking for your age. Let's give the age called 61. Next is asking for the start date. So we just give /04/25. Any date we can give it. Last, which is asking for the salary, you can just say dollar any random value I've given it now. Okay, so this is the first table row is basically closed. Like that we can have multiple records with me. I copy this and have another and have another. So as my number of records you want, you can basically have it now. Okay, let me quickly change the name. This value called accountant. Next value which we have it, that is called Tokyo. Age 63. Okay, same, and here we can give Okay, and here you can change the values later on if you want, but for the display purpose it's okay. Okay, so here the multiple things are getting closed, your T body is getting closed, your table is getting closed, your div tag is getting closed, your div tag is getting closed, and after this we have got one more, that is the other. Okay, after closing the last div tag, we would like to also close the main. Okay, after this main, we would like to start working with this footer part now. In this footer, we would like to add some new classes here. I'm saying class equal to py hyphen 4 space bg hyphen light space empty hyphen auto. Okay, followed by we can use the another div tag, and inside this div we can use class equal to container hyphen fluid, container hyphen fluid. Now there's another div tag. Okay, inside this div we want to use what? Class equal to d hyphen flex, okay, space align hyphen items hyphen center space justify hyphen content hyphen between space small. Okay, now inside this div we would like to use another div. We say div class equal to text mounted text hyphen muted. Okay, and we would like to offer here, let's go copyright okay, and copy. Okay, space, give the name dot Simplilearn or else like this. Okay, so div tag is getting closed here now. After that you can use href equal to, you can just give hash. Okay, and now you can give the value called what? Privacy policy. Privacy policy. Okay, and here in privacy policy you can just give ampersand. Okay, and okay, and after this again href. So after this we can use, but first anchor tag is getting closed here after this privacy policy. Okay, so now another href here, hash, rather than privacy policy I'm going to give terms. Okay, in terms give space, okay, conditions. Okay, terms and conditions. You don't need this now, and that's it. So div footer is also getting closed, div tag is also getting closed, so footer is also, and there's another div tag is getting closed, and after that another div tag is getting closed. Okay, and that's it. Body will be closed post that. Okay, so there are a lot of space. Let me try to remove. That's it. So now let me format it. Let's avoid this, otherwise create a confusion. So guys, our navbar component is ready, and after that we will go back and try to add few more things into my code. Now we're going to create few more components into my code. So first component, a part of this, what we have seen, I'm going to create one more component name called toggle. So ng space g space c space toggle. Okay. A part of that, we want to create few more components here, that is known as the routes. So ng space g space c space routes. Okay. So this component is ready. Along with this, as we know it very well, like there are certain components which we have created. We also would like to create few more components into my application. Okay, by saying ng space g space c space let's say so under the routes we have got what? Charts is another component which we have seen now. Okay, now in a similar way I would like to create one more component under the routes, and that is known as for login. Component is ready. Along with this login, we would like to create a register. And along with this, we would like to also go back and create one more component here, that is known as called password. So charts, login, register, password. So 4 components are ready now, and they're all inside what? They're all inside under the routes now. Okay, so these all components are now ready with me, and we'll be basically making all those components associated inside my routes part. Clear now? So which component used what, that we have to basically consider it now. So since they're all of the components now, so under my app.routing.module.ts, we have to basically provide a routings here now. So here we know const part routes equal to blank. So let me try to say path. Okay, path colon. If nothing is being given, so the by default component will be what? Component will be navbar component. So this navbar component automatically comes up here. After that, if path is of what? Static. Component is what? Toggle component. Okay, and here we are saying path match colon full. Okay, along with this we're giving one more path colon login. So here component colon login component. Got to put comma. Component C small. Okay, now like this. Next we talk about called path colon register. Okay, and here component colon register component. Now let's we talk about what? Path colon what? Change password. So here we say component comma component colon, which component we are trying to say? Password component. Password component. Next we want to say path colon charts, then component colon charts component. So these are the components are now available to me. So these components are now all set, and later on we'll be combining all the files together in my system one by one. Okay everybody, so our all components are now all ready, So you see, like, we have got navbar, which contains all the necessary tags whichever is required for my application. Here we have basically the login, and this login.component.html actually contains all the relative part which is related to your login. Like you can talk about call email, you talk about call password, you have a call remember me and forgot password. These type of details are available inside your login component.html now. So this is basically the code, okay, which contains your login related stuffs now. So it contains only few properties, like you talk about like email address, it contains what a password and only the buttons through which user can log in through. Followed by when I see my password, so this password file that is called password.component.html, it contains the details regarding to your password so that the user can give the password details, or in case if the user has or want to change the password, so we can give the details like, okay, you can enter your email ID address where I can send a password to you. So here we have this email address. We haven't implemented your I would say any kind of sending the email to your registered email ID. That logic hasn't been implemented, but it's just for the demo, like how exactly you can bring this password forgot condition inside your system now. So this is what the password, and here we have a link for the login, and here we have our registration. Followed by, if you think about called register contains that register.component.html, and here if you see, there are few details which I'm expecting from the user, like in first name, last name, email, password, confirm password. So these are the quick fields which I'm expecting from the user to enter, and here it's a button for confirming a password, and this is what exactly the links which are available for the login, okay, and for the login.html file. So this is a simple registration form which is available to me, and that is last which is available for me, that is called toggling part. In toggle part, we are just offering the details with regards to your how, in case if you want to toggle, you can change the settings, okay, based on between the settings and activity. Okay, so these are the links which are available through which you can change all different type of toggling part, whether you would like to enable or not enable. This is something which is related to your page. In case if you click on that link, so 401 page, 404 page, 500 page, which will be available to us. Now let's try to run the code and check how the final application really looks like in. Okay, so now I'm trying to run my application by saying npm space start once again. Okay, okay, and now I'm trying to say npm space start. Let the project start now, and we'll see how it really looks like in. So it is compiling all the files. Okay, and finally let's try to execute localhost 4200. Let me see what is an issue right now. Okay, let me check. Meanwhile, try to run it again. Okay, now I finally I'm into my current project right now. So it was a wrong location where the project was available. So I just need to say npm space start and let the project run. So project is picking up till the time I say localhost 4200. And beautiful. Guys, this is how exactly a project really looks like it. Isn't it amazing right now? See how beautiful your project really looks like it. This is what exactly the dashboard you have it. And this is the nav bar which is available to you. Getting it now? See how better and beautiful it looks and organized. So this is like in real-time dashboard which is available where you can see the birthdays you have it. You talk about, company announcement, quick links. These are all basically available. These are the charts which you can see, can give some dummy values, and these are the charts will be really available to you. So this is how the employee records which we had it, which we are displaying it right now, and this is how exactly the chart looks like in. So weekly analysis and monthly analysis. This is the dashboard, and here the links are there, but they're all dummy links. We haven't made it, but you can certainly make it further. Okay, you can search for anything, but it is not working right now because it is just for the display purpose, nothing more than that. It is a home which you can see written like in profile. This is like the profile which we have created. By default the name is called Kate Adams, and this is designation like an accountant, and like you can talk about like home. Under the home we have a called profile, we have a called settings. So nothing is there as such in the settings, so it is just a static record. Attendance, it will be bringing you back to the same page. We have a call confirmation, travel expenses. These are all basically the dummy links which are available. We haven't made it, which you can see in your development. Okay, part of that you see like profile, we have it, settings, account activity. If you see, we have a call login and register. These three pages, if you remember, we have created it under this system. So you can see we have a got login, we have a call register, we have a call passwords. So these are, you are able to see this now. When you say change password, you see like how they have given to you. They're not actually working, but they're just like a dummy option, and you can see it is taking you directly to the sign up option. Okay, now here in your settings, once again you can look forward for the login. It works like in a typical model how it comes. A part of that we also have this called register. So these are the fields of registration form, and you see about the activity. We have got these pages are available. They are all basically dummy pages which we have created. Download confirmation. So really this project really gives you the kind of sense of in a real time how your application, Angular application, can really make your UI more attractive, which are more competitive in market. So I hope you guys love this project. So we have developed most of the codes by our own, except few which we have taken it from online. That is nothing but called especially those images, as well as some JavaScript related libraries, if you see, which we are using it right now here. If you think about this your navbar.component.html, if you see, like these are the libraries we have taken it from internet, because certainly we don't type it because it is taking long time to type. Certainly we have taken from internet, and some images also we have taken it from the internet, which are there under the assets folder too. So if you see under the assets, we have a lot of images that are available, like an area chart, bar chart. So this we have downloaded from the internet.
In this we are going to talk about the Maven here. Now we will be talking about that how exactly we can make use of Maven here in performing various kind of operations, whether it's a build, compilation, various kind of stuff there. So let's talk about it, why exactly we use Maven here. Now Maven is something which is a kind of a build tool which is there for most of the Java-based projects here. So this tool also helps us in building up the source code by downloading some couple of dependencies. These dependencies are something which is being configured by the developers, which a developer feels that the project is dependent on, and he requires those dependencies to be downloaded. So this tool is specifically used to build and manage any kind of a Java-based project, whatever the complexity of the topic or the project is there. So this tool will be able to handle that particular requirement or that project. So it simplifies the day-to-day work of a Java developer and helps them in their projects for performing daily to daily activities. Right now, Maven also helps us in getting the specific jar files for each and every project. So if you are going, you can pretty much make a jar file, var file, or ER file, any kind of a package mechanism you can follow for your Maven there. So to download the dependencies, we don't have to actually go to the official website of each and every software. You can easily get it, the dependencies of each and every third-party binaries on the mvnrepository.com. This is a website which is present, on which if you visit, you will be able to download the dependencies which is required by your project or by your specific project over here. So it totally depends on how exactly you want to download and you want to get together a specific repository over here. So mvnrepository.com is the one. If you visit, you will be able to download and go through all the jar files, dependent jar files as in dependencies which you require for your current project. Right, so now what exactly is a Maven all about? So let's see on that part. So Maven is a popular open source build tool which is developed by the Apache group, and the primary ownership of this tool is to build, publish and deploy several projects at once. Maven is written in Java, and it can be used to build projects written in C#, Scala, Ruby, etc. So apart from Java, these are the different programming languages or the tools which is supported by the Maven here for performing the build activity. So the tool is used for build and management of any kind of a Java based project. It simplifies the day-to-day work of a Java developer and helps them to automate most of the compilation or build perspective tasks on the projects. Right. Now Maven is a kind of a POM based project, so it also known as an project object model, and it focuses on simplification and standardization of the building process. In the process, it takes care of all the followings here: builds, dependencies, reports, distribution, releases, mailing list. So all these things are being taken care as in this particular process here, and ultimately it's an ability inside the Maven that how the overall build process needs to be automated and standardized here. So all these particular mechanisms can be followed as such over here, so that we can have a good standards and the simplifications implemented as such here. Now what exactly is a Maven repository all about? So Maven repository is something which is a kind of a directory, or it's kind of a location where we have all the jar files packaged all together in a single location. So depending on the software which you want to download, the dependent jar files can be downloaded from there. So the metadata refers to the POM files relevant to each project here. This metadata is what allows Maven to download the dependencies. Now there are three types of repositories from where we can download the dependencies. The first one is the local repository, second one is the remote repository, and the third one is the central repository. So these are the primary three types of repositories which is available there for a specific Maven over here. So whatever repository you want to follow, you want to access, you can pretty much access it and you can go with that. Right now, the local repository will be primarily present onto your PC. That's the way that how it's present there. And the particular remote repository is something which you can store on any remote machine or remote server. And the central repository is something which you can have it onto the internet. So usually the central repositories is something in which we can actually host our different kind of dependencies and the jar files over there. So local repository on the machine of the developer where the project material is saved. So all the particular dependencies jar file will be available on your local machine. Remote machine is the location where you can actually store all your particular dependencies, from where you can download these dependencies whenever you require it. So this repositories work similar to the central repository. Whenever anything is needed from the remote repository, it's first downloaded into your local repository and then it will be utilized. So if you feel that the dependency is something which is not there in the local, it will be first downloaded from the remote repository and then it will be utilized or will be referenced onto the local machine there. And central repository is refers to the Maven community repository there, where you will be able to see each and every dependency present on that repository. So Maven downloads the repositories from here in the local repository whenever they're needed or whenever required. All these dependencies are cached locally, from where it will be referenced in the next, or whenever we want to refer that, we will be able to do that particular reference easily on that part. So this is the way that how the three particular repositories or Maven repositories really helps us for performing various kind of automations as such here. Right, now what are the basic concepts of Maven here? So some of the couple of basic concepts which is present in Maven is, like, for the first time we have the project object model. So project POM refers to the XML file which has all the information regarding the project, how this particular project should be built up, how the different build process should be automated there. It also has a description of the project, details regarding the versioning. Versioning information is also stored as such in this XML file, in this particular POM reference file as such over here. The XML file is which is there in the project home directory. So Maven is something which searches for the POM file in the current directory. If it's able to find that particular POM file, so it will execute or it will proceed with the build step, otherwise it will halt there itself. So this POM file is very important because it will act as a kind of a build script, and primarily the Maven tool will be able to process each and everything which is configured as such in this specific XML file there, and according to that only it will function or it will proceed further. Right, now second thing is the dependencies and repositories. So dependencies usually refers to the Java files, so the Java libraries which we need into our particular project. So while working on the project, we may be having the dependency on couple of dependencies. So these dependencies we have to actually download or we have to actually refer, and once these particular information or these details are referred, so what will happen that we need to download these specific dependencies from the particular Maven repositories. So if the dependencies are not present in your local repository, then Maven will try to download it from the central repository and cache it into your local repository. But first of all, it will look on into the local repository, and if it is not present in local, then only it will go to the remote or the central repository. Then we have build life cycles and phase and goals there. So build life cycles consists of the sequence of build phases, and each build phase consists of sequence of goals here. Now each goal is responsible for performing a specific task. When a phase is running all the goals related to that phase, and its plugins are also used to performing the compilation, preparing the artifacts, downloading the dependencies, all different things being done by the plugins here. Then we have the build profiles. So build profiles refers to a set of configuration values. Now generally we have the generic build process for all the environments or all the particular code base there, but sometimes we do have some kind of a differences there. So that is where we can go for the profiles, because a specific profile can have its own configuration, and whatever it's required for the build process, we can have different configurations stored inside the Maven build script here. Then different build profiles are added to the POM files, and which enables the different build as such here. So depending on these profiles, we can actually decide that how we need to proceed with the build process and how the different kind of build automations needs to be performed here. Then a build profile helps in customizing the build for the different environments, so that also we can perform as such while performing or while working on the different components and the different management here. So a build profile is something which you can configure, you can utilize, and depending on that build profile, we will be deciding whether to proceed further or how to decide on that particular factor. So these are something which we need to take care, or we need to work according to which we can decide that how the specific configurations and specific automation needs to be performed here. Now usually when we go for the Maven there, so we have to use some couple of Maven plugins. Now the goal of using these specific plugins is to automate some of the basic stuff like compilation, creating the var file, creating the jar file. So when we are using the plugins, we don't have to configure the steps or write the steps that how these specific plugins should be installed or should be referenced. It's ultimately the internal configurations which we are looking forward or which we are using while working on these specific plugins. So you can download some couple of plugins using which we will be able to decide that how a specific goals needs to be achieved here. So Maven has its own standard plugins that can be utilized. So if want to go for a custom one, so you can do that, but pretty much you can go for the default one, and you can pretty much have some specific goals executed with the help of these build plugins. Now next thing is the Maven architecture. So in Maven, what happens that let's talk about the basic architecture of Maven here. So the Maven executable, when it's deployed, so it usually reads the pom.xml file, which is the build script here. Now once the specific pom.xml file is being read out, so it will process the components. It will download, or it will process the dependencies, plugins, life cycles, phases and goals, and even the build profiles. And if any kind of interaction is required, so it will try to connect to the central repository or a remote repository, and according to that it will provide the information and provide the details as such. So Maven repository is something which is very important, because it's ultimately trying to connect to the Maven repository and try to achieve the various kind of automation here. So it's very important, because ultimately it's trying to help us to go for the complete end-to-end build automation when we'll go for a specific POM based build automation. So Maven executable will read the pom.xml file, then download the dependencies defined into the pom.xml file, and that dependencies are cached locally from the remote or the central repository. Now then create and generate a remote report according to the requirement, and execute the life cycles, phases, goals, plugins, etc. So it will process the pom.xml file there, and whatever the plugins and goals or the life cycles which is configured there, step by step each of them will be executed into a sequence here. Now let's talk about the overall build lifecycle of the Maven here. So what happens that the Maven build lifecycle is something which is a kind of a collection of different steps there, and this is something which is followed to perform a build automation for a specific project. So that there are pretty much 3 steps which is being done. So first one is the default. So it handles the project deployment there. Second, handles the project cleaning, which is a clean there, and then we have site. So it handles the creation of the project sites documentation there. So these are the 3 built-in particular life cycles which is available there at the Maven level, which you can utilize to perform a various kind of particular steps execution for your project. Right, so the build cycle has the different build phases or stages there, because when we are performing a build, a variety of things needs to be performed over here. So the first one is the compile, then test compile is there. So compilation is there for the source file, and test compile is there for the test cases. Test will execute the test cases, package will package the bundle. Then we have the integration test to run the integration test cases. Then we have the verify, then install goal is there, and the last one is the deploy, which is there to deploy the artifacts to the artifact tree. So all these things are the different phases and the stages which is being followed as per a specific build here. So during these builds, these are the different phases and the stages which we normally follow for performing the build automation. Now what is the exactly advantage of a specific Maven here? So that is something which we need to talk about, that how the particular automation needs to be done, or how we can actually go for the configurations where we feel that yes, we want to perform or we want to take certain benefits out of the implementation of Maven here. So for that, what happens that we have to see that the various kind of benefits. The first one is that Apache Maven helps manage all the processes there, such as building, documentation, releasing, and distribution in project management here. So the tool simplifies the process of project building. It increases the performance of the project and the building process altogether. And the task of downloading jar files and other dependencies is also done automatically. We don't have to indulge in any kind of download part as such manually over here. Right, and Maven provides easy access to all the required information. So Maven makes it easy for a specific developer to build a project in the different environments. So we don't have to worry about the environment, we don't have to worry about the infrastructure, nothing is required. Everything is available there inside this package, and depending on the particular, you can write the source code on one machine and you can pretty much do the build on another machine. And this is the reason how the build automation really happens on the first place, because the developer is writing the source code in one location and the same code is deployed onto the particular or built onto this Jenkins or any kind of build tool there. right? In Maven, you can easily add new dependencies. So you must write the particular dependencies in the POM file. So if you feel that you want to download some particular dependencies, so all you have to do is that you have to put that dependency into the specific pom.xml file there, and depending on that, the execution will be really performed and executed as such here. Right, so let's talk about the demo now. So let's see that how exactly we can go for this demo and we can perform the various kind of automations. So this is the virtual machine which we have here, on which the Maven is already installed. So we can run like mvn. So Maven will be available as in 3.6.3 here. Now I'm going to run a particular command called mvn archetype generate here. Let me create a directory here, a temp directory, and to perform this activity over there. So mvn archetype generate. Now once we run that, so what will happen, that it will download some of the binaries there, because ultimately what we are trying to do is that we are trying to generate a new project, like a Maven project. So a couple of particular plugins will be downloaded by the Maven executable so that it can achieve that particular execution. So we just have to wait for downloading all these values. Now here it's trying to give us particular attributes, like it's asking the different attributes over here. So what exactly we want to configure. So if you want to configure, you can provide that details, otherwise you can perform or whatever the setup you want to perform. Now here it's asking for the version, so which kind of version we want to follow. So I'm going to follow like 5 here, so I'll press 5. Then a group ID which is there, so it's basically a kind of a group mechanism, so I can say like com.Simplilearn. So that's the value which I'm providing here. Artifact ID, I can make it like a sample project or something like that. I can do, so that will be the artifact ID which is there. So version I am keeping the same only. So and yeah, so package same here. So I just want to create, so I'll just provide the value called yes and enter. So with this, what will happen, that a sample project will be created here, right? So whatever the artifact ID you provided, so according to that, the project is created in this directory. So you have to go into this directory and see that what exactly the files are created there. So you have the pom.xml file. Now this pom.xml file, when I open, so you can see here that there are some attributes, like you can have the values related to what version or group ID you want to follow. So this is the group ID, this is the artifact ID. So this is jar file. By default you can change it according to your requirement, and this is the version, and if you feel that you want to do the changes to the name, that also you can perform here. So by default the JUnit dependency is added, but if you want to keep on adding your own custom dependencies, you will be able to do that. Now in this case, if you run like mvn clean install, so it will be considered as a particular Maven project. A pom.xml file is already there present in the local directory. So according to that, the execution of the steps will be performed, and according to that, you will be able to get some desired values here. So ultimately in the target directory, you will be able to see that some couple of jar file or a specific jar file is generated here. So you can see that in the target directory, this jar file or this artifact is generated here. So this is a way that how we can actually go for a generic one, like a new particular project, and later on you can, depending on your understanding, you can keep on adding or you can keep on modifying the dependencies, and that's how you can get the final result there. So that's it for this demo, in which we have find out that how exactly we can go for a particular project preparation with the help of mvn executable.
Let's get started with Jenkins. Jenkins, in my opinion, is one of the most popular continuous integration servers of recent times. What began as a hobby project by a developer working for Sun Microsystems way back in early or mid 2000s has gradually and eventually evolved into very powerful and robust automation servers. It has a wide adoption since it is released under MIT license and is almost free to use. Jenkins has a vast developer community that supports it by writing all kinds of plugins. Plugins is the heart and soul of Jenkins, because using plugins, one can connect Jenkins to anything and everything under the sun. With that introduction, let's get into what all will be covered as a part of this tutorial. I will get into some of the prerequisites required for installing Jenkins, post which I will go ahead and install Jenkins on a Windows box. There are a few first-time configurations that needs to be done and I will be covering those as well. So once I have Jenkins installed and configured properly, I will get into the user administrative part. I'll create few users and I will use some plugins for setting up various kinds of access permissions for these users. I will also put in some freestyle jobs. Freestyle job is nothing but a very simple job, and I will also show you the powerfulness of Jenkins by scheduling this particular job to run based upon a time schedule. I will also connect Jenkins with GitHub. GitHub is our source code repository where I've got some repositories put up there. So using Jenkins, I will connect to GitHub, pull up a repository that is existing on GitHub onto the Jenkins box and run few commands to build this particular repository that is pulled from GitHub. Sending out emails is a very important configurations of Jenkins or any other continuous integration server for that matter. Whenever there is any notifications that has to be sent out as a part of either a build going bad or build being good or build being propagated to some environment, and all these scenarios, you would need the continuous integration servers to be sending out notifications. So I will get into a little bit details of how to configure Jenkins for sending out emails. I will also get into a scenario where I would have a web application, a Maven based Java web application, which will be pulled from a GitHub repository, and I will deploy it onto a Tomcat server. The Tomcat server will be locally running on my system. Eventually, I will get into one other very important topic, which is the master slave configuration. It's a very important and pretty interesting topic where distributed builds is achieved using a master slave configuration. So I will bring up a slave, I will connect the slave with the master, and I will also put in a job and kind of delegate that particular job to the slave configuration. Finally, I will let you know how to use some plugins to back up your Jenkins. So Jenkins has got a lot of useful information set up on it in terms of the build environments, in terms of workspace. All this can be very easily backed up using a plugin. So this is what I'm going to be covering as a part of this tutorial. Jenkins is a web application that is written in Java, and there are various ways in which you can use and install Jenkins. I have listed popular 3 mechanisms in which Jenkins is usually installed on any system. The topmost one is as a Windows or a Linux based services. So if at all you have Windows like the way I have, and I'm going to use this mechanism for this demo. So I would download a MSI installer that is specific to Jenkins and install this service. So whenever I install it as a service, it goes ahead and nicely installs all that is required for my Jenkins, and I have a service that can be started or stopped based upon my need. Any flavor of Linux as well. One other way of running Jenkins is downloading this generic WAR file, and as long as you have JDK installed, you can launch this WAR file by the command opening up a command prompt or shell prompt if at all you're on Linux box, specifying java-jar and the name of this WAR file. It typically brings up your web application, and you can continue with your installation. The only thing being, if at all you want to stop using Jenkins, you just go ahead and close this prompt. You either do a Control-C and then bring down this prompt, and your Jenkins server would be down. Other older versions of Jenkins were run popularly using this way, in which you already have a Java-based web server up and running. So you kind of drop in this WAR file into the root folder or the HTTPD root folder of your web server. So Jenkins would explode and kind of bring up your application. All user credentials or user administration is all taken care of by the Apache or the Tomcat server or the web server on which Jenkins is running. This was a very older way of running, but still some people use it because if they don't want to maintain 2 servers, if they already have a Java web server which it's being nicely maintained and backed up, Jenkins can run attached to it. Alright, so either ways, it doesn't matter however you're going to bring up your Jenkins instance. The way we're going to operate Jenkins is all going to be very same or similar one, with the subtle changes in terms of user administration if at all you're launching it through any other web server which will take care of the user administration. Otherwise, all the commands or all the configuration or the way in which I'm going to run this demo, it is going to be same across any of these installations. Alright, so the prerequisites for running Jenkins, as I mentioned earlier, Jenkins is nothing but a simple web application that's written in Java. So all that it needs is Java, preferably JDK 1.7 or 1.8. 2 GB RAM is the recommended RAM for running Jenkins. And also, like any other open source toolsets, when you install JDK, ensure that you set in the environment variable Java home to point to the right directory. This is something very specific to JDK, but for any other open source tools that you install, there is always a preferred environment variable that you got to set in, which is specific to that particular tool that you're going to use. This is a generic thing that is there for, for any other open source projects, because the way open source projects discover themselves is using this environment variables. So as a general practice or a good practice, always set these environment variables accordingly. So I already have JDK 1.8 installed on my system, but in case you do not, what I would recommend is just navigate on your browser to the Oracle homepage and just type in or search for install JDK 1.8 and navigate to the Oracle homepage. You'll have to accept the license agreement, and there are a bunch of installers that you can pick up based upon the operating system on which you're running. So I have this Windows 64 installer that is already installed and running on my system. So I will not get into the details of downloading this or installing it. Let me show you once I install this, what I've done with regard to my path. So if you get into this environment variables, all right, so I've just set in a Java home variable. If you see this, C colon program files Java JDK 1.8. This is where my Java is located. C program files Java. Okay, so this is the home directory of my JDK. So that is what I've set it up here in my environment variable. So if you see here, this is my Java home. All right, one other thing to do is ensure that in case you want to run Java or Java-C from a command prompt, ensure that you also add that path into this path variable. So if you see this, somewhere I will see, yes, there you go. C colon program files Java JDK 1.8 bin. So with these two, I'll ensure that my Java installation is nice and good enough. So to check that, to double check that, or to verify that, let me just open up a simple command prompt. And if I type in Java -version, all right, and Java C -version. So the compiler is on the path, Java is on the path, and if at all I do this, even the environment variable specific to my Java is installed correctly. So I'm good to go ahead with my Jenkins installation. Now that I have my prerequisites all set for installing Jenkins, let me just go ahead and download Jenkins. So let me open up a browser and say download Jenkins. All right. LTS is nothing but the long-term support. These are all stable versions. Weeklies, I would not recommend that you try these unless until you have a real need for that. Long-term support is good enough. And as I mentioned, there are so many flavors of Jenkins that is available for download. You also have a Docker container wherein you can launch Jenkins as a container, but I'll not get into details of that in this tutorial. All right, so what I want is, yes, this is the WAR file, which is a generic WAR file that I was talking to you earlier, and this is the Windows MSI installer. So go ahead and download this MSI installer. I already have that downloaded, so let me just open that up. All right, so this is my downloaded Jenkins instance, or rather installer. This is maybe a few months old, but this is good enough for me. Before you start Jenkins installation, just be aware of one fact that there is a variable called Jenkins Home. This is where Jenkins would store all this configuration data, jobs, project workspace, and all that specific to Jenkins. So by default, if at all you don't set this to any particular directory, if at all you install an MSI installer, all your installation gets into C colon program files 86 and Jenkins folder. If at all you run a WAR file, depending upon the user ID with which you're running your WAR file, the Jenkins folder, there's a .jenkins folder that gets created inside the user home directory. So in case you have any need wherein you want to back up your Jenkins or you want Jenkins installations to get into some specific directories, go ahead and set this Jenkins home variable accordingly before you even begin your installation. For now, I don't need to do any of these things, so I've already downloaded the installer. Let me just go ahead with the default installation. All right, so this is my Jenkins MSI installer. I don't want to make any changes into the Jenkins configuration. C colon program files is good for me. Yeah, this is where all my destination folder and all the configuration specific to it goes. I'm happy with this. I don't want to change this. I would just say go ahead and click installation. Okay, so what typically happens once the Jenkins installation gets through is it'll start installing itself, and there are some small checks that needs to be done. So, and by default, Jenkins launches on the port 8080. So let me just open up localhost 8080. There's a small checking that will be done as a part of the installation process wherein I need to type in a hash key. All right, so there's a very, very simple hash key that gets stored out here. So I'll have to just copy this path. If at all you're running as a WAR file, you would see that in your logs. All right, so this is a simple hash key that gets created every time when you do a Jenkins installation. So as a part of the installation, it just asks you to do this. So if that is not correct, it'll crib about it, but this looks good. So it's going ahead. All right, one important part during the installation. So you would need to install some recommended plugins. What happens is the plugins are all related to each other. So it's like the typical RPM kind of a problem where you try to install some plugin and it's got a dependency which is not installed and you get into all those issues. In order to get rid of that, what Jenkins recommends, there's a bunch of plugins that is already recommended. So just go ahead and blindly click that install recommended plugin. So if you see, there is a whole lot of plugins which are bare essential plugins that is required for Jenkins in order to run properly. So Jenkins as a part of the installation would get all these plugins and then install it for you. This is a good combination to kind of begin with. And mind you, at this moment Jenkins needs lots of bandwidth in terms of network. So in case your network is not so good, few of these plugins would kind of fail. And these plugins are all available on openly or mirrored sites, and sometimes some of them may be down. So do not worry in case some of these plugins kind of fail to install. You'd get an option to kind of retry installing them, but just ensure that at least most or 90-95% of all these plugins are installed without any problems. Let me pause the video here for a minute and then get back once all these plugins are installed. My plugin installation is all good. There was no failures in any of my plugins. So after that, I get to create this first admin user. Again, this is one important point that you got to remember. Give in any username and password, but ensure that you kind of remember that because it's very hard to get back your username and password in case you forget it. All right, so I'm going to create a very, very simple username and password. Something that I can remember. That's my name, and an email ID is kind of optional, but it doesn't allow me to go ahead in case I don't. So I just give in an admin and I got a password. I remember my password. This is my full name. All right, I say save and finish. All right, that kind of completed my Jenkins installation. It was not that tough, was it? Now that I have my Jenkins installed correctly, let me quickly walk you through some bare minimal configurations that is required. These are kind of a first time configuration that is required. So, and also let me warn you, the UI is little hard for many people to wrap their head around it, specifically the Windows guys. But if at all you're a Java guy, you know how painful it is to write UI in Java, you will kind of appreciate, all the effort that has gone into the UI. Bottom line, UI is little hard to, wrap your head around it. But once you start using it, possibly you'll start liking it. All right, so let me get into something called as Manage Jenkins. This can be viewed like a main menu for all the Jenkins configuration. So I'll get into some of those important ones. Something called as Configure System. Configure System, this is where you kind of put in the configuration for your complete Jenkins instance. Few things to kind of look out for. This is a home directory. This is a Java home where all the configurations, all the workspace, anything and everything regarding Jenkins is stored out here. System message, you want to put in some message on the system, you just type in whatever you want and it's possibly show up somewhere up here on the menu. Number of executors, very, very important configuration. This just lets Jenkins know at any point in time how many jobs or how many threads can be run. You can kind of visualize it like a thread that can be run on this particular instance. As a thumb rule, if at all you're on a single core system, number of executors 2 should be good enough. In case at any point in time, if there are multiple jobs that kind of get triggered at the same time, in case the number of executors are less compared to the number of jobs that have woken up, no need to panic because they will all get queued up and eventually Jenkins will get to running those jobs. Just bear in mind that whenever a new job kind of gets triggered, the CPU usage and the memory usage in terms of the disk write is very high on the Jenkins instance. So that's something that you got to kind of keep in mind. All right, but number of executors 2 for my system is kind of good. Label for my Jenkins, I don't want any of these things. Usage, how do you want to use your Jenkins? This is good for me because I only have a primary server that is running, so I want to use this node as much as possible. Quiet period. Each of these options have got some bare minimal help kind of a thing that is out here. By clicking on these question marks, you will get to know as to what are these particular configurations. All right, so this all look good. What I want to show you here is there's something regarding the Docker, timestamps, Git plugin, SVN, email notifications. I don't want that. What I want I want this SMTP server configuration. Remember, I mentioned earlier that I would want Jenkins to be sending out some emails. And what I've done here is I've just configured the SMTP details of my personal email ID. In case you're in an organization, you would have some sort of an email IDs that is set up for a Jenkins server. So you can specify the SMTP server details of your company so that you can authorize Jenkins to kind of send out emails. But in case you want to try it out like me, I have configured my personal email ID, which is on my Gmail, for sending out notifications. So the SMTP server would be smtp.gmail.com. I'm using the SMTP authentication. I've provided my email ID and my password. I'm using the SMTP port, which is 465. And reply to address is the same as mine. I can just send out an email and see if at all this configuration works. Again, Gmail would not allow you to allow anybody to send out notifications on your behalf. So you'll have to lower the security level of your Gmail ID so that you can allow programmatically somebody to send out email notifications on your behalf. So I've done already that. I'm just trying to see if I can send a test email with the configurations that I've set in. Yes. All right. So the email configuration looks good. So this is how you configure your your Gmail account in case you want to do that. If not, put in your organization SMTP server details, which are with a valid username and password, and it should all be set. All right, so no other configurations that I'm going to change here. All of these look good. All right, so I come back to manage Jenkins. Okay, one other thing that I want to kind of go over is the global tool configuration. Imagine this scenario, or look at it this way. Jenkins is a continuous integration server. It doesn't know what kind of a code base it's going to pull in, what kind of a tool set that is required, or what is the code that it's going to pull in and how is it going to build. So you would have to put in all the tools that is required for building the appropriate kind of code that you're going to pull in from your source code repositories. So just to give an example, in case your source code is a Java source code, and assuming that because in this demo, this is my laptop and I've put in all the configurations, JDK, everything on my laptop because I'm a developer, I'm working on the laptop. But my continuous integration server would be a separate server without anything being installed on it. So in case I want Jenkins to run a Java code, I would need to install JDK on it. I need to specify the JDK location of this out here this way. Okay, since I already have the JDK installed and I've already put in the Java home directory, or rather the environment variable correctly, I don't need to do it. Git, if at all I want the Jenkins server to use Git, Git is the command bash or the command prompt for running Git and connecting to any other Git server. So you would need Git to be installed on that particular system and set the path accordingly. Gradle and Maven, if at all you have some Mavens as well, you want to do this. Any other tool that you're going to install on your system, which is your continuous integration server, you will have to come in here and configure something. In case you don't configure it, when Jenkins runs, it will not be able to find these tools for building your task and it'll crib about it. That's good. I don't want to save anything. Manage Jenkins. Let me see what else is required. Yes, configure global security. All right, the security is enabled. And if you see by default, it's the security access control is set to Jenkins own user database. So what does this mean? Jenkins by default, it uses file system where it stores all the usernames, which hashes up these usernames and kind of stores them. So as of now, Jenkins is configured to use its own database. Assuming that you are running in an organization, you would probably want to have some sort of an AD or an LDAP server using which you would want to control access to your Jenkins repository, rather Jenkins tool. So you would specify your LDAP server details, the root DN, password or the manager DN and the manager password and all these details in case you want to connect your Jenkins instance with your LDAP or AD or any of the authentication servers that you have in your organization. But for now, since I don't have any of these things, I'm going to use this own database. That's good enough. All right. So I will set up some authorization methods and stuff like that once I put in few jobs. So for now, let me not get into any of these details of this. Just be aware that Jenkins can be connected for authorization to an LDAP server, or you can have Jenkins managing its own servers, which is happening as of now. So I'm going to save all this stuff. That's good for me. So enough of all these configurations. Let me put in a very, very simple job. All right. So job, new item, little difficult to kind of figure out, but then that's the new item. So I'll just say, first job, this is good for me. I just give a name for my job. I would say it's a freestyle project. That's good enough for me. I don't want to choose any of that. So unless until you choose any of this particular button would not become active. So choose the freestyle project and say, okay. At a very high level, you would see general, source code management, build triggers, build environment, build and post build. In case you install more and more plugins, you will see a lot more options. But for now, this is what you would see. So what am I doing? At the moment, I'm just putting up a very, very simple job. And the job could be anything and everything. So I don't want to put in a very complicated job for now. For the demo purpose, let me just put in a very, very simple job. I'll give a description. This is an optional thing. This is my first Jenkins job. All right. I don't want to choose any of these. Again, there are some helps available here. I don't want to choose any of this. I don't want to connect it into any source code for now. I don't want any triggers for now. I'll come back to this in a while. Build environment. I don't want any build environment. As a part of this build step, I just want to, run few things so that I kind of complete this particular job. So since I'm on a Windows box, I would say execute Windows batch command. All right. So what do you want to do? Let me just echo something. Echo, hello. This is my first Jenkins job, and possibly I would want the date and the timestamp pertaining to the job. I mean, the date and time in which this job was run. All right. Very, very simple command that says, this is my first job. It just puts out something along with the date and the time. All right. I don't want to do anything else. I want to keep this job as simple as this. So let me save this job. All right. So once I save this job, the job names comes up here, and then I need to build this job. And you would see some build history out here. Nothing is there as of now because I've just put in a job. I have not run it yet. All right. So let me try to build it now. You see a build number, you would see a date and a timestamp. So if I click on this, you would see a console output. If I go here, okay, as simple as that. And where is all the job details that is getting into? If you see this, if I navigate to this particular directory, all right, so this is the directory what I was mentioning earlier regarding Jenkins home. So all the job related stuff that is specific to this particular Jenkins installation is all here. All the plugins that is installed, the details of each of those plugins can be found here. All right, so the workspace is where all the jobs that I've created, whichever I'm running, there will be individual folders specific to the jobs that has been put up here. All right, so one job, one quick run. That's what it looks like. Pretty simple. Okay, let me do one thing. Let me put up a second job. I would say second job. I would say freestyle project. All right, this is my second job. I just want to demonstrate the powerfulness of the automation server and how simple it is to automate a job that is put up on Jenkins, which will be triggered automatically. Remember what I said earlier about Jenkins, because at the core of Jenkins is a very, very powerful automation server. All right, so what I'm going to do, I will just keep everything else the same. I'm going to put in a build script pretty much similar to second job that gets triggered automatically every minute. All right, let me do that. Percentage date, and I'll put in the time. All right, So I just put in another job called second job, and it pretty much does the same thing as what I was doing earlier in terms of printing the date and the time. But this time I'm just going to demonstrate the powerfulness of the automation server that is there. If you see here, there's a build trigger. So a build can be triggered using various triggers that is there. So we'll get into this GitHub triggering or hook or a webhook kind of a triggering later on. But for now, what I want to do, I want to ensure that this job that I'm going to put in would be automatically triggered on its own. Let's say every minute, I want this job to be run on its own. So build periodically is my setting. If you see here, there's a bunch of help that is available for me. So for those of you who have written cron jobs on Linux boxes, you'll find it very, very simple. But for others, don't panic. Let me just put up a very, very simple regular expression for scheduling this job every minute. All right, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, come up, come up, come up. All right, so 5 stars is all that I'm going to put in. And Jenkins got a little worried and is asking me, do you really mean every minute? Oh yeah, I want to do this every minute. Let me save this. And how do I check whether it gets triggered every minute or not? I just don't do anything. I'll just wait for a minute. And if at all everything goes well, Jenkins would automatically trigger my second job in a minute's time from now. This time around, I'm not going to trigger anything. Look, there you see. It's automatically got triggered. If I go in here, yep, second job that gets triggered automatically. It was triggered at 1642, which is 4:42 my time. That looks good. And if everything goes well, every 1 minute onwards, this job would be automatically triggered. Now that I have my Jenkins up and running, a few jobs that has been put up here on my Jenkins instance, I would need a way of controlling access to my Jenkins server. This is wherein I would use a plugin called role-based access plugin and create few rules. The rules are something like a global rule and a project role, project specific role. I can have different roles and I can have users who have signed up or the users whom I create kind of assigned to these roles so that each of these users fall into some category. This is my way of kind of controlling access to my Jenkins instance and ensuring that people don't do something unwarranted. All right, so first things first, let me go ahead and install a plugin for doing that. So I get into manage Jenkins and manage plugin. A little bit of a confusing screen in my opinion. There is updates available, installed and advanced. As of now, we don't have the role-based plugin. So let me go to available. It'll take some time for it to get refreshed. All right, now these are the available plugins. These are the installed plugins. All right, so let me come back to available. And I would want to search for my role-based access plugin. So I would just search for role and hit enter. Okay, role-based authorization strategy enables user authorization using a role-based strategy. Roles can be defined globally or for particular jobs or nodes and stuff like that. So exactly, this is the plugin that I want. I would want to install it without a restart. All right, looks good so far. Yes. Go back to the top of the page. Yes. Remember, Jenkins is running on a Java using a Java instance. So typically many things would work the same way unless and until you want to restart Jenkins once in a while. But as a good practice, whenever you do some sort of a big installations or big patches on your Jenkins instance, just ensure that you kind of restart it. Otherwise, there would be a difference in terms of what is installed on the system and what is there on the file system. You would need to flush out few of those settings later on. But for now, these are all very small plugins, so these would run without any problems. But otherwise, if at all there are some plugins which would need a restart, kindly go ahead and restart your Jenkins instance. But for now, I don't need that. It looks good. I've installed the plugin. So where do I see my plugin? I installed the plugin that is specific to the user control or the access control. So let me go into, yes, global security. And I would see this role-based strategy showing up now. All right, so this comes in because of my installation of my role-based plugin. So this is what I would want to enable because I already have my own database set up. And for the authorization part, in the sense that who can do what. I'm going to install, I've already installed a role-based strategy plugin, and I'm going to enable that strategy. All right, I would say save. Okay, now I've installed the role-based access plugin. I would need to just set it up and check that, I would go ahead and create some roles and ensure that I assign users as per these roles. All right, so let me go to Manage Jenkins, configure. All right, let me see, where is this? Configure global security. Is that where I create my roles? Nope, not here. Yes, manage and assign roles. Okay, again, you would see these options only after you install these plugins. So for now, I've just enabled the plugin. I've enabled role-based access control, and I would go ahead and create some roles for this particular Jenkins instance. So I would say first manage roles. So I would need to create some roles here, and the roles are at a very high level. These are global roles, and there are some project roles, and there are some slave roles. I'll not get into details of all of these. At a very, very high level, which is a global role, let me just create a role. A role can be kind of visualized like a group. So I would create a role called developer. Typically, the Jenkins instance or the CA instance are kind of owned up or controlled by QA guys. So QA guys would need to provide some sort of limited access to developers. So that's why I'm creating a role called developer, and I'm adding this role at a global role level. So I would say add this here, and you would see this developer role that is there. And each of these options, if you hover over it, you would see some sort of a help on what are these permissions specific to. So what I want is it sounds a little different, but I would want to give very, very little permissions for the developer. So from an administration perspective, I would just want him to have a read kind of a role. Credentials, again, I would just want a view kind of a role. I don't want him to create any agents and all that stuff. That's good for me. For a job, I would want him to just possibly read. I don't want him to build. I don't want him to cancel any jobs. I don't want him to configure any job. I don't even want him to create any job. I would just want him to read few things. I would not give him possibly a role to the workspace as well. I don't want him to have access to the workspace. I would just want him to read a job or check, have read-only access to the job. Run. No, I don't want him to give him any particular access which will allow him to run any jobs. View, configure, yeah, possibly create, yeah, delete, I don't want. Read, yes, definitely. And this is the specific role. So what I'm doing, I'm just creating a global role called developer, and I'm giving him very, very limited roles, in the sense that I don't want this developer to be able to run any agents, nor create jobs, or build jobs, or cancel jobs, or configure jobs. At the max, I would just want him to read a job that is already put up there. Okay, so I would save. Now I've created a role. I still don't have any users that is there on the system. So let me go ahead and create some user on the system. That's not here. I would say configure, manage Jenkins, manage users. Okay, let me create a new user. I would call this user as, yeah, developer one sounds good. Some password that I can remember. Okay, his name is developer1 d@d.com or something like that. Okay, so this is the admin with which I kind of configured or brought up the system, and developer1 is a user that I have configured. So still have not set any roles for this particular user yet. So I would go to manage Jenkins. I would say manage and assign roles. I would say assign roles. Okay, so if you see, what I'm going to do now is assign a role that is specific to that particular developer. I will find the particular user and assign him the developer role that I've already configured. The role shows up here. I would need to find my user, whoever created, and then assign him to that particular role. So if you remember, the user that I created was developer1. I would add this particular user, and now this particular user, what kind of a role I want him to have, because this is the global role that I had created. So developer, I would assign this developer 1 to this particular global role, and I would go ahead and save my changes. Now let me check the permissions of this particular user by logging out of my admin account and logging back as developer 1. If you remember, this role was created with very less privileges. So there you go. I have Jenkins, but I don't see a new item. I can't trigger a new job. I can't do anything. I see these jobs. However, I don't think so I'll be able to start this job. I don't have the permission set for that. The maximum I can do is look at the job, see what was there as a part of the console output and stuff like that. So this is a limited role that was created, and I added this developer to that particular role, which was a developer role, so that the developers don't get to configure any of the jobs, because the Jenkins instance is owned by a QA person. He doesn't want to give developer any administrative rights. So the rights that he set out by creating a developer role, and anybody who is tagged, any user who is tagged as a part of this developer role would get the same kind of permissions. And these permissions can be, fine grained. It can be a project specific permissions as well. But for now, I just demonstrated the high level permission that I had set in. Let me quickly log out of this user and get back as the admin user, because I need to continue with my demo. With the developer role that was created, I have very less privileges. One of the reasons for Jenkins being so popular, as I mentioned earlier, is the bunch of plugins that is provided by users or community users who don't charge any money for these plugins, but it's got plugins for connecting anything and everything. So if you can navigate to, or if you can find Jenkins plugins, you would see index of over so many plugins that is there. All of these are wonderful plugins. Whatever connectors that you would need, if you want to connect Jenkins to an AWS instance, or you want to connect Jenkins to a Docker instance, or any of those containers, you would have a plugin. You can go and search up. If I want to connect Jenkins to Bitbucket, Bitbucket is one of the Git servers. There's so many plugins that is available. Okay, so bottom line, Jenkins without plugins is nothing. So plugins is the heart of Jenkins. For you to connect, or in order to connect Jenkins with any of the containers or any of the other tool sets, you would need the plugins. If you want to connect, or you want to build a repository which has got Java and Maven, you would need to install Maven and JDK on your Jenkins instance. If at all you're looking for a .NET build or a Microsoft build, you would need to have MS Build installed on your Jenkins instance, and the plugins that will trigger MS Build. If at all you want to listen to some server-side webhooks from GitHub, you would need GitHub specific plugins. If you want to connect Jenkins to AWS, you need those plugins. If you want to connect to a Docker instance that is running anywhere in the world, as long as you have the URL which is publicly reachable, you just have a Docker plugin that is installed on your Jenkins instance. SonarQube is one of the popular static code analyzers. So you can connect a Jenkins build, you can build a job on Jenkins and push it to SonarQube, and get SonarQube to run analysis on that and get back the results in Jenkins. All of these works very well because of the plugins. Now with that, let me connect our Jenkins instance to GitHub. I already have a very simple Java repository up on my GitHub instance. So let me connect Jenkins to this particular GitHub instance and pull out a job that is put up there. All right. So this is my very simple repository that is there called Hello Java, and this is what is there in the repository. There is a hello.java application that is here, or a simple class file that is there. It's got just one line of system.out. So this is already present on github.com at this place, and this would be the URL for this repository. If I pick up the HTTPS URL, this is my HTTPS URL. So what I would do is I would connect my Jenkins instance to go to GitHub, provide my credentials, and pull out this repository which is on the cloud hosted github.com, and get it to my Jenkins instance, and then build this particular Java file. I'm keeping the source code very simple. It's just a Java file. How do I build my Java file? How do I compile my Java file? I just say Java C and the name of my class file, which is hello.java. And how do I run my Java file? I would say Java and hello. Okay, so remember, I don't need to install any plugins now, because what it needs is a Git plugin. So if you remember, when we were doing the installation, there was a bunch of recommended plugins. So Git is already installed on my system, so I don't need to install it again. So let me put up a new job here. It says Git job. Let it be a freestyle project. That's good for me. I would say okay. Alright, so the source code management. Remember in the earlier examples, we did not use any source code because we were just putting up some echo kind of jobs. We did not need any integration with any of the source code systems. So now let me connect this. So I'm going to put up a source code and Git would show up because the plugin is already there. SVN, Perforce, any of those additional source code management tools, if at all you would need, just install those plugins and Jenkins connects wonderfully well to all these particular source control tools. Okay, so I would copy the HTTPS URL from here. I would say this is the URL that I'm supposed to go and grab my source code from. But all right, that sounds good. But what is the username and password? So I'll have to specify a username and password. All right, so I would say the username, this is my username, and this is my HTTPS credential for my job. Okay, so this is my username and this is my password. I just save this. I say add, and then I would say, use these credentials to go to GitHub and then on my behalf, pull out a repository. All right. If at all at this stage, if there's any error in terms of Jenkins not able to find Git or the git.exe, or if my credentials are wrong, somewhere down here, you would see a red message saying that, something is not right. You can just go ahead and kind of fix that. For now, this looks good for me. I'm going to grab this URL. What am I going to do? This step would pull the source code from the GitHub. And then what would be there as a part of my build step? Because this repository just has a Java file, correct? Hello.java. So in order for me to build this, I would just say execute Windows batch command and I would say Java C hello.java. That is the way I would build my Java code. And if I have to run it, I would just say Java hello. Pretty simple, 2 steps, and this would run after the repository contents are fetched from GitHub. So Java C, Java, that sounds good. I would say save this and let me try to run this. Okay, if you see, there's a lot of, it executes Git on your behalf. It goes out here, it provides my credentials and says, it pulls all my repository, and by default, it will pull up the master branch that is there on my repository. And it kind of builds this whole thing, Java C hello.java, and it runs this project Java hello. And there you see, this is the output that is there. And if at all you want to look at the contents of the repository, if you can go here, this is my workspace of my system. Hang on, this is not right. Okay, Git job. If you see here, this is my hello.java. This is the same program that was there on my GitHub repository. Okay, so this is a program that was there on my GitHub repository. All right, so this was the same program that was here, and Jenkins on our behalf went over all the way to GitHub, pulled this repository from there, and then it brought it down to my local system on my Jenkins instance. It compiled it and it ran this particular application. Okay, now that I've integrated Jenkins successfully with GitHub for a simple Java application, let me build a little bit on top of it. What I will do is I have a Maven based web application that is up there as a repository in my GitHub. So this is the repository that I'm talking about. It's called MVN Web App. It's a Maven based repository. As you would know, Maven is a very simple Java based build tool that will allow you to run various targets, and it'll compile. It will, based upon the goals that you specify, it can compile, it can run some tests, and it can build a WAR file and even deploy it into some other server. For now, what we're going to use Maven is just for building and creating a package out of this particular web application. It contains a bunch of things, and what is important is just the index.jsp. It just contains an HTML file that is there as a part of this web application. So from a perspective of requirements, now since I'm going to connect Jenkins with this particular repository, Git, we already have that set. We only need 2 other things. One is Maven, because Jenkins will use Maven. So in order to use Maven, Jenkins would have to have a Maven installation that is there on the Jenkins box. And in this case, the Jenkins box is this laptop. And after I have my Maven installed, I also need a Tomcat server. Tomcat is a very simple web server that you can freely download. I'll let you know how to quickly download and install the Tomcat. All right, so download Maven first. There are various ways in which you can kind of download this Maven. There is zip files, binary zip files and archive files. So what I've done is I've just already downloaded Maven, and if you see, I've unzipped it here. So this is the folder with which I've unzipped my Maven. So as you know, Maven again is a one open source build tool. So you'll have to set in a few configurations and set up the path. So mvn hyphen version, if I specify this, after I set in my path, Maven should work. And if at all I echo m2 home, which is nothing but the variable environment variable specific to Maven home, it is already set here. So once you unzip Maven, just set this m2 home variable to the directory where you unzipped your Maven. Also, just set the path to this particular directory /bin, because that is where your Maven executables are all found. All right, so that's with Maven. And since I've set the path and the environment variable Maven is running perfectly fine on my system, I've just verified it. Okay, next one is the Tomcat server. Download Apache Tomcat server 8.5 is what I have on my system. So I'm just going to show you where to download this from. This is where you download Tomcat server, and I already have the server downloaded. Again, this doesn't need any installation. I just unzip it here, and it kind of has a bin and configuration. I've made some subtle changes in the configuration. First and foremost, Tomcat server also by default runs on port 8080. Since we already have our Jenkins server running on port 8080, we cannot let Tomcat run on the same port. There will be a port clash. So what I've done, I've configured Tomcat to use a different port. So if I go to this configuration file here, there is a server.xml. Let me open this up here. All right. Okay. So this is the port. By default, it will be 8080. I've just modified it to 8081. So I've changed the port on which my Tomcat server would run. All right. So that's one change. Second change, when Jenkins kind of tries to get into my Tomcat and deploy something for someone, he would need some authentications so that he'll be allowed deployment by Tomcat. So for that, I need to create a user on Tomcat and provide this user credentials to my Jenkins instance. So I would go to Tomcat users.xml file here. I've already created a username called deployer and the password is deployer, and I've added a role called manager-script. Manager-script will allow programmatic access to the Tomcat server. So this is the role that is there. So using this credentials, I will enable or I'll empower Jenkins to get into my Tomcat server and deploy my application. All right, only these two things that is required. Let me just start my Tomcat server first. So I get into my bin folder, I open a command prompt here, and there's a startup.bat. It's pretty fast. It just takes a few seconds. Yes, there you go. Tomcat server is up and running. Now this is running on port 8081. So let me just check if that looks good. So localhost 8081. Okay, my Tomcat server is up and running. That sounds good. The user is already configured on this. That's also fine. So what I'll do as a part of my first job, Maven is also installed on my system. So I'm good to use Maven as a part of my Jenkins. So I will put up a simple job now. I will say job mvn web app. I'll call this freestyle job. That's good. Okay, so this will be a Git repository. What is the URL of my Git repository? Is this guy, HTTPS URL. Okay, that's this URL. I will use the credentials. The old credential that I set up will work well because it's the same Git user that I'm kind of connecting into. All right, so now the change happens here where after I get this, since I said this is a simple Maven repository, I will have some Maven targets to run. So the simple target first is, let me run Maven package. This creates a war file. Okay, so mvn package is the target. Package is the target. So whenever I run this package, it kind of creates it, it builds it, it tests it, and then creates a package. So this is all that is required. Maybe let me try to save this, and let me first run this and see if it connects well, if there's any problem with my war file, or the war file gets created properly. Okay, wonderful. So it built a WAR file, and if you see, it all shows you what is the location where this WAR file was generated. So this will be the workspace. If you see this WAR file was successfully built. Now I need to grab this particular WAR file, and then I would need to deploy it into Tomcat server. Again, I would need a small plugin to do this because I need to connect Tomcat with my Jenkins server. Let me go ahead and install the plugin for the container deployment. So I will go to Manage Plugins, Available, type in container, container, deploy to container. Okay, so this would is the plugin that I would need. I would install it without a restart. Okay, seems to be very fast. Nope, sorry, it's still installing. Okay, it installed the plugin. So if at all you see this, if you go to my workspace, okay, in the target folder, I would see this web application WAR file that is already built. So I would need to configure this plugin to pull up this WAR file and deploy it onto the Tomcat server. For deploying onto the Tomcat server, I will use the credentials of the user that I've created. Okay, so let me go to configure this particular project again. And okay, all this is good. So the package is good. I'm going to just create a package. That's all fine. Now add a post build step. So after the WAR file is built as a part of this package directive, let me use this deployment to container. Now this will show up after you install the plugin. So deploy this one to the container. Now what is that you're supposed to specify? You're supposed to specify what is the location. Okay, so this is a global configuration that is there that will allow you to, from the root folder, it will pick up the WAR file that is there. So ******war, that's good for me. Okay, what is the context path? Context path is nothing but just the name of an application that, under which it will get deployed into the Tomcat server. I will just say MVN web app. That's the name of my thing. Now I need to specify what kind of a container that I'm talking about. All right, so the deployment would be for this Tomcat 8.5 is what I need. Okay, because the server that we have is a Tomcat 8.5 server that I have. So this would be the URL. So the credentials, yes, I need to add a credential for this particular server. So if you remember, I had created a credential for my web application. So let me just find that. My Tomcat server, yes, configuration of this. Okay, so deployer and deployer. Username is deployer, password is deployer. Okay, so let me use that credential. I would say add a new credential, Jenkins credential. The username is deployer and the password is deployer. So I would use this deployer credentials for that. And what is the URL of my Tomcat instance? So this is the URL of my Tomcat instance. So take the WAR file that is found in this particular folder, and then context path is MN web app. Use the deployer deployment credentials and get into this localhost, which is there 8081. This is the Tomcat server that is running on my system, and then go ahead and deploy it. Okay, so that is all that is required. So I would say just save this and let me run it now. Okay, it successfully built the WAR file. It is trying to deploy it, and looks like the deployment went ahead perfectly well. So the context path was MVN web app. So if I type in this, all right, if at all I go ahead into my Tomcat server, there would be a web apps folder. You would see the date timestamp. So this is the file that got recently copied, and this is the Explorer version of our application. So the application was built, the source code of this application was pulled from the GitHub server. It was built locally on the Jenkins instance, and then It was pushed into a Tomcat server which is running on a different port, which is 80881. Now for this demo, I'm running everything locally on my system, but assuming that, this particular Tomcat instance was running on some other server with some other different IP address, all that you got to go and change is the URL of the server. So this would be the server in case you already have that, if you have a Tomcat server which is running on some other machine, that's all fine. With a different IP, that's all good enough. The whole bundle or the war file that was built as a part of this Jenkins job gets transferred onto the other server and gets deployed. That's the beauty of Jenkins and automatic deployments, or rather deployments using Jenkins and Maven. Distributed build or master slave configuration in Jenkins. As you would have seen, we just have one instance of Jenkins server up and running all the time. And also I told you that whenever any job that kind of, gets started on the Jenkins server, it is little heavy on in terms of disk space and the CPU utilization. So which kind of, if at all you're in an organization wherein you're heavily reliant on the Jenkins server, you don't want your Jenkins server to go down. So that's wherein you kind of start distributing the load that is there on the Jenkins server. So you primarily have a server, which is just a placeholder or like a master who will take in all the kind of jobs. And what he will do is based upon trigger that has happened to the job or whichever job needs to be built, if at all, he can delegate these jobs onto some other machines or some other slaves. That's a wonderful thing to have. Okay, use case 1. Use case 2, assuming that, if you have a Jenkins server that is running on a Windows box or on a Linux one, and if at all you have a need where you need to build based upon operating systems, you have multiple build configurations to support. Maybe you need to build a Windows, Windows based .NET kind of a projects where you would need a Windows machine to build this particular project. You also have a requirement where you want to build Linux based systems. You also have a Mac, you support some sort of an apps or something that is built on Mac OS. You would need to build, Mac based system as well. So how are you going to support all these needs? So that's wherein a beautiful concept of master slave or primary and delegations or agent and master comes into play. So typically you would have one Jenkins server who will just configure with all the proper authorizations, users, configurations, and everything is set up on this Jenkins server. His job is just delegations. He will listen to some sort of triggers, or based upon the job that is coming in, he will, if there is a nice way of delegating these jobs to somebody else and taking back the results, he can control a lot of other systems. And these systems may not have a complete, or there's no need to put in a complete Jenkins installation. All that you got to do is have a very, very simple runner or a slave that is a simple jar file that is run as a low priority thread or a process within these systems. So with that, you can have a wonderful distributed build server that can be set up. And in case one of the servers goes down, your master would know that what went down and kind of delegate the task to somebody else. So this is the kind of distributed build or the master slave configuration. So what I'll do in this exercise or in this demo is I will set up a simple slave. But since I don't have too many machines to kind of play around, what I'll do is I will set up a slave in one other folder within my hard drive. So I've got the C drive and D drive. My Jenkins is on my C drive. So what I would do is I would just use my E drive and set up a very, very simple slave out there. I'll just show you how to provision a slave and how to connect to a slave and how to delegate a job to that slave. Let me go back to my Jenkins master and configure him to talk to an agent. So there are various ways in which this client and server talk to each other. What I'm going to choose is something called as JNLP, Java Network Launch Protocol. So using this, I would ensure that the client and server talk to each other. So for that, I need to ensure that I kind of enable this JNLP port. So let me try to find out where is that. Let me try this. Okay, yes. Agents, and by default this JNLP agents thing would be disabled. So if you see here, there's a small help on this. So I'm going to use this JNLP, which is nothing but Java Network Launch Protocol, and I'll configure the master and server to talk to each other using JNLP. So for that, I need to enable this guy. So I enable this guy instead of making by default the configuration was disabled. So I make him random. I make him enabled, and I say save this configuration. Alright, so now I configured or I made a setting for the master so that the JNLP port is kind of opened up. So let me go ahead and create an agent. So I'll go to manage nodes. So if you see here, there's only one master here. So let me provision a new node here. So this is the way in which you bring up a new node. You have to configure it on the server. Jenkins would put in some sort of security around this particular agent and let you know how to launch this particular agent so that he can connect to your Jenkins master. So I would say new node. I would give a name for my node. I would say Windows node because both of these are Windows only. So that's fine. I just give an identifier saying that Windows node. I would say this is a permanent agent. I would say okay. So if you see the name, let me just copy this name here with the description. Number of executors, since it's a slave node and both of these are running on my system, I will keep the number of executors as 1. That's fine. Remote root directory. Now this is where, let me just clarify this, since I have both my master is running on my C drive program files 86, or hang on, not 86, C colon program files. It is indeed 86. All right, Jenkins. So this is where my master is running. So I don't want the C drive. What I'll do is I'll use something called as A drive. I have another drive in my system, but please visualize this like, you're running this on a separate system altogether. So I create a folder here called Jenkins node, and this is where I'm going to place I'm going to provision my slave, and I'm going to run him from here. So this is the directory in which I'm going to provision my slave node. So I'm going to copy this here, and that is the remote root directory of your particular agent or slave. So I just copy it here. The label, probably this is fine for me. And usage, how do you want to use this guy? So I don't want him to run all kinds of jobs. I will only build jobs with label expressions that match this particular node. And so this is the label of this node. So in order for somebody to kind of delegate any task to them, they will have to specify this particular label. So imagine this way, if I have a bunch of Windows mesh system, I name it as Windows star. Anything that starts from Windows, I can give a regular expression and say that anything that matches Windows, run this particular task there. If I have some Mac machines, I name all these Mac agents as Mac star or something like that. And I can delegate all tasks, saying that start with whatever starts with Mac in this node, run the Mac jobs there. So you identify a node using the label and then delegate the task there. All right. So launch method, we will use Java Web Start because we're going to use JNLP protocol. Okay, that sounds good. Directory, I think nothing else is required. Availability, yes, we'll keep this agent, yep, online as much as possible. That sounds good. All right, let me save this. All right, I'm just provisioning this particular node now. So if I click on this node, I get a bunch of commands along with an agent.jar. So this is the agent.jar that has to be taken down to the other machine or the slave node, and from there I need to run this along with a small security credential. So let me copy this whole text here in my notepad. Notepad ++ is good for me. Okay, I copy this whole path there. I also want to download this agent.jar. I would say yes. And this agent.jar is the one that is configured by our server. So all the details that is required for launching this agent.jar is found in this. For launching this agent is found in this agent.jar. So typically I need to take this jar file onto the other system and then kind of run it from there. So I have this agent.jar. I copy this, or rather I cut this. I come back to my folder, my Jenkins node. I paste it here. Okay. So now with this provision agent.jar, and I need to use this whole command, Control A, Control C, and then launch this particular agent. So let me bring up a command prompt right here and then launch it. So I'm saying in the same folder where there is agent.jar, I'm going to launch this particular agent, java-jar, agent.jar, JNLP. This is the URL of my server. In case the server and client are on different locations or different IPs, you have to specify the IP address. All this anyway would show up. And then the secret and the root folder of your Jenkins or the slave node. Okay. So something ran and then it says it's connected very well. It seems to have connected very well. So let me come back to my Jenkins instance and see, if at all you see earlier, this was not connected. Now let me refresh this guy. Okay, now these two guys are connected. Provision a Jenkins node, and then I copied all the credentials of the slave.jar along with the launch code, and then took it to the other system and kind of ran it from there. Since I don't have another system, I've just got a separate directory in another folder, another drive, and I'm launching the agent from here. As long as this particular agent is up and running, or this command prompt is up and running, the agent would be connected. So once I close this, the connection goes down. All right, so successfully we've launched this particular agent. Now this would be the home directory of this Jenkins node or the Jenkins slave. So any task that I'm going to delegate to this particular slave would all be run here. It will create a workspace right here. All right, so good. So let me just come back and let me kind of put up a new task here. I will say that, delegate job is good. I say freestyle project. I'm going to create a very, very simple job here. I don't want it to connect to Git or anything like that. Let me just create a very, very simple echo delegated to the slave, delegated to, I don't like the word slave, delegated to agent. Put this way. All right. So delegated to agent sounds good. Now, how am I going to ensure that this particular job runs on the agent or on the slave that I've configured? Right? Do you see this? If at all you remember how we provisioned our particular slave, we gave a label, right? So now I'm going to put in a job that will only match this particular label. So I'm going to say that whatever matches this, Windows label, run this job on that particular node. So we have only one node that's matching this, Windows node. So this job will be delegated out there. So I save this and let me build this. This is again a very, very simple job. There's nothing in this. I just want to demonstrate how to kind of delegate it to an agent. So if you see this, it ran successfully. And where is the workspace? The workspace is right inside our Jenkins node. It created a new workspace, delegated job, it put in here. So my old or my primary master job is in SQL program files under Jenkins. And this is the slave job that was successfully run. Very, very simple, but very, very powerful concept of master slave configuration or distributed build in Jenkins. Okay, approaching the final section where we've done all this hard work in bringing up our Jenkins server, configuring it, putting up some jobs on it, creating users and all this stuff. Now, we don't want this configuration to kind of go away. We want a very nice way of ensuring that we back up all this configuration. And in case there is any failure, hardware crash or a machine crash, we will want to kind of restore from the existing configuration that we kind of backed up. So one quick way to do that would be, or one dirty way to do that would be just, take a complete backup of our C program files Jenkins directory, because that's where our whole Jenkins configuration is present. But we don't want to do that. Let's use some plugins for taking up a backup. So let me go to manage Jenkins and click on available. And let me search for some There are a bunch of backup plugins. So I would recommend one of these plugins that I specifically use. So this is the backup plugin. So let me go ahead and install this plugin. All right, so we went ahead and installed this plugin. So let me come back to my manage plugins. So this plugin is there. So hang on, backup manager. So you will see this option once you install this plugin. So first time I can do a setup. I would say backup this particular. I'll give a folder. This folder is pertaining to the folder where I want Jenkins to back up some data. And I would say the format should be zip format is good enough. Let me give a name or a template or a file name for my backup. This is good. I want it in verbose mode. I don't want to shut on my Jenkins, or should I shut it down? No. Okay. One thing that you got to remember is that whenever a backup happens, if there are too many jobs that is running on the server, it can kind of slow down your Jenkins instance, because it's in the process of copying few of those things, and if the files are being changed at that moment, it's a little bit problematic for Jenkins. So typically you back up your servers only when there is very less load, or typically try to bring it to a shutdown kind of a state and then take a backup. All right, so I'm going to back up all these things. I don't want to exclude anything else. I want the history. I want the Maven artifacts. Possibly I don't want this guy. I would just say save, and then I would say back him up. So this would run a bunch of steps and all the files that is required as a part of this. Pretty fast. But then if at all you have too many things up on your server, for now we didn't have too many things up on our server, but in case you had too many things to kind of backup, this may take a while. So let me just pause this recording and get back to you once the backup is complete. So there you go. The backup was successful. Created a backup of all our workspace, the configurations, the users, and all that. So all this is kind of hidden down in this particular zip file. So at any instance, if at all I kind of crash my system for some instance, or say hard disk failure, and I bring up a new instance of Jenkins, I can kind of use the backup plugin for restoring this particular configurations. So how do I do that? I just come back to my manage Jenkins, come back to backup manager, and I will say restore Hudson or Jenkins configuration.
Welcome everyone to another tutorial on Selenium WebDriver, in which we are going to talk about what exactly is in Selenium and why exactly we are going to use the Selenium WebDriver here. Now in this one there are different topics which we are going to talk about. Let's go through that one. First we are going to talk about what exactly is Selenium all about, because that's a basic topic which we need to cover. Then we will be talking about what is the purpose of using Selenium WebDriver, in which situations we can actually use the Selenium WebDriver here. And then we are going to talk about the Selenium WebDriver framework, the framework which is specifically designed for the Selenium WebDriver, the various drawbacks of the Selenium WebDriver, and ultimately at the last we will be talking about a demonstration over here which is all about the Selenium WebDriver, like how exactly we can make use of a WebDriver, a Selenium WebDriver in action, which can help us to go for some real-time executions of some test scenarios, opening up some website or doing some execution. So all that stuff is what we are going to talk about in this whole tutorial over here. Now coming back to the main topic, so let's start with the what exactly is a Selenium here. Now software automation is something which is a kind of minimum requirement every organization is having nowadays, because they were doing a lot of stuff manually in the previous situations and it was consuming a lot of time. But until then we were not having the frameworks like Selenium, which was giving the users or the automation engineers a whole total different exposure there. Now testing is always an important part of a software development here. It's something which gives a very a high level of value add-ons to overall exposure or the overall SDLC cycle here. Without the software testing, it's not possible for an organization to release its source code till production environment. And it makes sense also, because the testing is very important. Even nowadays, if we have to procure a new car or a vehicle, we basically go for a test drive. Now this is something which we are using because of the fact that we want to experience the exposure there, like how in real time we can see the vehicle in action, whether all my requirements is getting fulfilled or not. So you have your own parameters, everyone have its own parameters, so you just want to address those parameters and want to see that if this product is something which can take care of all your requirements or not. So that's something keeping in mind. Software testing is very important, and whether it's a manual, whether it's an automated testing, in both the cases it's very important for the software. Yes, over the period of time the organization felt that manual testing is actually is not efficient as compared to the automation testing. Secondly, it takes a lot of time of the end users to do that different processing and any kind of test scenarios. If he wants to execute, he wants to go ahead with that, so that's something which takes a lot of time. But in case of the automation test cases, we have a lot of frameworks which can help us to drive like how the implementation should be done. So keeping in mind, Selenium is one of the tool which is available there, and the whole focus of Selenium is to provide a framework or provide an automation which can generate a quite efficient results for you. And these results which we are talking about, these results are something which we are talking about, like how exactly we are getting the high level of efficiency. So when we are talking about Selenium, so it gives us a lot of benefits and a lot of exposure. So you talking about the websites. When we talk about websites, we deal like, okay, if I have to validate my website, I have to do the login, I have to access the application. So that's how I will be doing the verification. But with the help of Selenium kind of frameworks, we don't have to do these things manually anymore. We have this automation tool which can help us to drive the things. It will automatically open the browser, go to the specific website, put some inputs, clicking on some buttons, generating the responses, and taking up the actions. So ultimately it will help you to drive each and everything from the beginning to the end. Most of the organizations after the deployment actually have written the test cases like the sanity testing and the smoke testing in case of the Selenium. Like a particular Selenium test cases will be executing. It will try to validate that if the application is working fine as expected or not. Just try to have a kind of a brief overview, or you can say like introduction here, like this so and so steps you have to execute, this so and so procedure you have to execute to follow a complete procedure or complete automation here. So keeping in mind, Selenium is one of the open source tool which is available there for this purpose of writing the test cases, test automation there. Any kind of web portal can be easily verified and tested along with the help of Selenium. It's something which can be created, like the test scripts can be easily created across different programming languages. It's not like, since Selenium is written in the Java programming language, so you can only use this one for the Java programming language. It's not like that. It's pretty generic, which means like any programming languages, if you feel you want to use, you can use Selenium for that. So it's having the compatibility with the Java, C#, Python, a variety of applications, programming languages can be used with the help of Selenium. So it doesn't mean like you are only stuck with one language. So it helps you to gain the benefits also, because once you are comfortable with Selenium, then pretty much any programming languages you can automate. And if you see, like most of the automation engineers are actually having the understanding of Selenium only, because this gives them the comfort that with this one single programming language, they will be able to handle like all the different programming languages related work, whether it's a C#, whether it's a .NET, it's a Java, a Node.js, or any kind of programming languages there. So Selenium is having the comfort, or is having the compatibility with that. Also, in case of Selenium, it's not only about one test cases. We can pretty much create test suites, like heavy test suites. You can create the regression test suites, you can create the UAT test suites, you can create the sanity testing or the smoke testing kind of test suites. So there are different kind of test suites which you can create here. Now these test suites actually have a bunch of test cases integrated. Like it's not only about one test case, or it's not only about two test cases. It's kind of a bunch of test cases which we are trying to create with the help of Selenium. So Selenium is something in which we basically create a multiple test cases. It's a combination of multiple test cases all together into a single one. So that's what we call it as a kind of Selenium test suite here, right? Now the Selenium test suite is comprising of 4 different tools here. The very first one is the Selenium remote control. Second one is the Selenium grid. Then we got Selenium IDE, and ultimately at last we have the Selenium WebDriver. So these are the 4 different tools which we got over here with the moment we talk about the Selenium suite here. Now let's talk about this Selenium WebDriver, because that's the whole focus of this content over here, to see like what exactly is the Selenium WebDriver and how we can go ahead with that. So coming back to the Selenium WebDriver, so here Selenium WebDriver is one of the most important component of the Selenium test suite. When we talk about the Selenium tools suite over here, like we talk about, okay, I want to create a whole together regression test suite. So Selenium WebDriver is very important component for that. And when we talk about the Selenium WebDriver, it allows the cross-browser compatibility, which means like you want to test your applications, you can have a test suite there, one for the Chrome browser, one for the Firefox, one for the Internet Explorer. You can then say like, okay, I want to test and validate my application across all these 3 browsers. And in future, if Safari browser comes in, all you have to do is like you have to just run the same script with the WebDriver of the Safari. So this WebDriver is not only static for one browser, It's actually approachable for across multiple browsers there. So that enhances the compatibility there, that yes, this set test suite, even if you're writing the test suites in case of Selenium, it's not limited to one browser. So it's kind of a cross browser here. So these are small benefits, although we are talking about the Selenium WebDriver here. But if you closely see, these all points are actually defining why exactly the Selenium is best when we talk about the web automations or the web testing automation here, right? And then it's actually supporting various programming languages, like programming languages. Yes, it's there. It's even supporting different browsers. And then of course it's supporting different operating systems also, because you can pretty much run these test cases onto Linux, Macs, or Windows, whatever the platform you feel like you want to use. You can pretty much use it, so you don't have to worry about like where exactly this WebDriver is getting deployed and from where you are trying to refer it. So that kind of compatibility is also something which is available here, so you don't have to think about the specific different versions or the different operating systems as such over here. And then let's talk about further on this one. So it also provides the compatibility across different programming languages. So you can see like what are the different benefits you got. You got benefits like it's supporting different programming languages, it's supporting different browsers, and ultimately at last it's supporting the different particular operating systems or the platforms here. So these are small things like different benefits which we get with the help of Selenium here. And it's having the support across different programming languages. So it doesn't matter that if you're working with Java or if you're working with .NET, this is going to work for across different platforms, like different environments you can actually deploy. So these benefits are something which can definitely help you to see like how the overall benefits can be achieved over here. And definitely the Chrome browsers, the Safari, the Firefox, the Opera, different platforms, you will be able to see like how the execution needs to be done and how the setup used to be performed here. So that's where the complete implementations needs to be performed here, right? And these WebDriver provides a faster execution of the test scripts, because that's the kind of automation which we are looking forward, that we are not trying to see like how the systems can be implemented. So when we are trying to talk about the automation here, so these WebDrivers basically help us to go for the faster execution also. So it's not only about that we are trying to see the setup, like we are trying to go for the configurations here. It's also like the performance and the efficiency which we're getting with this one is quite beneficial. So you can get an easy and a faster execution of the test cases. So it's having a lot of benefits. If we talk about in these features only itself, you can see like there are a lot of benefits which we got over here. So it's fast, it's efficient, and on top of that, it's not depending on any kind of environment. It's quite generic, like it's something which you can use for Windows, you can use it for Linux, you want to use it for .NET, you want to use it for Java. It's kind of generic for a lot of technologies, platforms, and programming languages. Right now, why exactly we require the Selenium WebDriver? Like, what is the purpose of using this one? So let's explore on that part here. So Selenium WebDriver provides a user-friendly interface that could, it can be easily understood by a particular person. Like when you are using this Selenium WebDriver, so this is something which you can easily understood. Like it's pretty easy for you to understand that, and it's not that much complex for you to understand that. Okay, you are going to take a lot of time to consume, you're going to take a lot of time to understand that. So that's not a kind of interface which we are getting when we talk of the Selenium WebDriver here, right? And the WebDriver is something which is having much more features as compared to the Selenium RC and Selenium IDE there. So when we talk about the Selenium WebDriver, so this is something which is having much more features as compared to the other components. Like the other components is also about the Selenium only, but yes, when we talk about Selenium WebDriver, so it's having much more features as compared to the Selenium RC and the Selenium IDE here. So you don't have to worry about the features. Like altogether, Selenium WebDriver is something which is quite efficient and better as compared to the other components. So that's another benefit which we get with the Selenium here. So Selenium, we have got some other components like Selenium remote control here. So RC is something which enables the creation of automated web applications, like in case of programming languages such as Java, C#, Node.js. Different programming languages are there, so we can pretty much use the remote control, the Selenium remote control over here, which will enable the creation of the automated web applications there. So that's the purpose of using the Selenium remote control here. It's not something which is being used nowadays, because most of the functionalities have nowadays moved on to the Selenium WebDriver here. So that's a migration which has happened over there, and that's the reason why we are not going to use much of the Selenium remote control over here. So that's not being used as such as compared to the other components. But yes, the Selenium WebDriver is something which is quite popular, and because of its features and the efficiency, we are going to use the particular WebDriver as compared to the any other component as such here. Right now, Selenium IDE needs not additional any kind of setup is required, like apart from installation of the browser, because in that case everything will be integrated in that, like because we are integrating the complete Selenium IDE over here. So all you need to do is, like, you need to do the installation of Chrome browser. That's also because you want to go for the specific Chrome driver which you require for the execution of the test cases. So for that only you are basically trying to install the Chrome browser, but other than that there is no other component which you actually require when we talk about the Selenium IDE here. So the IDE makes the life easy because it helps us to go ahead with the debugging mode here, like a kind of a debugging environment. You will be able to do that. So even if there is any kind of issue, any kind of problem which comes up, so it will be very easy for you to debug those things and go ahead with that part. So tracking the exceptions, managing the exceptions, so all those things can be easily handled up with the help of the Selenium IDE here. So Selenium IDE is something which is kind of a bigger package, which is further comprising of different components. Like, it's something which is giving us a variety of things here. Right now, how exactly the Selenium WebDriver is at all different from the Selenium RC and IDE, because those are also the solution which is available there from the Selenium. Now, unlike the Selenium IDE, Selenium WebDriver can actually work with different browsers. So that's something which we have already focused on, that it's having the compatibility across multiple browsers there. That's the first benefit which we get over here in this one. Now also the WebDrivers is something which does not require any user to start the server or anything like that there. So just in case of Selenium RC, you have to start some server because you're ultimately connecting to that server, and that's how the communication is happening. But that kind of stuff is not there in the Selenium WebDriver here. Also, the Selenium WebDriver is an API and it's not a GUI based plugin. So it's something which can easily handle, like it's having the quite efficient connectivity, or you can say like the integration is also good there, because most of the applications nowadays are working on the API format, which is pretty generic. So there is no GUI based interface which we have to explore or which we need to integrate here. So it's all like the API's call which we need to do in order to make use of the Selenium WebDriver here. Now in Selenium WebDriver, the APIs are entirely object oriented in nature as compared to the Selenium RC and Selenium IDE, so which is not kind of object oriented in nature, but Selenium WebDriver is something which is quite object oriented here. Also WebDriver, the Selenium WebDriver is actually supports multiple listeners, right? So which is available there as compared to Selenium RC and Selenium IDE here. So these are some couple of features which is available there. Also, it also supports the testing of the iOS and Android, which is not being supported in the RC and IDE there, because most of the applications nowadays also have the counterpart Android or the iOS applications. So if you don't have the interface or integration with those platforms, then it's an incomplete way of testing here. So not only the web applications, but even the mobile applications also now getting integrated with the help of the Selenium WebDriver here. So these kind of features which is not exactly available in the RC or the IDE over here, but definitely it's going to be available there in case of Selenium WebDriver. So what exactly is the overall need of the WebDriver, like the Selenium WebDriver here? So let's talk about that how exactly we can use it for the software automation here. So there are a couple of benefits which is available there. So let's focus on that one by one. The very first one is the open source. Now it's something which is available, or which is available as an open source over here, which means like it's something which you can use without any license, without any cost. Just like that, you can go to the selenium.dev website and you can start downloading the Selenium related tales or Selenium related components. Second is multilingual support. It's having the support for different kind of programming languages, not only for the Java based applications. It's actually supporting like different programming languages. So you just have to learn one single tool and then can suffice, or that can support multiple programming languages here. Several operating system support. Yes, it's not only related to the Windows or Linux platform here. So it's actually supported across Windows, Linux, Mac OS. Different operating systems are actually supported here. So different operating systems is supported by this particular Selenium here. Multiple frameworks are there. So that's a multiple framework support which is available in this one. User friendly. It's quite user friendly there, and the developers who are more comfortable with the Java programming languages, so they get quite comfortable and integrated with the Selenium, because it's also using the same Java syntax over here in this one. It's cross-device testing. Definitely both mobile, desktops, different platforms, different operating systems, Mac OS, iOS, Android, different platforms are actually supported by this particular Selenium here. So Selenium WebDriver is something which is having like cross-device testing here. Community support is there. It's kind of open source, yes, but it's having a very good community. Like a lot of people are actually there who can contribute to this Selenium. You can get the information from there, and it's kind of a huge efforts, like a kind of a huge community efforts which you can see over here in this case. Also compatibility testing. So it's having a very good compatibility here. So when you're working with this Selenium, so it's compatible with pretty much any programming languages, any platform, any operating system. So that kind of benefits you get with the help of this Selenium WebDriver here. And unlike Selenium RC, you don't have to start any kind of server component here which you need to connect. So it's like on demand, like when you're running the scripts, kind of a local Chrome browser will be initialized, and your test cases will be executed and performed, and that's how the whole executions will be performed there. So there is no involved like you have to go somewhere, start some server, start some remote server there, and then the communication or the execution of the test cases will be initialized. So it's not like that kind of communication here. Right, so let's talk about the WebDriver architecture here. Now in this one, there are some different components which is available there in this architecture components. The very first one is the Selenium language bindings here. Now these are actually available in different programming languages like Java, Ruby, Python, C#, JavaScript. These are the different programming languages bindings which is available there. Then with the help of JSON wire protocol, these are going to be connected to the different drivers. Now browser drivers is the one where exactly the request will be sent out. So the Selenium WebDriver is actually going to connect or send the request to these drivers. So depending on the platform also, and depending on the different systems, you can actually go for the browser drivers here. So you want to go for Chrome driver, you want to go for Firefox, you want to go for Opera, you want to go for Safari, Edge. These are the different browsers which is available there. Earlier the Internet Explorer was also there, but now in the latest versions the Edge browser or Edge driver is something which is available there. And these are going to be connected through the actual particular browsers like the Chrome, Firefox and all. So it will be sending the request over the HTTP that request will be sent out to the real drivers. So the browser drivers and then the real drivers will be there. So the web driver is going to connect to the Chrome driver, and then in fact from there the Chrome driver is going to initialize the Chrome browser. and then the whole request will be processed. The websites will be open, the clicking, the access, everything will be done after that on that case. So these are the different steps which is involved when we are basically going for from one step to another, like where the communications will be performed over here in this case, right? So again, it's not dependent on any programming languages, it's not dependent on any kind of browser or any kind of components here. So right from the language bindings, it will go to the JSON wire protocol. From there, it will be sent out to the browser drivers, various browser drivers, whatever the browser drivers you want to use, you can use that. And then those drivers are actually going to connect with the real drivers or with the real browsers over here, so that the communications or the exact end result you should be able to see. So for instance, if you run a particular Chrome browser, Chrome driver there, so you will be able to see like a Chrome browser getting initialized and the website is getting accessible. So all that activity will be happened or will be performed over there. So these are the parts of the sequence. These are kind of architecture components, like one to another, these will be processed or these will be executed here. Right. So these programming language, these Selenium programming languages, again, it's actually a kind of a generic one. So these are the client libraries which is available there depending on this one. For example, for Java, I can download some binaries. I can download some jar files, so that will be referenced or utilized into my source code. For Ruby, it's maybe like different third-party libraries or shared libraries which will be available there. For Python, it will be available in the form of modules, C#, JavaScript. So each and every programming languages is actually having its own libraries. Now these libraries are actually required so that we can get the whole interface of the Selenium. It's okay, like I'm writing some test cases, I'm writing the complete test suite and I'm using it, but unless and until I import my Selenium libraries, it will not work for me. I will not be able to work on that part because I will not be able to get those features as such. In order to get those features, I need to download these bindings or these kind of language bindings there corresponding to my programming language, and these are easily available on the Selenium website. So if you go to the Selenium website, whatever the programming languages you want to follow, you can download these bindings. These bindings will be nothing but the archives where you will be having some kind of executables depending on that programming language. Right now, from there we will be using our libraries like these bindings in order to interact or in order to initialize the Selenium. So then we will be going to the JSON wire protocol. So it's kind of a connector between the libraries and the web drivers. Now programmatically, using these with the help of these client libraries, we're going to send the request to the web drivers. It also helps to enable the transfer of data between a server and client, because of course you have to get your end result process, right? So that's where you need to go for the execution. So what you're going to do is, like, you're going to see like, okay, I'm going to run or I'm going to execute this JSON wire protocol over here, and it's going to connect between my client libraries and the web drivers here. So that's the communications and the connectivity which we want to establish or we want to provide here. Now these Selenium browser drivers are actually specific browsers now, because the JSON wire is going to connect to the specific browsers, the drivers here, so that the communication can be happen. Now these drivers are actually used as in drivers in order to interact with the exact browser, because these are not the exact browser. Now if you want to interact with the Chrome, then you definitely have to use the Chrome driver. If you want to use for the Firefox, then you have to use the Firefox driver. So depending on the programming language, you have to define like which driver you really need to process, or you need to really go ahead with that part. So that's where the Selenium browser drivers really comes into the picture. And then the exact browsers will be there. Now once the executions will be done, at last you will be able to see like all these browsers getting open. If you're going to use the Chrome browser, then Chrome browser will be initialized. If you're using the Firefox, then the Firefox browser will be initialized. So whatever the browser driver, specific driver you will utilize, so according to that you will see a particular browser being invoked over here. So that's how the communication happens, and it's kind of a sequence here, like step by step here. So each and every stage is very important because that's how the communication will happen over here, and you will get the end result or the desired output. If you have any kind of failing component over here, so that's where the whole connectivity will be breakdown, and you will not be able to get any kind of values as expected. So this is something which we really need to consider, or we need to go ahead with that part here.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit Skill-Up by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
So what are the different drawbacks which we got with the help of the Selenium WebDriver here? So when we talk about the Selenium WebDriver, so what are the different drawbacks which we are getting over here, so that we can understand like how exactly we can talk about that part here. Now the drawbacks of Selenium WebDriver is something which we use, because this is kind of main component, you can say, like using which you can actually do the complete validation. But the problem is that it's not something which you can use for the desktop application. So for the desktop application, this does not works. So this WebDriver is something which is supported for the web applications only. It's not something which we can use for the desktop applications as such. So that's a kind of a limitation which we get with the help of the Selenium WebDriver here. So it's only there for the websites, for the web portals. Secondly, it requires the expertise of the teams in order to manage these scripts. So because these are the programming languages, of course, there, although it's a test suite, but it requires a programming language efforts as such in order to go ahead with that, in order to manage these things. So it requires a kind of an expert team who can actually handle these scripts, or who can work on these requirements. So that's a kind of a overhead, because if it's not like very easy to manage these, like pretty much a person who is an expert in these things can only handle these kind of requirements. So it's kind of a limitation where we will be only depending on an expert to manage these scripts as such. Right now, it's not having any kind of inbuilt reporting capability over here, so it's not available in this one. So test reports which is getting generated here is with the help of the JUnit and TestNG. So there is no default reporting mechanism which is available over here in this one. So we only have the mechanism of the JUnit, like we can extend our test scripts in Selenium by integrating with JUnit and the TestNG here, so that we will be able to get a proper reporting. So for the reporting purposes, we actually use the components like test JUnit and the TestNG over here to go ahead with that. So these are the ways in which we can actually go for the integration, where we can integrate the Selenium and the other frameworks like JUnit and the TestNG kind of components here. And that's a whole basis, because alone the Selenium WebDriver is something which can execute the scripts, process the request, but it's not going to handle any kind of reporting mechanism. So reporting mechanism is something which you can only get with the help of the JUnit or the TestNG here, because these are the additional packages which you need to integrate. So it's a kind of a custom solution which we need to design, where we don't have only the WebDriver available over here, like the core components, but also we have like other components available over there, which will be of course having the other components like TestNG and the JUnit here. So that's also something which you can integrate all together with this one. Right, also it's very difficult to manage. There is a lot of management or the maintenance activity which we get over here. Also, it's very difficult to scale this up also, depending on the load or depending on the requirement. It's very difficult to scale it up also if you are using for some infrastructure, some kind of a load there. So having it increase to a different level is kind of a difficult task here. Also, maintenance activity is quite huge. So if you want to have a proper maintenance or management, you have to get a couple of experts in that case, so that they can easily manage those things. So these are the different requirements which is available there, where we can see like how exactly the we can manage all these things. Now it also allows the cross browser compatibility testing here. So it's something which can easily handle like different requests across the browsers. So image testing is not available. So You don't have to use the Selenium alone. Like Selenium alone is not compatible for testing the images here. So if you really want to test the images, so you have to integrate securely in with your Selenium, so that you can have a complete package. So again, Selenium in some cases is not sufficient for like most or a variety of things there. So in some cases you have to actually go for another tool integrations, so that you can have the complete details, you can have the complete component here. So that's where the real mechanism comes in. Like, yes, you don't have the exact single tool available for taking care of all these things, but yes, you can have all these things integrated with the other tools, other components there, and from there you will be able to get a complete values and the complete implementation here. Right. So these are the different drawbacks which we get once we start using the WebDriver here. So let's go ahead with the particular demo over here to understand like how exactly the Selenium WebDriver can be utilized, can be used, so that we will be able to run some test scripts here. So we are going to prepare a test suite here, so that we can get it executed with the help of Selenium. So that's what we are trying to do here. So for this one, we require some couple of components to be there, like the JDK, Eclipse and all. So let's talk about that component. So let's go ahead with the implementation. So let's begin with the configurations of this WebDriver here. Now the very first thing which we require is that we require to the installation of the Java here. Now let's go ahead with this URL. So now this one is something where we have to see like how we can go for the installation of the JDK here. Now here we need to go for the JDK installation. That's a version which we want to install. Now variety of versions are available there, like which version you want to install, you can go with that. JDK 11, 8 is the most stable version, so you can go ahead with the JDK 8 here. So you can download here. Different platforms it's available, like Windows platform, whatever the platform is there. All you need to do is like you need to just download this exe file. Now once the exe file is downloaded, so what happens, like you will be able to do the installation. Now I have done the installation of this JDK here. So if I have to open my command prompt here, I would be easily able to see that I'm using a JDK version of 1.8.0 over here in this one. So that's a version which I'm using. But again, of course, if you're using some different version of JDK, that will also work here. The only thing is that you need to see that you need to go for a compatible browser, a compatible Java and the compatible Eclipse tool here. So that's what you require. Now what I'm going to do is like I'm going to install or download the Eclipse browser also. Now let's download the Eclipse here. Now we got an official website of Eclipse here, from where we can download these Eclipse. Different platform you can do it, like this is the one which is available there. Now you can click on download this one, so that will help you to download the Eclipse here. So here the download will work just like that. You can do the download here. Even if you want to go for a different offerings, like you want to go for a different platform, you feel like you want to decide that which package actually you need to do, because in the Eclipse also you got like different things. IDE, Eclipse IDE for the Java developers, for the C++. So different operating system and different packages are also available there. So it's basically up to you, like which exactly environment you want to follow. So I want to download this 64-bit over here in this one. So let's download this here. Now let's again download this. This is kind of an exe file which is available here. So let's download it again. Now it will be working on like it's kind of a download which is getting started over here. So it's close to 102 MB which is available there. This is the executable which is going to help us to do the installation of Eclipse. Now this is the latest version, 2020 version is what it is getting installed over here. And it's completely there. I have already got the JDK installed. Because of the fact that using this JDK, the Eclipse will be open. If you don't have the JDK installed, the Java runtime, then the Eclipse will not be installed for you. So in order to get the Eclipse installed and executable perfectly fine, you need the JDK install to be done here. So we got like 1 more minute here to complete the download, and this is just an 102 MB package or installer which is available there. And once this is installed, we will be able to get ahead with this installation of the Eclipse here. So once the Eclipse is installed, all you can do is like we can go ahead with the particular configurations. You can create some couple of projects in case of Eclipse. Then we'll also see like how we can download the programming languages bindings, so that also we are going to download. So these are the different components which you're going to explore while working on this one. So let's wait for this download of this executable to be performed here, so that we will be able to proceed further with this one. So let's wait for that. So it's hardly taking 1 minute more to complete it. So Selenium and Eclipse both are the open source one. You're getting a donate to Eclipse community page there because that's a donation which they want. But again, you can use it like 100% open source and free of cost here. So you don't have to pay any cost as such over here in this case. So there is no cost associated with this one. So just 10 seconds more, and then we can pursue with the installation of the Eclipse here. And here we go. So the installer is almost done here. So I can pretty much go ahead and open the file. So this will help me to do the installation of the Eclipse here. So the Eclipse installer is what it's getting started, initialized over here in this one. Now the Java runtime is already available with me. We require the specific JDK installed. The Java command line is working. We can download the Eclipse here, and then we can go for the specific executions. Like we can go and download the browser drivers here. Now the thing is that if you really want to go for the Chrome browser or Firefox or any kind of those things in case of your particular system, in case of your Windows machine over here, you don't have to necessarily go for any kind of a driver as such here, because of the fact we got a links over here like this Mozilla for the Firefox. This one is there for the particular Selenium. This one is there for the Chrome. Now Chrome is something which we have already got here, like we have already got the Chrome browser installed. But let's see, like we can download this driver also, like depending on that we can go ahead with that part. And then we can also download the Java client libraries over there from the bindings over there from the specific selenium.dev website over there, and we can download and we can integrate it. So let's do it one by one. So first of all, let's see, like once the installation of the Eclipse is done, and then we'll be able to go ahead with the third component or the third prerequisite, which is the web driver or a particular Chrome browser driver over here. So this installer is going to give us the same thing here. So I'm going for the specific Java developer here. So let's go for the installation here. Now this is going to install the Java 8, right? This runtime over here. So if you feel like you want to use the JDK 11, because that's something which is available there. Now if you're using an existing ones, like you're already using an existing ones over here, the JDK, and also that's where the installation is going on, like it's going on with that part here. But we already got some system related JDKs which is installed, but you feel like you want to go ahead with this one, like you're not doing the separate installation of the JDK or JRE, so there you can actually use this ones here. So let's select this one. Like I pretty much want to use like any one of these JVMs over here, like which I feel like I can configure or I can utilize. So that's pretty much we can do here. So it's like we can use these variables, like we can go for these JVMs, or if you feel like you can go for an external JVM also there. So it all depends on you, like how the installation you want to perform here, right? And this is the location. Let's go for the desktop location there, and or you can go for the default location also over here in this one. So let's go for the installation now. Just accept it, and the installation will be proceeded over here. So even if you have not done a separate JDK installation, so this will basically have a JDK installed. I have selected the Java 11 over here, but you can go for the 15 also in this case, in this scenario. So the whole installation of the Eclipse is what it's happening over here. So once the Eclipse is installed, so then we can pretty much go ahead with the next component there, which is like dealing with the specific Selenium related components. And Chrome browser, again, it's already something which is installed there, but we'll see like how we can download the Chrome driver, how we can configure, and we can utilize that. So that's what we're going to follow here. So it's going for the installation, and it's something which we are trying to do. Like this installer is pretty much downloading some couple of components as such. Like this JRE is something which is getting installed or downloaded from the Eclipse website, and that's where the all the components is getting installed. So one by one, all the components will be downloaded from the Eclipse website here, and it's a complete package, which means like you don't have to necessarily go for a separate installation. There is another installer which is available for Eclipse, where you just have to unzip a zip file, and you can pretty much use it. But in this case, this is something which is having all these things integrated all together inside that. So that's another component which is being available here. So the installation is still going on there. So it depends, because all these things are getting cached from the internet. So it also depends on like how much size of file is getting downloaded here. So let's wait for the installations to be complete, and then we'll proceed further. So now the installation is done, so we can launch our Eclipse here. So that's what we are trying to launch here. Now apart from Eclipse, what happens, like we require some other components also. Like we require the Selenium WebDriver also there. So for that, we have to download the Java related client bindings. So for that, Chrome browser, first of all, it's already installed, so we don't have to do any kind of installation there. Yes, I can go ahead with the exe file like of the Chrome browser driver that I'm going to use it. So I'm going to open the specific downloads here. Now in this segment, what happens, like selenium.dev is the website which is available there. Now here we can go for the downloads. Now related to your programming language, whatever the programming language you are trying to use, so you can download the language binding for that. Now language binding is something which is utilized, so using which you will be able to see like how you can establish the connectivity. It's just a kind of a libraries where you can do the connectivity and you can see that execution. So what I'm going to do is like I'm going to download these bindings here. So let's download this one. Now it's again available as a zip file, which is available there. So depending on the version, you can go for the beta download version also, but I'm going for the stable version which we want to utilize. We want to refer it. So it's going to download this zip file. So this zip file will have all the jar files and all the required libraries there. And when I'm going to create a project into my Eclipse, at that moment of time, I would be requiring all these components, like all these various libraries should be added up into my project as such in case of the Eclipse. So that's what I need to do here. So let's go to the Eclipse here. So here we are going to expand this like a package explorer, and here we are going to go to File, New, and Java project. So I'm going to create a Java project over here. So in which we will be creating some couple of class files in which we will be having the Selenium related test cases, like how we want to process or how we want to execute that part. So I'm going to proceed with that part. So let's put the project name here. So I'm going to say like Selenium, just a project name I want to put. Then the JDK. Now if you want to go for a specific JDK like another version, so you can go with that, but right now I'm using like JDK 1.8, which is pretty much configured, so I can use that. You feel like you want to use the specific JRE of JRE which is available as part of JDK 1.8, that also you can use. Or if you want to use like a JDK, so that also something which you can utilize over here in this one. So there are different things, like you can configure the JREs also. So if you have some custom path which where you have the Java available or the JDK or JRE is available there, so that also you can easily refer it. So you can simply say that yes, this so and so location I want to refer, I want to see my source code. So that's where you can do the, you can go for the execution. Now once you're providing these values like the installed JREs which you want to provide, which you want to process here, next thing what you need to perform is like you need to go ahead with that execution. So I'm completely okay with the JDK, whatever the environment I want to process, I can easily do that, and I'm completely okay with that, right? So let's go with that part and then click on next. and this is the source directory which is available there, right? And if you want to add any additional libraries, so here exactly you can add your Selenium related libraries using which you will be able to see your source code working fine. But I'm not going to do that activity here, so I'm going to do that later on so that we can get complete things in a sequence. And then here we go, like finish. So you will be able to get the GR related libraries and the source folder here. So right now it's completely empty project. There is nothing available as such here. And what I'm going to do is like I'm going to create a class file over here to see with the specific source code of the Selenium, to how the WebDriver is getting loaded up and processed. So that stuff we are going to talk about here. So let's see like what content we need to really put up over here in this one. Now if we downloaded this Selenium programming language bindings here, so let me extract it. You can pretty much keep it into the Eclipse folders also, or if you wish you can keep it aside in some specific folder, because it's just going to be referenced with every project. So it's just a kind of a shared libraries which is available there. So whatever project you want to onboard, you want to use, so this kind of package or this kind of shared library you can easily utilize and you can implement it. So we are just trying to extract it. Now once the extraction is done, so you will be able to see like some couple of files and folders. Now this is having a particular two executable files like client and combined. This is kind of connecting, acting like a Selenium client, and which is using to connect and process all the requirements. We also have a sources file which is available there for this one, but again it's something which depends on the requirement. So you don't have to put the sources jar file also over here because that's not required. So you can pretty much use this executable jar file, because in this one you will not have any kind of source. Then of course your Selenium related jar file is further on dependent on some dependencies like this. So these jar files are also something which you should be putting up into your specific shared library, so that your Selenium related jar file should not started failing. So we'll try that scenario also so that we can get the complete output and complete instance here. So let's see. Now we'll go to this, we'll import this particular file over there, and for that we have to write a class file. So let's see like how we can do that. So we have already got the Selenium WebDriver. So the Eclipse is what we have followed. So we have created a new jar project. Now we want to create a new class file. The build path configurations, we will be taking care of that later on, but right now we are going to see like how we can proceed further with that. So I'm going with this specific component here, right? So whatever the browser or whatever the driver you want to follow, you can do that. So Firefox, if you want to use or Chrome browser, it all depends on you. Like it all depends on the way like how you want to configure it. So let's see, let's import this particular component here. Now if the specific Firefox browser is installed, that's great. If it's not installed, so you can just go back here. So here you will be able to see like this browsers, like these specific components which is available here. So this is the driver which is available. So for the Windows 64-bit, you can again download this one here. So whatever the platform you want, like if you want to use for the Chrome browser, you can go for that. If you want to go for the Firefox, Edge, whatever the driver you feel like you want to go, you can go with that part here. So let's open this one here and extract this one also, so that we should be able to refer it over here into our specific source code. So this is the driver, this is the exe file which is available there. Now all we need to do is like we need to just open our Eclipse there. So in our Eclipse we should be using, or we should be referring to this one here. So this is a kind of a path which is available. Similarly, we will also be giving a path over there so that we can refer to that specific driver over here. So let me open that and let's see. So I'm going to create a class file here. You can create a package called com, and in that package you can further on create a class file like Selenium test. It's also depends, like this is just a custom name. So you feel like you want to give some different name, you can go for you know, any kind of class name over here, but this is something which is something we are going to see, like how the execution needs to be performed and needs to be done here. So there are different names, like you want to follow some different name, you can do that also. Now if you see closely here, let me save the file here. Now in this one you are getting some errors related to this one, like you're getting the error codes related to the imports here, like how the specific execution should be done here. Right now the thing is that this is something which is really causing the problems, like how the import or the execution should be done. Right, also the thing is that we require these imports to be available there, right? So that's definitely we are requiring over here, and that's something which we require, we want to process as such also. So right now let's have a particular declaration of the package also there, because it's something which is there in the comp package. So let's have the package com also here, so it's there in the comp package. But again, those errors are not related to that. So these are like related to the configurations which we are trying to put, and during the copy paste there might be a conversion of the code, so that I have taken care. Great. So let's see. Now what I have to really do is, like, we have to see like how we can proceed further on the furthermost executions, and we need to get this driver, like we need to get this one. So I'll right click on my project here and go to the build path and click on configure build path. So first I'm going to add my binding jar file there, the Java binding jar file which I downloaded just now, this Glide combined one here. So only this jar file we are trying to add up over here, and with that most of the related errors related to that imports will be resolved. Now I'm not sure that how it's going to work, how it's going to function, whether it's going to success or failure, that's a different story. But yes, all you have done is, like, I right clicked on my project, went to the build path, went to the configure build path here, and went for the add external jars. So these are the external jars which you have to do, we have to put up over here. So only the combined client combined jar file is what I have put up over here in this one. In the referenced libraries you will immediately be able to know that part of the jar file here. Now this is the directory where you will be having the exe file available for that driver for the Firefox. So let's get the path for our component also. So we got the path, so let me paste it over here. And here we go. So we got the path here. This is the folder where we got our driver available here, and let's try to resolve it. Let's try to run it over here. Great. So now I'm going to right click here, just say run as and Java application. Now in this one I got an error saying that some Google common collect immutable map some class file is not available there. This is the fact that I did not imported those dependent jar files also, which we got downloaded from the Java binding file here. So that zip file was also having some of the jar files there in the library folders. So in this one also you will be able to see like some executions of the jar files is required over here as an imports, as a standard imports. So let's import this one, and this is the reason why we got the error at the first place, because we are not importing those jar files which is being required by our client combined jar file also. So these are the dependent jar files which we are trying to import here. So ultimately at last you will be able to have your referenced libraries available here with all these jar files component available here. Right now, since our driver is configured, everything is configured. Now the next thing which we require is the browser. Now I have the Chrome browser, but unfortunately I don't have the Firefox browser. So let's go ahead and download the Firefox browser. So for that, let's open the browser. So I'm going to download a Firefox browser over here into my system. So the official website is something which is quite good, so we can go for the download Firefox here. Now why? Because I require, now I'm using the Firefox here. If I am using the Chrome browser, I will not be having or facing any kind of issues as such, but since I'm using the Firefox driver, so I require a Firefox browser. So the dependency of the browser is there when we want to go ahead, because pretty much my code base is going to connect, or this one is going to connect to the driver here, but driver ultimately internally or require a browser so that it can perform the executions. It can do that execution. So these drivers are going to just communicate between your source code and the actual browser here. So after the driver, you also require the browser to be installed, like the Chrome browser to be available here, so that you can pretty much use it and you can perform the configuration. So let's see, we are getting the browser over here in this one, and we got the browser installed perfectly fine over here. So we should be able to see the browser because in this one we are basically trying to open the browser and getting a website called www.google.com here, and then we are having a particular sleeve one, and then ultimately the driver is getting quit here. So let's see. So once the browser is downloaded and installed, so right click on run as Java application. So you will be able to see the browsing here. So okay, it's connecting the browser, the Firefox exe file is getting executed, a browser is getting executed, and it will be maximized automatically. You can see here like it's getting maximized automatically here, and we just have to wait for a couple of seconds more, and here we go, we got the browser closed automatically also, because there was a slip of a couple of seconds over here, and you got the failure, like you got the complete component, or it got the driver closed there. Driver closed means that definitely the browser will also be closed here. And you can see here that the specific output which is being performed or which is getting executed over here, it's actually showing us like how the executions and the setup needs to be performed or needs to be done here. So this is the way that how the implementations really performed or really gets executed over here. In this case, you got the browser execution and everything will be work perfectly fine. So again, I'm right clicking over here, just click on run as Java application. The same browser will be open again. It will be automatically refreshed. You will see that progress like this, and after a couple of seconds the thread will be on sleep, but yes, after that it will be closed automatically over here. So like that you can program how to open a website, how to proceed further from there. You want to click on some buttons, you want to do some processing, that's all up to you, like how you program, how you code it over here. So this completely helps you to see like how exactly you can go ahead with the complete program, and this program will help you to execute a good amount of testing, validations, and running or executing some couple of test cases. So this is what we have in this demo, where we saw like how we can configure the different drivers, the web driver, the browser driver, and ultimately the browser and the Selenium web driver here. So you're using the Selenium web driver over here, which is going to invoke the browser driver, and this browser driver is going to invoke the browser as such over here in this case. So that's it for this demo. Let's move on to main content. So that was the demo in which we executed a very simple program in order to execute the Selenium web driver, which is going to further invoke the browser driver, the Firefox driver, and then it was invoking the specific implementations there, right? So this is what we did, and if we summarize this demo, so in this one we downloaded the Selenium web driver, we installed it, we configured it, we integrated the Eclipse with the Selenium web driver, and we also executed a specific test script in order to see like how a particular browser will be invoked. And in the previous cases, yes, the browser was invoking a www.google.com website there, and we were getting the response accordingly, and that was the executions mechanism. Like that's the whole basis that how the Selenium test cases used to work and used to be integrated over there. So this is the complete way that how exactly we did this demo here.
Meet Tim. Tim builds a robot in his lab, a climate-controlled and pollution-free environment. Once he's done, he drops the robot off at his project partner Mia's house. Mia takes it out to her backyard to ensure that the robot meets the requirements. But here is where the problem arises. The change in the environment causes the robot to malfunction. Mia is now really annoyed, and she has a lot to correct, and it seems to her as though Tim didn't really do much. This wall between them leaves the poor robot to bite the dust. Well, what if we broke this wall? Tim and Mia now work together in a common space. Tim develops each block of functionality of the robot which is then immediately checked by Mia. Both are now working simultaneously instead of waiting on the other to finish their task. As and when a feature is ready for use, they are put together to build the final product. They develop a common mindset and share ideas. To further speed up the process, they use several tools which can automate every stage. This means that the robot is now ready sooner, with less iterations and manual work. From an organization perspective, Tim would be the developer, while Mia the operations. Their union is the core of the DevOps approach. DevOps has several stages and set of tools to automate each of these stages. Let's have a look at these. Tim first puts down a plan. In terms of software, this could mean deciding on the modules and the algorithms to use. Once he has the plan, he now codes the plan. With tools such as Git, Tim has a repository for storing all the codes and their different versions. This is called version control. Next, this code is fetched and made executable. This is the build stage. Tools such as Gradle and Maven will sort this out. Now, before deployment, the product is tested to catch any bugs. The most popular tool automating testing is Selenium. Once the products are tested, Mia must deploy it. The deployed product is then continuously configured to the desired state. Ansible, Puppet and Docker are some of the most common tools used that automate these stages. Now, every product is continuously monitored in its working environment. Nagios is one such tool that automates this phase, and the feedback is fed back to the planning stage. And finally, we have the core of the DevOps lifecycle, the integration stage. Tools such as Jenkins is responsible for sending the code for build and test. If the code passes the tests, it's further sent for deployment. This is called continuous integration. Let's now have a look at an organization that has adopted the DevOps approach. Which of the below sequence of steps would they follow to develop a software? Leave your answers in the comment section. Keep an eye out for the right answer on the comment section or our YouTube community. Giants such as Amazon, Netflix, Target, Etsy and Walmart have all adopted DevOps and seen a considerable increase in delivery and quality. In 2014, an hour of downtime for Netflix would cost it $200,000. It became absolutely crucial that Netflix prepared themselves for any sort of failure. And so, they took to the DevOps approach and implemented it in the most unique way. They developed a tool called the Simian Army. This tool created failures and automatically deployed them in an environment that did not affect the users. The team would troubleshoot these failures, and this gave them enough experience to deal with any degree of collapse. With everything being automated and happening simultaneously, organizations can now deliver at a much faster pace. So, considering the benefits of DevOps and its divergence from the traditional methods, would DevOps be the future? Let us know what you think in the comment section below. And with that, we come to an end of our video.
Hello, this is Matthew from Simplilearn, and today we're going to cover what is Docker and why it should be of value to you as somebody who works in DevOps. So let's take a little scenario of a developer and a tester before you had the world of Docker. A developer would actually build their code and then they send it to the tester, but then the code wouldn't work on their system. The code doesn't work on the other system due to the differences in computer environments. So what could be the solution to this? Well, you could go ahead and create a virtual machine to be the same of the solution in both areas. But we think Docker is an even better solution. So let's kind of break out what the main big differences are between Docker and virtual machines. As you can see between the left and the right hand side, both look to be very similar. What you'll see, however, is that on the Docker side, what you'll see as a big difference is that the guest OS for each container has been eliminated. Docker is inherently more lightweight, but provides the same functionality as a virtual machine. So let's step through some of the pros and cons of a virtual machine versus Docker. So first of all, a virtual machine occupies a lot more memory space. on the host machine. In contrast, Docker occupies significantly less memory space. The boot up time between both is very different. Docker just boots up faster. The performance of the Docker environment is actually better and more consistent than the virtual machine. Docker is also very easy to set up and very easy to scale. The efficiencies, therefore, are much higher with a Docker environment versus a virtual machine environment. And you'll find it is easier to port Docker across multiple platforms than a virtual machine. Finally, the space allocation between Docker and a virtual machine is significant. When you don't have to include the guest OS, you're eliminating a significant amount of space, and the Docker environment is just inherently smaller. So after Docker, as a developer, you can build out your solution and send it to a tester. And as long as we're all running in the Docker environment, everything will work just great. So let's step through what we're going to cover in this presentation. We're going to look at the DevOps tools and where Docker fits within that space. We'll examine what Docker actually is and how Docker works. And then finally, we'll step through the different components of the Docker environment. So what is DevOps? DevOps is a collaboration between the development team and the operation team, allowing you to continuously deliver solutions and applications and services that both delight and improve the efficiency of your customers. If you look at the Venn diagram that we have here, on the left-hand side we have development, on the right-hand side we have operation, and then there's a crossover in the middle, and that's where the DevOps team sits. If we look at the areas of integration between both groups, developers are really interested in planning, code, building, and testing, and operations want to be able to efficiently deploy, operate, and monitor. When you can have both groups interacting with each other on these 7 key elements, then you can have the efficiencies of an excellent DevOps team. So planning and codebase, we use tools like JIT and Gira. For building, we use Gradle and Maven. Testing, we use Selenium. The integration between dev and ops is through tools such as Jenkins. And then the deployment operation is done with tools such as Docker and Chef. Finally, Nagios is used to monitor the entire environment. So let's step deeper into what Docker actually is. So Docker is a tool which is used to automate the deployment of applications in a lightweight container so the application can work efficiently in different environments. Now, it's important to note that the container is actually a software package that consists of all the dependencies required to run the application. So multiple containers can run on the same hardware. The containers are maintained in isolated environments. They're highly productive, and they're quick and easy to configure. So let's take an example of what Docker is by using a house that may be rented for someone using Airbnb. So in the house, there are 3 rooms and only 1 cupboard and kitchen. And the problem we have is that none of the guests are really ready to share the cupboard and kitchen, because every individual has a different preference when it comes to how the cupboard should be stocked and how the kitchen should be used. This is very similar to how we run software applications today. Each of the applications could end up using different frameworks. So you may have a framework such as Rails, Perfect, and Flask, and you may want to have them running for different applications for different situations. This is where Docker will help you run the applications with the suitable frameworks. So let's go back to our Airbnb example. So we have 3 rooms and a kitchen and cupboard. How do we resolve this issue? Well, we put a kitchen and cupboard in each room. We can do the same thing for computers. Docker provides the suitable frameworks for each different application. And since every application has a framework with a suitable version, this space can also then be utilized for putting in software and applications that along. And since every application has its own framework and suitable version, the area that we had previously stored for a framework can be used for something else. Now we can create a new application, in this instance a 4th application that uses its own resources. You know what? With these kinds of abilities to be able to free up space on the computer, it's no wonder Docker is the right choice. So let's take a closer look to how Docker actually works. So when we look at Docker and we call something Docker, we're actually referring to the base engine, which actually is installed on the host machine that has all the different components that run your Docker environment. And if we look at the image on the left-hand side of the screen, you'll see that Docker has a client-server relationship. There is a client installed on the hardware. There is a client that contains the Docker product, and then there is a server which controls how that Docker client is created. The communication that goes back and forth to be able to share the knowledge on that Docker client relationship is done through a REST API. And this is fantastic news because that means that you can actually interface and program that API. So we look here in the animation, we see that the Docker client is constantly communicating back to the server information about the infrastructure, and it's using this REST API as that communication channel. The Docker server then will check out the requests and the interaction necessary for it to be the Docker daemon, which runs on the server itself, will then check out the interaction and the necessary operating system pieces needed to be able to run the container. Okay, so that's just an overview of the Docker engine, which is probably where you're going to spend most of your time. But there are some other components that form the infrastructure for Docker. Let's dig into those a little bit deeper as well. So what we're going to do now is break out the 4 main components that comprise of the Docker environment. The 4 components are as follows: the Docker client and server, which we've already done a deeper dive on, Docker images, Docker containers, and the Docker registry. So if we look at the structure that we have here, on the left-hand side, you see the relationship between the Docker client and the Docker server. And then we have the REST API in between. Now, if we start digging into that REST API, particularly the relationship with the Docker daemon on the server, we actually have our other elements that form the different components of the Docker ecosystem. So the Docker client is accessed from your terminal window. So if you are using Windows, it's going to be PowerShell. On Mac, it's going to be your terminal window. And it allows you to run the Docker daemon and the registry service. When you have your terminal window open, so you can actually use your terminal window to create instructions on how to build and run your Docker images and containers. If we look at the images part of our registry here, we actually see that the image is really just a template with the instructions used for creating the containers which you use within Docker. The Docker image is built using a file called the Docker file. And then once you've created that Docker file, you'll store that image in the Docker Hub or registry. And that allows other people to be able to access the same structure of a Docker environment that you've created. The syntax of creating the image is fairly simple. It's something that you'll be able to get your arms around very quickly. And essentially what you're doing is you're creating the option of a new container. You're identifying what the image will look like, what are the commands that are needed, and the arguments for within those commands. And once you've done that, you have a definition for what your image will look like. So if we look here at what the container itself looks like, is that the container is a standalone executable package which includes applications and their dependencies. It's the instructions for what your environment will look like. So you can be consistent in how that environment is shared between multiple developers, testing units, and other people within your DevOps team. Now, the thing that's great about working with Docker is that it's so lightweight that you can actually run multiple Docker containers in the same infrastructure and share the same operating system. This is its strength. It allows you to be able to create those multiple environments that you need for multiple projects that you're working on. Interestingly though, within each container, that container creates an isolated area for the applications to run. So while you can run multiple containers in an infrastructure, each of those containers are completely isolated. They're protected so that you can actually control how your solutions work there. Now, as a team, you may start off with 1 or 2 developers on your team, but when a project starts becoming more important and you start adding in more people to your team, you may have 15 people that are offshore, you may have 10 people that are local, you may have 15 consultants that are working on your project. You have a need for each of those developers or each person on your team to have access to that Docker image. And to get access to that image, we use the Docker registry, which is an open source server-side servers for hosting and distributing the images that you have defined. You can also use Docker itself as its own default registry and Docker hub. Now, something that has to be very in mind though is that for publicly shared images, you may want to have your own private images, in which case you would do that through your own registry. So once again, public repositories can be used to host the Docker images, which can be accessed by anyone. And I really encourage you to go out to Docker and see the other Docker images that have been created, because there may be tools there that you can use to speed up your own development environments. Now, you will also get to a point where you start creating environments that are very specific to the solutions that you are building. And when you get to that point, you'll likely want to create a private repository so you're not sharing that knowledge with the world in general. Now, the way in which you connect with the Docker registry is through simple pull and push commands that you run through terminal window to be able to get the latest information. So if you want to be able to build your own container, what you'll start doing is using the pull commands to actually pull the image from the Docker repository. And the command line for that is fairly simple. In terminal window, you would write docker pull, and then you put in the image name and any tags associated with that image and use the command pulls. So in your terminal window, you would actually use a simple line of command once you've actually connected to your Docker environment. And that command will be docker pull with the image name and any associated tags around that image. What that will then do is pull the image from the Docker repository, whether that's a public repository or a private one. Now, in reverse, if you want to be able to update the Docker image with new information, you do a push command where you would take the script that you've written about the Docker container that you define and push it to the repository. And as you can imagine, the commands for that are also fairly simple. In terminal window, you would write docker push the image name, any associated tags, and then that would then push that image to the Docker repository. Again, either a public or a private repository. So if we recap, the Docker file creates a Docker image that's using the build commands. A Docker image then contains all of the information necessary for you to be able to execute the project. Using the Docker image, any user can run the code in order to create a Docker container. And once a Docker image is built, it's uploaded to a registry or to a Docker hub where it can be shared across your entire team. And from the Docker hub, users can get access to the Docker image and build their own new containers.
Welcome to all our viewers. I'm Anjali from Simplilearn, and today I'll be taking you through the installation process for Docker. So before we begin, let me give you an intro to Docker. So what is Docker? Docker is a tool which is used to automate the deployment of applications in lightweight containers. So when I say containers, I mean a software package that consists of all the dependencies required to run the particular application. And when you deploy containers, you're basically providing the capability for the application to run in any kind of environment. So Dockers have multiple features, some of which are that multiple containers can run on the same hardware. It has very high productivity when compared to virtual machines. It maintains isolated applications and has a very quick and easy configuration process. So now let's begin with the demo. We'll be installing Docker on an Ubuntu system. So this is my system. I just open the terminal. So the first thing you can start with is removing any Docker installation that you probably already have present in your system if you want to start from scratch. So this is the command to do so. Sudo apt-get remove docker engine docker.io. Enter your password and Docker is removed. So now we'll start from scratch and we'll install Docker once again. Before that, I'll just clear my screen. Okay, so before I install Docker, let me just ensure that all the softwares on my system currently is in its latest state. So sudo apt-get update. Great, so that's done. Next thing, we'll actually install our Docker. So type in sudo apt-get install Docker. Now as you can see here, there's an error that's occurred. So sometimes it's possible that due to the environment of the machine that you're working in, this particular command does not work. In which case, there's always another command that you can start with. Just type docker install. And that by itself will give you the command you can use to install Docker. So as it says here, sudo apt install docker.io is a command that we will need to execute to install Docker. And after that, we'll execute the sudo snap install docker. So sudo apt install docker.io first. And this will install your Docker. After that's done, we will have sudo snap install docker. So snap install docker installs a newly created snap package. They are basically some other dependencies for Docker that you'll have to install. Of course, since this is the installation process for the entire Docker IO, it will take some time. Great, so our Docker is installed. The next thing we do, as I mentioned earlier, is that we need to install all the dependency packages. So the command for that is sudo snap install docker. Enter your password. So with that, we have completed the installation process for Docker, but we'll perform a few more stages where we will test if the installation has been done right. So before we move on with the testing for Docker, let's once again just check the version that we have installed. So for that, the command is docker version. And as you can see, Docker version 17.12.1 CE has been installed. Next thing we do is we pull an image from the Docker hub. So docker run hello world. Now hello world is a Docker image which is present on the Docker hub. Docker hub is basically a repository that you can find online. So with this command, the Docker image hello world has been pulled onto your system. So let's see if it's actually present on your system now. The command to check this is sudo docker images. And as you can see here, hello world repository, this is present on our system currently. So the image has been successfully pulled onto the system, and this means that our Docker is working. Now we'll try out another command. Sudo docker ps-a. This displays all the containers that you have pulled so far. So as you can see here, there are 3 hello world images displayed, and all of them are in exited state. So I did this demo previously too, which is why the 2 hello worlds which is created 2 minutes ago is also displayed here. And the first hello world which has been created a minute ago is the one we just did for this demo. Now as you have probably noticed that all the hello world images over here, all these containers are in the exited state. So when you give the option for docker ps-a, where -a stands for all, It displays all the containers whether they are in exited or running state. If you want to see only those containers which are in their running state, you can simply execute sudo docker ps. Sudo docker ps. And as you can see, no container is visible here because none of them are in running state. And with that, we come to an end of our Docker installation.
This is Matthew from Simplilearn, and today we're going to dig through what Docker is and how you could be using it within your own DevOps environment. So let's get started. In this presentation, we're going to go through a number of key things. We're going to compare Docker versus traditional virtual machines and what are the differences and why you'd want to choose Docker over a virtual environment. We'll go through the advantages of working with Docker and the structure and how you would build out a Docker environment. And during that structure, we'll dig through the components and the advanced components within Docker. At the end of the presentation, we'll go through some basic commands and then show you how those basic commands can be used in a live demo. So with all that said, let's get started. So let's first of all compare Docker with a traditional virtual machine. So here we have the architecture on the left and right of a traditional virtual machine versus a Docker environment. And there are some things that you'll probably see immediately that are big differences. One is that the virtual environment has hypervisor layer, whereas the Docker environment has a Docker engine layer. And then in addition to that, there are additional layers within the virtual machine. Each of these really start compounding and creating very significant differences between a Docker environment and a virtual machine environment. So with a virtual machine, the actual memory usage is very high, whereas with a Docker environment, the memory usage is very low. If we look at performance, virtual machines, when you start building out particularly more than one virtual machine on a server, the performance starts degrading and starts getting poorer, whereas with Docker, the performance always stays really good. And this is largely due to the lightweight architecture used to construct the Docker containers themselves. If we look at portability, virtual machines just are terrible for portability. They're still dependent on the host operating system, and there's just a lot of problems that happen when you are using virtual machines for portability. In contrast, Docker was designed for portability, so you can actually build solutions in a Docker container environment and have the guarantee that the solution will work as you have built it, no matter where it's hosted. Finally, boot up time. The boot up time for a virtual machine is fairly slow in comparison to the boot up time for a Docker environment, which is almost instantaneous. So we look at these in a little bit more detail. One of the other challenges that you have with a virtual machine is that if you have unused memory within the environment, you cannot reallocate that memory. So if you set up an environment that has 9 gigs of memory that's being used, but you have 6 gigs that are free, you can't do anything with it. Though that whole 9 gig has been allocated to that virtual machine. In contrast with Docker, if you have 9 gigs and 6 gigs becomes free, that free memory can then be reallocated and reused across other containers used within that Docker environment. Another challenge is running multiple virtual machines in a single environment can lead to instability and performance issues, whereas Docker is designed to run multiple containers in the same environment and actually gets better the more containers you run in that hosted single Docker engine. Portability issues with a virtual machine is the software can work on one machine, but then when you move that VM to another machine, suddenly some of the software won't work because there are some dependencies that haven't been inherited correctly. Whereas Docker itself is designed specifically to be able to run across multiple environments and to be deployed very easily across the systems. And again, the actual boot up time for a VM, it just takes a long time. You're talking about minutes in contrast to the milliseconds that it takes for a Docker environment to boot up. So let's dig into what Docker actually is and what allows for these great performance improvements over a traditional VM environment. So Docker itself is an OS virtualized software platform, and it allows IT organizations to really easily create, deploy, and run applications as what are called Docker containers that have all of the dependencies within that container very easily. And the container itself is really just a very lightweight package that has all the instructions and dependencies such as frameworks, libraries, bins, etc., all within that container. And that container itself can then be moved from environment to environment very easily. If we were to look in our DevOps lifecycle, the place where Docker really shines is in deployment, because when you're actually at the point of deploying your solution, you want to be able to guarantee that the code that has been tested will actually work in the production environment. But in addition to that, what we often find is that when you're actually building the code and you're actually testing the code, having a container running the solution at those stages is also a really good plus, because what happens is that the people building the code and testing the code are able to validate their work in the same environment that would be used for the production environment. So really, you can use Docker in multiple stages within your DevOps cycle, but it becomes really valuable in the deployment stage. So let's look at some of the key advantages that you have with Docker. Some of the things that we've already covered is that you can do rapid deployment, and you can do it really fast. The environment itself is highly portable and was designed for that in mind. The efficiencies that you'll see will allow you to run multiple Docker containers in a single environment as compared to more traditional VM environments. The configuration itself can be scripted through a language called YAML, which allows you to be able to write out and describe the Docker environment that you want to create. This in turn allows you to be able to scale your environment very, very quickly. But with all of these advantages, probably the one that is most critical to the type of work that we're doing today is security. You have to ensure that the environment you are running is a highly secure but highly scalable environment. And I'm very pleased to say that Docker takes security very seriously. So you'll see it as one of the key tenets for the actual architecture of the system that you're implementing. So let's look at how Docker actually works within your environment. So Docker works, there is what's called a Docker engine. The Docker engine is really comprised of two key elements. You have a server and a client, and the communication via the two is via a REST API. The server, as you can imagine, has the instructions that are communicated out to the client and instructs the client on what to do. The connection between the client and the server, the communication is via a REST API. On older systems, you can take advantage of the Docker toolbox, which allows you to go ahead and control the Docker engine, the Docker machine, Docker Compose, and Kitematic. So let's now go into what the actual root components, though, of Docker are. So let's have a look at those key components. There are four components that we're going to go through. We have the Docker client and server, we have Docker images, we have the Docker registry, and the Docker container. We're going to step through each of these one by one. So let's look at the Docker client and server first. So the Docker client and server is a command line instructed solution where you would use terminal on your Mac or command line on your PC or Linux system to be able to issue commands from the Docker daemon. The communication between the Docker client and the Docker host is via a REST API. So you can do similar communication such as a Docker pull command, which would send an instruction to the daemon, which would then form the interaction of pulling in the correct components, such as an image or container or registry, to the Docker client. The Docker daemon itself is actually a service which actually performs all sorts of operating and performance services. And as you'd imagine, the Docker daemon is constantly listening across the REST API to see if it needs to perform any specific requests. If you want to trigger and start the whole process, what you want to do is use the command docker within your Docker daemon, and that will start all of your performances. And then you have a Docker host, which actually runs the Docker daemon and registry itself. So now let's look into the actual structure of a Docker image. So a Docker image itself is a template which contains instructions for the Docker container, and that template is written with a language called YAML, and YAML stands for yet another markup language. It's very easy to learn. The Docker image itself is built within that YAML file and then hosted as a file in the Docker registry. The image is really comprised of several key layers. And you start with your base layer, which will typically have your base image. In this instance, it's your base operating system, such as Ubuntu. And then you would then have layer of dependencies above that. This would then comprise the instructions in a read-only file that would become your Docker file. So let's actually go through and look at what one of those sets of instructions would look like. So here we have 4 layers of instructions. We have a from, pull, run, and then command. So what does that actually look like in our layers? So to break this down, the from creates a layer which is based on Ubuntu. And then what we're doing is we're adding in files from the Docker repository onto that base command, that base layer. And then what we want to be able to do is then say, okay, what are the run commands so we can actually then build the container within the environment. And then we want to be able to then have a command line that actually executes something within that container. And in this instance, the command is to run Python. So one of the things that we will see is that as we set up multiple containers, each new container is a new layer with new images within the Docker environment. Each container is completely separate from the other containers within your Docker environment. So you're able to create your own separate read-write instructions within each layer. What's interesting is that if you delete a layer, then the layer above it will also get deleted. So what happens when you pull in a layer, but something has changed in the core image? What's interesting then is that the actual main image of itself cannot be modified. Once you've copied the image, you can then modify it locally, but you can never modify the actual base image itself. So here are some callouts for the components within a Docker image. So the base layer are in read-only format. The layers can be combined in a union file system to create a single image. The union file system saves memory space by avoiding duplication of files. And this allows a file system to appear as a writable, but without modifying the file, which is known as a copy on write. The actual base layers themselves are read-only. So to be able to get around this structure within a Docker container, the Docker environment itself uses what's known as a copy on write strategy within the images and the containers themselves. And so what this allows you to do is you can actually copy the files for better efficiency across your entire container environment. The copy and write strategy does make Docker super efficient, and what you're able to do all the time is keep reducing the amount of disk space you're using and the amount of performance that you're taking from the server. And that's really, again, a key element for Docker, is just this constant ability to be able to keep improving the efficiency within the actual system itself. All right, so let's go on to item number 3, which is the Docker registry. So the Docker registry itself is the place where you would host and distribute the different types of images that you have created or you want to be used within your environment. The actual repository itself is just a collection of Docker images, and those Docker images are built on instructions that you would write with YAML and are very easily stored and shared. And what you can actually do is you can actually associate specific name tags to the actual Docker images themselves. So it's easy for people to be able to find and share that image within the Docker registry itself. One of the things you actually see as we go through the demos, you actually see us actually using the tag name, and you'll see how it is an alphanumeric identifier and how we actually use it to actually create the actual container itself. One of the things you can do to as start off how you would manage a registry is you can actually use the publicly accessible Docker Hub registry, which is available to anybody, but you can also create your own registry for your own use internally. The actual registry that you create internally can have both public and private images that you create, and this may be for various reasons of how you structure your environment. The actual commands you would use to actually connect to the registry are both push and pull. Push is to actually push a new container environment that you've created from your local manager node to the remote registry, and a pull allows you to pull a new client that has been created and is being shared. So again, pull command, it pulls and retrieves a Docker image from the Docker registry and makes it very easy for people to share different images consistently across teams. And a push command allows you to take a new command that you've created, a new container that you've created, and push it to the registry, whether it's Docker Hub or whether it's your own private registry, and allow it to be shared across your teams. Some key did you knows in Docker registry, deleting a repository is not a reversible action. So if you delete a repository, it's gone. So let's go into the final stage here, which is the actual Docker container itself. So the Docker container itself is an executable package of applications and its dependencies bundled together. So it gives all the instructions that you would have for the solution that you're looking to run. It's actually really lightweight, and again, this is because of the redundancy that's built into how you structure the container, and the container itself is then inherently also extremely portable. What's really good about running a container though is that it does run completely in isolation, so you're able to share it very easily from group to group, and you are guaranteed that even if you are running a container, it's not going to be impacted by any host OS peculiarities or unique setups as you would have in a VM or a non-containerized environment. The actual memory that you have on a Docker environment, they can be shared across multiple containers, which is really useful. Typically, when you have a VM, you would have a defined amount of memory for each VM environment. The challenge you start running into, though, is that you can't share that memory, whereas with Docker, you can easily share the memory for a single environment across multiple containers. The actual container is built using Docker images, and the command to actually run those images is a run command. So let's actually go through a basic structure of how you would run a Docker image. So you go into terminal window and you would write in Docker run Redis, and then it would run a container called Redis. So we're going to go in, and if you don't have the Redis image locally installed, it will then pull it from the registry. Then the new Docker container Redis will be then available within your environment, so you can actually start using it. So let's look at why containers are so lightweight. They're so lightweight because they really have been able to get away from some of the additional layers that you have in virtualization within VMs. And the biggest one is the hypervisor and the need to run on a host operating system. Those are two big elements. So if you can get rid of those, then you're doing great. So let's look at some of the more advanced concepts within the Docker environment. And we're going to look at two advanced components. One is Docker Compose, and the second is Docker Swarm. So let's look at Docker Compose. Docker Compose is really designed for running multiple containers as a single service. And it does this by running each container in isolation, but allowing the containers to interact with each other. As was stated earlier on, you would actually write the Compose environment using YAML as the language in the files that you would create. So where would you use something like Docker Compose? So an example would be if you are running an Apache server with MySQL database and you need to create additional containers to run additional services without the need to start each one separately. And this is where you would write a set of files using Docker Compose to be able to help balance out that demand. So let's now look at Docker Swarm. So Docker Swarm is a service that allows you to be able to control multiple Docker environments within a single platform. So what you actually are looking at doing is within your Docker Swarm is we're treating each node as a Docker daemon, and we're actually having an API that's interacting with each of those nodes. There are two types of node that you're going to be getting comfortable working with. One is the manager node, and the second is the worker node. And as you'd expect, the manager node is the one sending out the instructions to all of the worker nodes. But there is a two-way communication that is happening. The communication allows for the manager node to be able to manage the instructions and then listen to and receive updates from the worker node. So if anything happens within this environment, the manager node can react and adjust the architecture of the worker node so it's always in sync. It was really great for large scaled environments. So finally, let's go through what are some of the basic commands you would use within Docker. And once we've gone through all these basic commands, we'll actually show you a demo of how you'd actually use them as well. So if we're going to go in, probably the first command is to install Docker. And so if you have yum installed, you just do yum install Docker, and you'll install Docker onto your computer. To start the Docker daemon, as you want to do systemctl start Docker. The command to remove a Docker image is docker rmi and then the image ID itself. And that's not the image name, that's the actual alphanumeric ID number that you want to grab. The command line to download a new image is docker pull and then the name of the image you'd want to pull. And by default, you're going to be pulling from the Docker default registry that will then connect to your Docker daemon and download the images from that registry. The command line to run an image is docker run and then the image ID. And then we have if we wanted to pull specifically from Docker Hub, then we would have docker pull and then the image name and its tag. To build an image from a Docker file, you would do docker build-t and then the image name and tag. To shut down the container, you would do docker stop container ID. The access for running a container is docker exec it container ID bash. So we've gone through all the different commands, but let's actually see how they would actually look, and we're going to go ahead and do a demo. So welcome to this demo where we're going to go ahead and put together all of the different commands that we have outlined in the presentation for Docker. First is just to list all of the Docker images that we have. So we do sudo docker images and we enter in our password. And this will now list out the images that we've created already. And we have 3 images there. So let's go ahead and pull a Docker image. So to do that, we'll go ahead and type sudo docker. And actually, we don't want to do image. We want to select pull and then the name of the image that we want to pull, which is going to be MySQL. And by default, this is actually going to go ahead and use the latest MySQL command, MySQL image that we have. So it's now going to go ahead and pull this image. It's going to take a few minutes depending on your internet connection speed. It's kind of a large file that has to be downloaded. So we'll just wait for that to download. You can see the others have completed. Just waiting for this last file to download. Almost there. Once that's done, what we're going to go ahead and do is we'll actually run the Docker container and create the new container using the image that we just downloaded. But we have to wait for this to download first. Alright, so the image has been pulled from Docker Hub. And let's go ahead and create the new Docker container. So we're going to do sudo docker run -d -p 0.0.0.0 :80:80, and then we'll put in MySQL latest, so we have the latest version, and we have our new token, and that shows our new Docker container has been created. Now let's go ahead and see if the container is running, and we'll do sudo docker ps to list all the running containers. And what we see is that the container is not listed there, which means it's probably not running. So let's go ahead and list out all of the images that we have within Docker so we can see whether it's actually listed there. So we'll do ps-a. And yes, there we are. We can see that we do have our new container, MySQL latest. And it was created 36 seconds ago. But it's in the exited mode. So what we have to do is we have to change that status so it's actually running. So let's change that to running state. We'll do sudo docker run -it -name, and we can name it SL SQL MySQL /bin/bash, and that's now going to be in the root, and we'll exit out of that. And now if we list out the Docker containers, we should see it is now an active container. Sudo docker start, and then we'll start the saying it, and then and we should now see it. There we are. It's now in the running state. Excellent. And we can see that it was updated 6 seconds ago. We're going to go ahead and we're going to clear the screen. Okay, now what we want to do is remove the Docker container. So what we're going to do is check list of images that we have. And so sudo docker images. Here are the images that we have, and we have MySQL is listed. And what we want to do is delete MySQL. And to do that, we're going to type in sudo docker rm-f image MySQL. Run that command, and what we'll find is the image. There's no such image. Oh, okay. So what we actually have to do is we have to go and see that the image is now gone. It's been removed. Excellent. It's exactly what we wanted to see. And we can also delete an image by its image ID as well. However, if an image is running and active, we have to kill that image first. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to select the image ID. We'll copy that. And it's going to, we paste that. It won't be able to actually run correctly because the image is active. So what we have to do now is stop the image and then we can kill it. So it's in the running state. So we have to do, so we do sudo docker kill and kill SL, and that will kill the container. And now we'll see that the container has gone. And now we can delete the image. And that's going to be the image gone with the image ID. Ba-boom. Easy peasy. Okay, let's go ahead onto the next exercise, which is to, so here we are, we've listed all of the containers and they're all gone. So let's go on to the next exercise, the final exercise, which is to actually create a batch image. And we're going to do a batch HTTP image. So let's go ahead and write that out. So it's going to be docker run -dit -name white, that's going to be the name of this HTTP service, -p 8080:80-v open quotes $pwd close quotes :/usr/local /apache2 /htdocs /httpd :2.4. We'll run that. Put in our password again. So what we see is the port is already being used. So let's go ahead and see which ports. Let's go see if we can change the port or see what ports are running. So let's do sudo images and see which ports are being used, because it's either the port or the name hasn't been put in correctly. So sudo docker images ps sudo docker ps-a, and yep, there's port 80 there. So we'll clear the screen. So we're going to change the container name, because I think we actually have the wrong container name here. So let's go in and change that, and we'll paste that in, and voila. There we go. Now working, and we'll just double check and make sure everything's working correctly. So to do that, we'll go into our web browser, and we'll type in, as soon as Firefox opens up, type in localhost :8080 which was the port that we created. And there we are. It's a list of all the files which shows that the server is up and running. Today we're going to cover what is a Docker container, why you would want to consider using it in your DevOps environment. So let's have a look at what we have in our current environment. So today, when you actually have your standard machine, you have the infrastructure, you have the host operating system, and you have your applications. And then when you create a virtual environment, what you're actually doing is you're actually creating virtual machines, but those virtual machines actually are now sitting within a hypervisor solution that sits still on top of your host operating system and infrastructure. And with a Docker engine, what we're able to do is we're able to actually reduce significantly the different elements that you would normally have within a virtualized environment. So we're able to get rid of the bins and so we're able to get rid of the guest OS, and we're able to eliminate the hypervisor environment. And this is really important as we actually start working and creating environments that are consistent, because we want to be able to make it so that it's really easy and stable for the environment that you have within your dev and ops environment. Now, critical is getting rid of that hypervisor element. It's just a lot of overhead. So let's have a look at a container as an example. So here we actually have a couple of examples. On the right-hand side, we have different containers. We have one container that's running Apache Tomcat with Java. A second container is running SQL Server in a Microsoft.NET environment. The third container is running Python with MySQL. These are all running just fine within the Docker engine and sitting on top of a host OS, which could be Linux. It really could be any host OS within a consistent infrastructure. And you're able to have a solution that can be shared easily amongst your teams. So let's have a look at an example that you'd have today if a company is doing a traditional Java application. So you have your developers working in JBoss on his system, and he's coding away, and he has to get that code over to a tester. Now, what will happen is that tester will then typically in your traditional environment then have to install JBoss on their machine and get everything running and hopefully set up identically to the developer. Chances are they probably won't have it exactly the same, but they'll try and get it as close as possible. And then at some point, you want to be able to test this within your production environment, so you send it over to a system administrator who would then also have to install JBoss on their environment as well. Yeah, this just seems to be a whole lot of duplication. So why go through the problem of installing JBoss 3 times? And this is where things get really interesting, because the challenge you have today is that it's very difficult to almost impossible to have identical environments if you're just installing software locally on devices. The developer's probably got a whole bunch of development software that could be conflicting with the JBoss environment. The tester has similar testing software, but probably doesn't have all the development software. And certainly the system administrator won't have all the tools that the developer and tester have, their own tools. And so what you want to be able to do is kind of get away from the challenge you have of having to do local installations on 3 different computers. And in addition, what you see is that this uses up a lot of effort, because when you're having to install software over and over again, you just keep repeating doing really basic foundational challenges. So this is where Docker comes in, and Docker is the tool that allows you to be able to share environments from one group to another group without having to install software locally on a device. You install all of the code into your Docker container and simply share the container. So in this presentation, we're going to go through a few things. We're going to cover what Docker actually is, and then we're going to dig into the actual architecture of Docker and kind of go through what Docker container is and how to create a Docker container. And then we'll go through the benefits of using Docker containers and then the commands, and finalize everything out with a brief demo. So what is Docker? So Docker is, as you'd expect, because all the software that we cover in this series is an open source solution, and it is a container solution that allows you to be able to containerize all of the necessary files and applications needed to run the solution that you're building. So you can share it from different people in your team, whether it's a developer, tester, or system administrator. And this allows you to have a consistent environment from one group to the next. So let's kind of dig into the architecture so you understand why Docker runs effectively. So the Docker architecture itself is built up of 2 key elements. There is the Docker client, And then there is a REST API connection to a Docker daemon, which actually hosts the entire environment. Within the Docker host and the Docker daemon, you have your different containers, and each one has a link to a Docker registry. The Docker client itself is a REST service, so as you'd expect, a REST API that sends command line to the Docker daemon through a terminal window or command line interface window. And we'll go through some of these demos later on so you can actually see how you can actually interact with Docker. The Docker daemon then checks the request against the Docker components and then performs the service that you're requesting. Now, the Docker image itself, all it really is a collection of instructions used to create a container. And again, this is consistent with all the DevOps tools that we have. The DevOps tools that we're looking to use throughout this series of videos are all environments that can be scripted. And this is really important because it allows you to be able to duplicate and scale the environments that you want to be able to build very quickly and effectively. The actual container itself has all of the applications and the dependencies of those applications in one package. You kind of think of it as a really effective and efficient zip file. It's a little bit more than that, but it's one file that actually has everything you need to be able to run all of your solutions. The actual Docker registry itself is an environment for being able to host and distribute different Docker images among your team. So say, for instance, you had a team of developers that were working on multiple different solutions. So say you have a team of developers and you have 50 developers and they're working on 5 different applications. You can actually have the applications themselves, the containers, shared in the Docker registry. So each of those teams at any time check out and have the latest container of that latest image of the code that you're working on. So let's dig into what actually is in a container. So the important part of a Docker container is that it has everything you need to be able to run the application. It's like a virtualized environment. It has all your frameworks and your libraries, and it allows the teams to be able to build out and run exactly the right environment that the developer intended. What's interesting though is the actual applications then will run in isolation, so they're not impacting other applications that using dependencies on other libraries or files outside of the container. Because of the architecture, it really uses a lot less space, and because it's using less space, it's a much more lightweight architecture. So the files, the actual folder itself is much smaller. It's very secure, highly portable, and the boot up time is incredibly fast. So let's actually get into how you would actually create a Docker container. So the Docker container itself is actually built through command line, and it's built of a file and Docker image. So the actual Docker file is a text file that contains all the instructions that you would need to be able to create that Docker image. And then we'll actually then create all of the project code within inside of that image. Then the image becomes the item that you would share through the Docker registry. You would then use the command line, and we'll do this later on, select Docker run and then the name of the image to be able to easily and effectively run that image locally. And again, once you've created the Docker image, you can store that in the Docker registry, making it available to anybody within your network. So something to bear in mind is that Docker itself has its own registry called Docker Hub, and that is a public registry, so you can actually go out and see other Docker images that have been created and access those images. As your own company, you may want to have your own private repository, so you want to be able to go ahead and either do that locally through your own repository, or you can actually get a licensed version of Docker Hub where you can actually then share those files. Now, something that's also very interesting to know is that you can have multiple versions of a Docker image. So if you have a different version control, different release versions, and you want to be able to test and write code for those different release versions because you may have different setups, you can certainly do that within your Docker registry environment. Okay, so let's go ahead and we're going to create a Docker image using some of our basic Docker commands. And so there are essentially really, kind of just 2 commands that you're going to be looking for. One is the build command, and another one is to actually put it into your registry, which is a push command. So if you want to get a image from a Docker registry, then you want to use the pull command. And a pull command simply pulls the image from the registry, in this example using ngInx as our registry, and we can actually then pull the image down to our test environment on our local machine. So we're actually running the container within our Docker application on a local machine. We're able to then have the image run exactly as it would in production. And then you can actually use the run command to actually use the Docker image on your local machine. So just a few interesting tidbits about the Docker container. Once the container is created, a new layer is formed on top of the Docker image layer. It's called the container layer. Each container has a separate read-write container layer, and any changes made in that Docker container is then reflected upon the particular container layer. And if you want to delete the container layer also gets deleted as well. So, why would using Docker and containers be of benefit to you? Well, some of the things that are useful is that containers have no external dependencies for the applications they run. Once you actually have the container running locally, it has everything it needs to be able to run the application. So there's no having to install additional pieces of software, such as the example we gave with JBoss at the beginning of the presentation. The containers are really lightweight, so it makes it very easy to share the containers amongst your teams, whether it's a developer, whether it's a tester, whether it's somebody on your operations environment. It's really easy to share those containers amongst your entire team. Different data volumes can be easily reused and shared among multiple containers. And again, this is another big benefit, and this is a reflection of the lightweight nature of your containers. The container itself also runs in isolation, which means that it is not impacted by any dependencies you may have on your own local environment. So it's a completely sandboxed environment. So some of the questions you might ask is, can you run multiple containers together without the need to start each one individually? And you know what? Yes, you can with Docker Compose. Docker Compose allows you to run multiple containers in a single service. And again, this is a reflection on the lightweight nature of containers within the Docker environment. So we're going to end our presentation by looking at some of the basic commands that you'd have within Docker. So we have here on the left-hand side, we have a Docker container and then the command for each item. We're actually going to go ahead and use some of these commands in the demo that we're going to do after this presentation. You'll see that in a moment. But just, some of the basic commands we have are committing the Docker image into the container. Kill is a, standard kill command to, terminate one or more of the running containers so they stop working. Then restart those containers. But certainly you can look at all of the commands here and try them out for yourself. So we're going to go ahead and start a demo of how to use the basic commands to run Docker. So to do this, we're going to open up terminal window or command line, depending whether you're running Linux, PC, or Mac. And we're going to go ahead, and the first thing we want to do is see what our Docker image lists are. So we can go sudo docker images, and this will give us, well, first we'll enter in our password. So let's go enter that in. And this will now give us a list of our Docker images. And here are the Docker images that have already been created in the system. And we can actually go ahead and actually see the processes that are actually running. So I'm going to go ahead and open up this window a little bit more, but this will show you the actual processes and the containers that we actually have. And so on the far left-hand side, you see under names, we have learn, Simplilearn, b_cool. These are all just different ones that we've been working on. So let's go ahead and create a Docker image. So we're going to do sudo docker run -d -p 0.0.0.0 :80:80 Ubuntu, and this will allow us to go ahead and run an Ubuntu image, and this will run the latest image. And what we have here is a hash number, and this hash number is a unique name that defines the container that we've just created, and we can go ahead and we can check to make sure that the container actually is present. So we're going to do sudo docker.ps, and this will actually show us on there. So it's not in a running state right now, but that doesn't mean that we don't have it. So let's list out all the containers that are both running and in the exit state. So let's do sucker ps-a, and This lists all the containers that I have running on my machine. And this shows all the ones that have been in the running state and in the exit state. And here we see one that we just created about a minute ago, and it's called Learn. And these are all running Ubuntu, and this is the one that we had created just a few seconds ago. Let's open it up, and there we go. So let's change that to that new Docker container to a running state. So scroll down, and we're going to type sudo docker run -it name my so this is going to be the new container name. It's going to be my Docker. So this is how we name our Docker environment, and we'll put in the image name, which is Ubuntu, and -bin -bash, and it's now in our root, and we'll exit out of that. So now we're going to go ahead and start the new my Docker container. So sudo docker start my, and we'll get the container image, which will be my Docker, return, and that started that Docker image. And let's go ahead and check against the other running Docker images to make sure it's running correctly. So sudo docker ps, and there we are. Underneath name on the right hand side, you actually see my Docker along with the other Docker images that we created. And it's been running for 13 seconds. Quite fast. So if we want to rename the container, let's use the command sudo docker rename. We can take another Docker image. Let's grab this one and we'll put it in rename, and we'll rename, and we'll put in the old container name, which is image, and then we'll put in the new container name, and let's call it purple. So now the container image that had previously been called image is now called purple. So we do sudo docker ps to list all of our Docker images, and if we scroll up, and there we go, purple. How easy is that to rename an image? And we can go ahead and use this command if we want to stop a container. So we're going to write sudo docker stop, and then we'll have to put in the container name, and we'll put in my Docker, the container that we originally created, and that image has now stopped. And let's go ahead and prove that. We're going to list out all the Docker images, and what you see is that it's not listed in the active images. It's not on the list on the far right hand side. But if we go ahead and we can list out all of the Docker images, so you actually see it's still there as an image, it's just not in an active state. It's what's known as in an exit state. So here we go. And there's my Docker. It's in an exited state. So that happened 27 seconds ago. So if we want to remove a container, we can use the following command. So sudo docker rm for remove my Docker, and that will remove it from the exited state. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to double check that. And yep. Yep. It's not listed there under exit state anymore. It's gone. And there we go. That's where it used to be. All right, let's go back. So if we want to exit a container in the running state, so we do sudo kill and then the name of the container. I think one of them is called yellow. Let's just check and see if that's going to kill it. Oops, no, I guess we don't have one called yellow. So let's find out the name of a container that we actually have. So sudo docker kill. Oh, we're going to list out the ones that are running. Oh, okay, there we go. Yellow isn't in that list, so let's take Simplilearn. And so we can actually go ahead and let's write sudo docker kill Simplilearn. And that will actually kill an active Docker container. Boom, there we go. And we list out all the active containers. You can actually see now that the Simplilearn container is not active anymore. And these are all the basic commands for Docker container. Today we're going to dig into Docker Swarm. So what we're going to do in this session is we're going to go through what Docker and Docker container is and why you'd want to use it. We'll then break out what are the characteristics and structure of a Docker Swarm environment. And then finally, we'll go through and do a demo using actual code in the command line interface to actually run and build out the main functions and commands that you would use for a Docker Swarm environment. So with that said, let's get started. So Docker is a tool that we actually use to help automate applications in our environment so that we have a consistent way that we're actually building and testing and validating codes that's being created. Think of it as a virtualization, but much more sophisticated and efficient way of doing virtualization. The thing that you have that's a huge advantage when you're working with Docker is that it's a very lightweight software package. It allows you to have all of the tools needed for actually running the code without having to have the significant overhead that you would normally have with virtualization. So one of the characteristics you have with Docker is that you can actually run multiple Docker environments in the same host environment. And for you to be able to do this, we had to figure out how this would actually run. And so to actually do this, we actually do what's called a Docker Swarm. And a Docker Swarm is an environment where you can actually have multiple Docker images running on the same host operating system. So you can have running in each of those Docker containers different solutions. So let's dig into what a Docker Swarm is. So a Docker Swarm is essentially a tool that allows you to very easily create and schedule multiple Docker nodes. So really 2 or more Docker nodes. And you can have quite a large number of Docker nodes in a single swarm. Each node itself is actually a Docker daemon, and that daemon is able to then interact with the Docker API and have all the benefits of being a full Docker environment. One of the other advantages you have is that each Docker container within the swarm can then be deployed and managed but as a node in that entire clustered environment. So what we have here is a breakdown of the 5 key elements within a Docker environment. You have the Docker container, you have the daemon, the Docker images, and the Docker client and Docker registry. So the Docker daemon itself is what does all the work interacting with the actual host operating system to be able to manage the Docker containers. So if we look here we have set up an environment where we have 3 Docker containers being run with Docker. And what we want to be able to do is be able to interact with the environment, because what would happen if we actually have something change in our environment? So we have the environment set up as a Docker Swarm and one of our containers fails. What we're able to do is use the swarm to be able to correct that failure. So the Docker Swarm manager is able to come in and reschedule containers. And as you would imagine, the actual swarm node has full backups and full redundancy for any kind of failures that would happen. And we would do all of this work through command line interface. So let's go through some of the features that you have within the actual Docker Swarm itself. So a key feature for Docker Swarm is that it is fully decentralized, which means that it makes it very easy for teams to be able to access and manage the environment. As you would expect as well, is that the communication that happens between the manager and client nodes within the swarm is highly secure. And of course, this is really just a fundamental that you should have for any kind of solution, but it is good to know that Docker Swarm has that built in. There is also auto load balancing within your environment, and you can actually script that into how you write out and structure your swarm environment. And that load balancing then also allows you to then convert that swarm environment into a highly scalable infrastructure. And then rollback task allows you to be able to roll back environments to previous safe environments. So if, say, something does get pushed out and something breaks, you're able to immediately roll back into a safe environment. So each of the containers are pushed out and are controlled using services, and they actually happen to be REST services, which make it very easy for you to be able to integrate within your environment. And each of the different services contains a group of containers of the same image. Now, by having this structure, it allows you to be able to scale your application appropriate to the demands on your service. So if you have a service that needs to have a significantly larger number of services for it to run, you can actually scale that appropriately, and that can be either geo or demand based. One of the requirements for setting up a Docker Swarm is you must have at least one node deployed. So the way that the architecture is set up is that you have a manager node and a client node, and there must be one of each for the entire environment to be able to work effectively. So, here we are, just jumping ahead of ourselves a little bit. We have two types of nodes in a Docker Swarm. We have the manager node, and we have the worker node, which is the client that does the actual execution of the tasks. The manager node, very similar to other systems that we've talked about on Simplilearn, allows you to actually control and manage the actual tasks that are being executed by the worker nodes. And the worker nodes, as you can imagine, then actually execute the instructions that the manager are sending out to it. So here we have a situation where we can illustrate what would happen with a manager node sending out commands to different worker nodes. The manager is fully aware of the status of the entire swarm environment at all times. This is because of the two-way secure communication that's going from the manager to the worker environment. The workers, as you'd expect, are accepting tasks that are being sent from the manager. So if the manager sends out a task saying that you need to be running as a MySQL environment, then the worker node will then convert to a MySQL environment. And all of these environments are scripted and controlled by you as the manager. The actual worker nodes themselves actually have a client agent, and that client will then communicate all different states of the infrastructure back to the manager, so that any time the manager node is in full control of the entire swarm. The manager is the controller of this environment, and so you always want to be able to ensure that the manager has full access to all of the work that's happening within the swarm, and this allows you as the manager to be able to control your swarm and very quickly be able to react to any changes without having to rely on manual installations of software and hardware. And as we covered earlier on, there is a REST API that uses the communication over HTTP from the manager to the worker node. It's interesting to note that it is a REST API, because if you wanted to, you could actually integrate that API into custom applications and even then create automated Docker images to be created on demand from third-party solutions that you may want to create. So one of the things that's a big advantage with having a swarm is that once you've actually created the swarm, any of the services that you create can be accessed by any node of the same cluster. One of the things you do have to do, though, is you have to specify what container image that you're going to use when you're creating a new service. And you can do that either through a centralized Docker Hub environment or through your own private Docker Hub environment. One of the things that's interesting is that you can set up commands and services to be either global or replicated. A global service will allow you to run a service consistently on every node within the swarm, whereas a replicated service will only push out functionality and tasks to specific worker nodes within a swarm. So you may be asking yourself, hey, isn't a service and task the same thing? No, they're kind of not in the Docker world. And the difference is a service is a description of a task for the state, whereas the actual task is the work that needs to get done. And that's the differentiator here. So what you can do as a Docker user is you actually create services, and then you can then define when you want them to start as tasks. Now, what's interesting is that when you do assign a task to a node, that same task cannot be assigned to another node. Also, what's interesting is that you can actually have multiple managers within a Docker Swarm environment. If you do, however, go down this path, you have to elect one manager to be the primary manager and the other managers to be secondary managers. In many ways, those secondary managers are really similar in concept to worker nodes, in which they have the capability of a manager, but they are dependent on that single primary manager to be able to provide the right instructions and for services and tasks to the entire Swarm environment. So if we kind of recap some of these, we have a command line interface, which allows us to create and connect via APIs. And that those APIs that we connect to in our Swarm environment allows us to do orchestration via tasks and services. The task allocation allows us to allocate work to tasks via their IP address, which allows them to execute them on the work. And then the worker nodes themselves have to connect to the manager node to be able to check for when tasks come in so that they are keeping a consistent communication back and forth across the entire swarm. And then the final stage is to actually execute the tasks that have been assigned from the manager node to the worker node so that you have a successful execution of the solution you're looking to build. All right, so with that said, let's go ahead and we're going to do a demo. So we're going to go ahead and do a demo and showing how you can run Docker Swarm. For this, you'll need to have both a virtual environment running your manager and your working environment. So here we have our worker and here we have our manager. So we're just going to open up terminal window and we're going to go into the manager for terminal window. So the following command here is used to initialize Docker Swarm. We're just going to type this in. So sudo docker swarm init, and we put the IP address for the network we're connecting to. And we'll put in our password. And here we have now connected. And this is our manager node. And what we want to be able to highlight is the specific token which identifies the Docker Swarm environment. And this is our token right here. So we're going to copy that, because we'll need to use that for our worker environment. So here we are in the worker environment, and we'll use the token that we just copied as a way to be able to connect to the manager and connect to the Docker Swarm environment. And so sudo, we'll paste in the Docker Swarm and we'll join that. And now here we shows that we have joined the Swarm environment as a worker. And now that we're in the manager, we can actually show that we actually have that worker in the environment. So there's Docker node ls to list out all of the items in that environment. Sorry, we actually did that in the wrong area. So we're on the right, sudo docker node ls to list out all the nodes in the swarm. And there you are. You see we've actually connected the worker to the manager node, and both are active, and the manager is the leader and the worker VirtualBox is in the swarm. Okay, we're going to go ahead and create a new service. So Docker Swarm create, and we're going to just change the name to Hello World for the new service, and we're going to use the Alpine image from docker.com. Takes just a moment for it to run. There we go. And there we go. Services converged. So what we have now is a new service that has been created. Let's go ahead and we'll list out the services. And here we have our new Hello World service. And we go ahead and check the Docker containers, and we're going to do Docker PS, and here's our Alpine. It's running the latest image, and that's the Docker container ID. And we can see that it was just updated. And so what we're going to do is use the same command in the worker node and make sure everything is working over there. So go over to our worker, paste that in. So what we see here is there is no image or container created because it's not in the worker node. It would be in the manager node. So we can go ahead and create the new service. And we're going to make the mode global, and that way the service is available across all of the swarm. So we're just going to execute that work. Takes a moment. And there we are. Done. Work has been completed. And we have the two different IDs, which shows the two different services running. And if we go back to the worker mode and we run sudo.docker ps again, and there we are. Now we see that we have the Hello World new virtual environment has been added with the image of Alpine. And we also have the new token ID for that. If we want to kill a node from the swarm, we can use the following command, which is sudo docker swarm leave -- force. And that will force the node to leave the swarm. Today we're going to cover Docker Compose. So in this session what we're going to do is we're going to go through what Docker is, and then by extension what Docker Compose is and how it improves the performance of Docker, what the benefits of working with Docker Compose is. We are going to cover as well what the difference between Docker Compose and Docker Swarm is, because the two products are similar but they have two different types of job. And at the end of this presentation we'll take you through some basic commands that allow you to get up and running working with Docker and Docker Compose. Finally, after this presentation, we'll do a brief demo that allows you to get up and running using some of these commands to do your own Docker Compose environment. So let's get started with Docker Compose. So first of all, we have to kind of cover what Docker is. So Docker has come as an evolution of technologies that started with virtual machines, VM machine. And a VM machine allowed you to run a complete operating system and its environment on your own computer, in your own operating system, without it interfering. The problem is that it was very heavy and complex, and in contrast, Docker is a much more lightweight and more flexible environment that you can automate with scripts. So we have to remember that the container itself is just software, and it has dependencies that run within that application that are managed by Docker. So if we have a look at the way Docker is broken out, first of all we have the Docker image, and we have the Docker image created by a Docker file. And the Docker file is a text-based script. And that text file within Docker file actually has all the commands that allow you to run the appropriate technologies within the Docker image. So the Docker image allows you to be able to have a wide group of people consistently run the same environment. And if you want to be able to share that Docker image effectively, you would do so by uploading to Docker Hub. And Docker Hub can be available either publicly through the public Docker Hub website, or you can actually set up your own private enterprise Docker Hub to share your own images across your own network. And then from Docker Hub, people can then pull their own Docker image and build new containers that are consistent on the original Docker container that you created. So it's a great way of being able to have your entire team scale up easily and effectively. So one of the questions that will come up though is, what if you want to use two containers in a single service? And an example of this might be like a web server that is using a database, but the database may be in one container and the web server may be in another container, which is very typical for your own web and database infrastructure. So very similar scenario, but how would you do this with Docker? So by using just Docker itself, it's actually very difficult to do this. You can do it, but it's just very time consuming and just not a very good use of your productivity. But with Docker Compose, you can actually do the whole process quite quickly and easily, and hence the reason why we have Docker Compose, to allow you to have two or more Docker containers running in the same environment, being able to communicate as if they were running in a production environment. So let's dig into what Docker Compose is. So let's consider a scenario that you'd have today. So Myntra is a fashion website similar to Amazon, and you'd go to Myntra with your web browser, and on that website you would go through a number of activities such as logging into your account, browsing a catalog, you'd have your checkout application server, and you go through the typical process of building out an application. Behind each of these services are different products, such as you'd have an account database, you'd have a product database, different checkout processes, and these would all be run behind the scenes. And each of these can be considered a microservice. So the more microservices you build into your environment, the more complexity you're adding, and the more of value it would be to have each of these services in their own container. But as a developer, you want to be able to jump from one container to another container, so your login account can then be passed on to your product catalog and then be able to move through the whole process. So the environment that you would see today would be more like what we're showing right now, where you'd have your server and your database, and you may have a server running on Apache Tomcat or SQL Server. You'd have different databases, and you'd want to be able to have each of those in their own containerized environment. So the way that Docker Compose runs is that it works as a single service. So you have the Docker Compose running multiple containers, but the perception is of a single service running. The thing that's great, though, is that each of those containers will run in isolation, but they can interact with each other. So unlike a normal Docker environment where you have multiple Docker images running completely in isolation of each other, these are images that will run in isolation but can interact with each other. The Docker Compose files are very easy to write. They're all written with a scripting language called YAML, and YAML is an XML-based language. It actually stands for yet another markup language, but it's an XML-based language and it's very easy to use. The great thing about learning YAML is that a lot of open source tools in the DevOps environment use YAML as the scripting language. And then finally, in Docker Compose, as a user, you can actually go in and trigger all your services within the containers to start with a single command. As you can imagine, this dramatically reduces the amount of work that you as a developer have to do. So let's take an example of if you're running a container, one with a Nginx server and one with a Redis database. You can create a YAML Docker Compose file that actually has the instructions on the containers needed to build out both environments. And then you can run each of those environments separately, but have them connected as a single service. So the benefits of Docker Compose is that you have a single host deployment environment. You can run this all on one piece of hardware. You can have a quick and easy configuration using YAML scripts. The productivity that you get as a developer significantly increases because you're not having to have time wasted trying to configure just traditional Docker containers by themselves. You now have a way of being able to interact with those containers. And then finally, security is at the center of all of these containers. So each of those containers are completely isolated from each other, and they are controlled with the same level of security that you'd have with a traditional Docker image. But there is a question here around Docker Compose. Isn't it similar in concept to Docker Swarm? Because at a high level, it kind of seems like both do the same thing. And the answer is, well, actually, no, they're different. There are similarities, but there are also differences. And particularly for a developer, these differences will really start coming out in scale as you start working on your solutions. So let's look at Docker Compose. So Docker Compose will allow you to create multiple containers on a single host. And that's the important part, having a single host, which is maybe your development PC. With Docker Swarm, it also allows you to create multiple containers. However, you have to manage those multiple containers on multiple hosts, which makes a lot of sense if you're running an operations environment, but not so much if you're doing a development environment. And Docker Compose is scripted with YAML, which is very easy for you to be able to control your scripts. Docker Swarm doesn't have a scripting technology like YAML, so it's a little bit harder to work with. So what we have here is just some basic commands that allow you to get up and started working with Docker Compose. In our next demo, we're actually going to take you through how to use all of those commands. So we're going to go ahead and do a demo on how to use Docker Compose. The first thing you want to do is check that you have Docker installed. So what we're going to do is we're going to open up the command window and we're going to type in Docker. You'll be able to see now that we have Docker installed. If you don't have Docker installed, go ahead and install Docker. You can go to Google search to install Docker and they'll give you the instructions for that. We also have videos that we've already done. If once you have Docker installed, then you want to do a Google search on Docker Compose or go to the docker.com website and select for the Compose section and look for the install Docker Compose instructions. So we already have another tab which has the the instructions already installed. You'll see on the left-hand side there are a number of Docker tools. You want to expand the Docker Compose section, select Install Compose, and then on the right-hand side you'll have different install options for Mac, Windows, and Linux. If you're installing on those platforms, make sure that you're copying the correct command lines. There's a couple of command lines you want to copy. Copy the first one over and we paste that in, and it's going to go ahead and download all of the files for Compose. It takes a while, but we have to get another file, so while it's downloading we'll go get the other command line. Just go back and grab it real quick. It was a little fast there, but we'll copy that over. There was a second command instruction and post that command. Yep, there's the command right there. And that will apply the appropriate binary. And once you've done that, you can actually go ahead and validate that you have the correct version of Docker Compose installed. And for that, you want to write the command docker-compose space -- version. And that will then give you a version build. Once you know that you have a version build, that means that you have everything installed correctly on your machine. So you can see here that we have a version number, which means we have everything installed. You might see a different version number depending on how old the video is when you're watching it, but we're using very content at the moment. I'll just go ahead and clear the screen. And now what we're going to do is create a folder where we're actually going to install the YAML file that will have the instructions for our Docker Compose environment. So we're moving the cursor to the desktop, and on the desktop we're going to create a new folder and using the mkdir command, and we'll call this one Docker Compose F for file. And then we'll move the cursor into that new folder by using cd command. And now we are in the folder called Docker Compose F. And you can go look at your desktop and you'll see it's there. And now you want to select #touch docker-compose.yml, and that will actually create the new YAML file for you. And you can use the ls list command, ls docker-compose.yaml, and that'll allow you actually now to step in and edit that file. So let's go ahead and hit return, and that'll allow us to go in and edit the file. So now I'm in the editor and I'm going to write some instructions. So I'm going to put a couple of mistakes in these instructions so we can see how Docker Compose catches those mistakes. But most of this is going to be fairly correct, so you can just type this out. So we're going to start with services : then we'll do web : and then we'll create image : and we'll do Nginx, and then we'll do a database : and we'll call the image Redis. And so what you can see, because we have two reference images, we're actually calling two different images, two different containers that will be created by Docker Hub. So what we're going to do is where we can actually show you how that's pulling in. You can go to Docker Hub and you can actually see the references to the images that we've just created. So go to Docker Hub, which is hub.docker.com, and you'll see that Nginx, Redis, those are the default names for the images. So you could do other images like HTTP for Apache web server if you wanted to. There are a lot of images in Docker Hub, so certainly have a lot of fun building tools from that environment. So we're going to save those files in the Docker image, and we're just going to do :WQ to exit this screen. Save the text. Let's go and run our YAML file, and you'll see the two different error messages that will come up. So we're going to do cat docker-compose.yml, and here we have a display of the text that we just wrote. And now let's go check the validity of the file that we just created. So we'll do docker-compose config, and we should get an error message. And there we are, error message. And the reason why we have an error message is because the spacing is not correct in the YAML file itself. So let's go to the actual YAML file that we created. Let's go through, and we're going to use just the file finder, and you'll actually open up the YAML file in your text editor, your favorite text editor. And here we have the code that created it. And let's use the correct spacing so that everything is spaced out appropriately in the image. And so this is the spacing that you'd expect to see, a space, a line between surfaces and the first image, and the first image is a tab in, and then it references what the image is. And let's go ahead and clear the screen, and we'll see whether or not we've got that all correct. Let's clear the screen and we're going to check that everything is running correctly. And we're still getting an error message. And the reason why we're getting another error is that there's still a config error in the actual YAML file. So one of the things you have to do when you're creating a YAML file for Docker Compose is you actually have to have the appropriate version number in there. So what we have to do is we have to go and find which is the appropriate version. And there are 3 major versions, 1, 2, and 3, depending on the age of Docker that you have installed on your computer. So if you have the very latest version of Docker, 18 and newer, you would put 3.7 as the version number. And what we're going to do is we're going to just check on the version that we have installed. And so just clear the screen, and then we'll just do Docker version. And what we have is our version of Docker is 17.12. Now this is the version of Docker, not Docker Compose. It's your main Docker environment. And so if we go back to our web browser, we'll actually see that version 17 should align with version number 3.5. Yep, there we are, version 3.5. So what we want to do is go back into our YAML file, and the very first line that we want to put in above the services is the version number. And that version number we're going to put in is 3.5. So we type in version, and we put colon, and then version number is in quotes, and you save that. And now what we can actually do is we can actually go ahead and use the single line instruction to run both of these 2 images that we've created, because everything is configured correctly. Oh, just one note, you'll see that the version number is actually at the bottom of the list, and that's just the way that Docker Compose works. It pulls out the services and the images that you'd create, and then puts the version number at the bottom of the list. So in the presentation, we talked about how you can use one line to trigger 2 or more images. And so to do that, we're going to do sudo docker-compose up-d. And it's going to create the 2 environments. We have the web environment and the database environment. And let's use sudo docker ps to actually list out all the processes that are running right now. And there we are. We actually see all of the images that are running. We have the names, the commands, the images, and everything's up and running. And if we want to close both of those images, we can actually use a single line of command as well. And that command will be sudo docker-compose down. And that closes both of the images. And we can see that all the databases and the web services images have been closed, and sudo docker ps will actually list that there is nothing running. And that's how to use Docker Compose.
And with that, we come to the end of this full course video. I hope it gave you a brief understanding of what exactly full stack development is, and I hope you enjoyed learning these different tools. So thank you so much for being here, and watch out for more videos from us. Until then, keep learning and stay tuned to Simplilearn.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.